My name is Lin Yuan, a ninth-grade alchemist of the Yin Corpse Sect. I have been lying low for 80 years, a useless old man ridiculed by everyone in the sect. My cultivation is stuck at the 3rd level of qi refining, and I am exhausted and nearing the end of my life. But no one expected that I, a half-buried old good-for-nothing, would be forcibly pushed out by the sect to marry Su Qinghan, the #1 Saintess of the righteous path. She was a righteous prodigy and the chief Saintess of the misty, immortal sect. She was stunningly beautiful and had unparalleled talent. Her path to immortality should have been smooth, but she was captured by the demonic sect and forced into a marriage with me, an old man with white hair, to bring good luck. On their wedding night, in the cold, dark entrance of the demon sect, the red candles were blinding and the red silk was eerie. The stunningly beautiful Saintess, dressed in a bright red wedding gown, curled up in the corner of the bed. Her figure was exquisitely graceful, but her beautiful eyes held only a lifeless despair. Her cultivation was sealed, and she lost all her magic power. Looking at me, with my white hair and beard, wrinkled face, and gloomy appearance, she was filled with fear and resistance, trembling as she begged me not to come near. Looking at her stunning face, I said frankly, "Don't worry, I won't touch you. I was forced into this. My old body is already too weak to do anything. Forcing myself on you would only kill me on the spot. Having lived 2 lives for nearly 100 years, I have become a laughingstock in the eyes of others. I have never even touched a woman's hand. So how could I take advantage of someone in distress?" Su Qinghan's tense body relaxed slightly, but the next second, her expression changed drastically. A sudden surge of intense heat rose from his dantian, instantly engulfing his limbs and bones, making him feel unbearably hot all over. Her voice trembled, her face filled with terror. "It's the aphrodisiac, the drug the witch gave me." I panicked instantly. My old bones couldn't withstand any more stress. In this critical moment, I immediately pulled out my treasured Qingxin pill, which I had kept for 50 years. It was my only treasure that could counteract the alluring poison. Su Qinghan had no choice but to grit her teeth and swallow the pill, even though it was old and its effects were unknown. At first, a cooling sensation spread throughout her body, and the evil fire gradually subsided. She had just breathed a sigh of relief when a sudden change occurred. Expired pills not only failed to detoxify, but instead turned into a potent catalyst. The intense heat within her body surged back fiercely, several times more ferocious than before. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes glazed over, and her gaze lost all clarity, revealing only her most primal instincts. I was stunned. No, this medicine has been sitting for too long, and it's lost its effectiveness. Don't look at me like that. I really can't do it. To save her, I gritted my teeth and painstakingly removed the restrictions on her body, allowing her to regain her magical power and suppress the poison on her own. But she had just regained her strength, and when she smelled my scent, her last shred of reason completely collapsed. The peerless Saintess at the 8th level of qi refining flipped over and pounced on me, an old man at the 3rd level of qi refining. An 80-year-old man with white hair finally faces a peerless beauty tonight. After a passionate encounter, my whole body ached and my bones felt like they were about to fall apart. I thought I was about to die from exhaustion, but suddenly a golden system panel popped up in front of me. Cultivation level. Qi refining level 3, 299/300 points can be added. 9th rank alchemist, 99/100 points can be added. Available attribute points, 8. Looks like I'm completely exhausted and about to die. I'm even hallucinating. Lin Yuan muttered to himself. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. The small golden characters were still there. Holy crap, it's not a hallucination. He rubbed his eyes hard to make sure he wasn't seeing things. His heart skipped a beat, and he tentatively chose to add points to his cultivation level. Buzz! A warm sensation forced its way into the delicate meridians. A surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted, spreading throughout the body along the meridians. A sharp pain came, followed by a strange feeling of comfort. The bottleneck that had held him back for 50 years at the 3rd level of qi refining shattered like a broken door being smashed by a giant hammer. The spiritual energy in the dantian and dantian surged and continued to grow stronger. Qi refining level 4. I've broken through. Ha ha. Qi refining level 4. Then an unprecedented feeling of comfort ran through his body, and Lin Yuan's spirits were lifted. His decaying body was infused with a long-lost vitality. The lingering death aura emanating from him dissipated somewhat as his cultivation level increased. I'll go. After all these years of time travel, my cheat code has finally arrived. 80 years of repression, resentment, and despair were transformed into ecstasy at this moment. Damn it. Who says women only slowed down my sword-drawing speed? Quitting sex? Screw your sex life. This feeling is simply too wonderful. If I had known it would be like this, I should have gone to find a wife on the very first day I transmigrated. What a waste of a miserable cultivation retreat. Having remained chaste for 80 years, I've finally understood. The greatest truths are simple, and X-Sex's spirit will never cease. After a brief period of euphoria, Lin Yuan quickly calmed down, and Old Go's instincts made him immediately begin to analyze the situation. How are attribute points obtained? As he pondered, his gaze fell upon Su Qinghan, who lay sprawled beside him, still subconsciously working to detoxify. A bold yet perfectly reasonable guess emerged in his mind. After a cup of tea, Lin Yuan felt that his old bones were really about to break down. A wave of weakness washed over him. He no longer had the strength to lift even a finger. After experiencing the effects of the potent medicine 7 times, Su Qinghan finally recovered from the effects of the Hahuan powder in her body, and she seemed to have lost all her strength, falling into a deep sleep. The small golden characters in front of Lin Yuan's eyes also changed at this moment. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 4, 0.04 points can be added. 9th rank alchemist, 99/100 points can be added. Level 1 fire control, 99/100 points can be added. Available attribute points, 55. I was right. Lin Yuan's heart pounded, and he quickly began to calculate. The first breakthrough used 1 point. The original 8 points, plus the 48 points gained from the subsequent 6 cycles of arduous training, totaled exactly 55 points. Each time, it's 8 attribute points. Why 8 o'clock? O'clock? Not a multiple of 10, or 2 o'clock. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on Su Qinghan again, and a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. She is at the 8th level of Qi refining. In other words, the number of attribute points gained is directly linked to the cultivation level of your Taoist partner. This discovery caused Lin Yuan's breathing to quicken instantly, and a terrifying glint flashed in his eyes. The 8th level of Qi refining is 8 points. So what about the foundation establishment stage fairies? The golden core stage female cultivators? The nascent soul stage female powerhouses? He dared not think any further. A broad road to immortality was slowly unfolding before him. I don't know how much time has passed. Su Qinghan's long eyelashes trembled slightly before she slowly woke up. When she saw the mess on the bed and that glaring crimson stain, fragments of the crazy and uncontrollable memories from the previous night flooded into her mind. She stared blankly at her slender, long hands, the last glimmer of light in her eyes completely fading, replaced by endless silence and despair. She is a disciple of the righteous sect, the misty immortal sect, and even more so, a future saintess. Now my innocence is gone, and my faith in the Tao is destroyed. Kill this old dog who ruined my reputation, then I'll commit suicide and end my life in this mortal world. She murmured to herself, flipped her hand, and spiritual energy surged within it. It's better to live a wretched life than to die a glorious death. Su Qinghan paused, then suddenly looked up, meeting Lin Yuan's deep and clear eyes. Lin Yuan rubbed his aching lower back. If you die like this, filled with despair and resentment, your soul will be imprisoned by the 9 Yin soul gathering array set up in the room. Become one of the main souls on the blood crystal soul banner. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Su Qinghan's shapely figure again. Your Qi refining level 8 body is also an excellent material for refining Yin corpses. TSK Tisk. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Su Qinghan felt a chill run down her spine. Now she finally understood why Shui Linglong had captured her. What Lin Yuan didn't know was that she possessed the Xianyin body, a physique naturally compatible with Yin Sha Qi, making her an excellent material for corpse refining. If she dies with resentment and despair, her soul, after being refined, will be combined with the Yin body. It is possible to refine the legendary Yin Corpse King. If I die, it will truly fulfill her wish. The surging spiritual energy in Su Qinghan's palm slowly dissipated. Alas, actually, I am also a victim. I went out to buy alchemy materials and was knocked unconscious by that demoness. I was then inexplicably forced to marry you and enter the bridal chamber. If it weren't for the fact that my old bones are still strong enough, I would have been driven to my grave by you last night. Su Qinghan took a deep breath, the murderous intent in her eyes fading. But, even if I don't commit suicide, she will never let me go. Lin Yuan smiled. Tell me, if you pretend to be dead, and when that witch comes to collect the materials, you and I can team up and suddenly attack, wouldn't that be? Su Qinghan's lifeless eyes lit up, and hope was rekindled. That witch is at the 9th level of qi refining. I have no treasures to rely on. This matter needs careful planning. I must ensure a fatal blow. Lin Yuan nodded. Shui Linglong was very famous in the Yin Corpse Sect. She was not only beautiful, but also ruthless. They definitely won't let him off the hook afterward, since he was just a tool. Therefore, to survive, they must cooperate with Su Qinghan to destroy this witch. Time passed slowly, and it was estimated that most of the day had passed. The heavy stone door slowly opened. A slender figure stepped into the room. The newcomer wore an elaborate black robe embroidered with gold thread, and had a tall, well-proportioned figure with a shapely silhouette. Her face was fair, her lips were full and red, her expression was aloof, and her phoenix eyes swept across the room. His gaze fell on Su Qinghan by the bedside. She lay in a pool of blood, the crimson blood congealed and dried, her breath gone, her face pale. There was a hideous, bloody gash on his neck. On the large bed, Lin Yuan lay with his head drooping, no longer breathing. Looking at the two corpses in the room, and the thick, lingering smell of blood in the air, Shui Linglong's lips curled up into a satisfied smile. A soul imbued with intense resentment and unwillingness, coupled with the Yin body. It has the potential to grow into the Yin Corpse King. Shui Linglong muttered to herself, her eyes flashing with greed and fanaticism. She moved gracefully towards Su Qinghan on the ground. Chapter 3. On their wedding night, a different bride appeared. But after taking only 2 steps, she suddenly stopped. A sudden, inexplicable palpitation set off alarm bells in her mind. After years of struggling in the Yin Corpse Sect, a demonic sect, she had long since developed a cautious and prudent nature. Her beautiful eyes glanced once more at the 2 lifeless corpses in the room. The joy in her eyes faded, replaced by calm and lingering fear. With a flick of her wrist, a jet-black flying sword exuding a sinister and chilling aura fell into her hand. Go! She gave a sharp, stern look. The flying sword emitted a sharp whistle, transformed into a streak of black light, and pierced straight towards Su Qinghan's heart on the ground. This move was not a test, but a surefire strike. If it gets stuck, Su Qinghan's body will inevitably be stabbed with a bloody hole. At the critical moment, Su Qinghan suddenly opened her eyes, used her waist to exert force, and rolled over in a disheveled but swift manner. Puff! The jet-black flying sword barely grazed her body before embedding itself completely into the hard bluestone ground, its hilt still humming. Su Qinghan had just regained her footing and was still catching her breath. Shui Linglong's figure flashed over, and a black rope appeared in her hand without her noticing. The rope moved like a serpent, fast and swift. Before Su Qinghan could react, she was tightly bound. He was just faking his death. Shui Linglong sneered, showing no surprise whatsoever, as if everything was under her control. Lin Yuan was extremely anxious. Su Qinghan was subdued, and with his cultivation at the 4th level of qi refining, he had no chance against Shui Linglong, who was at the 9th level of qi refining. Cultivation level, qi refining level 4, 0.04 points can be added. 9th rank alchemist, 99/100 points can be added. Level 1 fire control, 99/100 points can be added. Available attribute points, 55. Now, all we can rely on is the upgraded fire control technique. He focused his attention on allocating points to the 1st level fire control skill. In an instant, an indescribable torrent forcefully entered his mind, and knowledge about fire appeared out of thin air. He could understand every flicker and change of the fire, as if the fire was no longer something external, but a part of his body that he could control and use at will. This is level 2 fire control technique. Lin Yuan was overjoyed. Although his cultivation level was not high, as an alchemist, he was extremely familiar with flames. The second level of fire control technique was something that only the high and mighty third-level alchemist in his alchemy room could barely master. He suddenly raised his hand and gently gestured towards Shui Linglong. Two seemingly ordinary, even somewhat dim, fireballs slowly flew out from his palms. Humph! Upon seeing this, Shui Linglong curled her red lips into a disdainful smile. A mere Qi refining level 4 cultivator's fireball technique dares to show off in front of me? Overestimating yourself. With a flick of her sleeve, a chilling black aura shot out, transforming into two small black snakes that were about to devour the two balls of flame. However, in the next scene, Shui Linglong's expression froze instantly. Whoosh! The two small snakes formed from the cold, black mist emitted a shrill squeak as soon as they touched the fireball. Instead of extinguishing it, they were ignited and burned to ashes in a short time, turning into a wisp of smoke. The two fireballs seemed to shine even brighter, their momentum undiminished, striking two different locations. A ball of blood rushed straight towards Shui Linglong's face. How is that possible? Shui Linglong looked horrified. Her Xianyin Qi was extremely yin and cold, and it was especially effective against fire. Moreover, with her Qi refining level 9 cultivation, her spell was actually burned by a Qi refining level 4 cultivator's fireball spell. This was simply unbelievable, but the situation was critical, and without thinking too much, she turned to the side. The fireball narrowly missed her cheek, and the scorching heat snapped off a few strands of her hair. Boom! The fireball slammed heavily into the wall behind her, scorching a large, blackened crater in the sturdy wall, with traces of melted rock at the edges. Meanwhile, another fireball landed on the ropes binding Su Qinghan. Although the rope was made of sturdy material, it ignited instantly under the fireball and snapped. Su Qinghan's eyes lit up with ecstasy as she formed hand seals, her palms surging with spiritual energy. In an instant, an ice cone emanating a chilling aura condensed and took shape. Before Shui Linglong could react, the ice spike was pressed firmly against her snow-white neck, its sharp tip piercing her delicate skin and drawing blood. Seeing this, Lin Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as he killed Shui Linglong, the crisis would be over, and he could at least save his life. However, Su Qinghan's next move was something he hadn't expected. Bang! Bang! Instead of killing her, Su Qinghan suddenly struck, her long, slender, white fingers moving with lightning speed across Shui Linglong's body, sealing her meridians and dantian, thus imprisoning her cultivation. Then, she quickly pulled off the storage bag from Shui Linglong's waist and gave Lin Yuan a strange smile. It's a pleasure to work with you. Enjoy it. Lin Yuan was stunned, his face full of question marks. Enjoy? Enjoy what? The next moment, he understood. Su Qinghan took out a pink jade bottle from the storage bag and smashed it hard on the ground. Bang! The jade bottle shattered, and a pinkish gas instantly spread out. The cloyingly sweet aroma assaulted my nostrils without warning. Huan powder. Damn it! You repay kindness with enmity. Lin Yuan was shocked and didn't wait for him to finish speaking. Su Qinghan had already leaped out of the room and slammed the heavy door shut behind her. Lin Yuan rushed toward the gate, but the stone gate seemed to be blocked from the outside by something and could not be opened at all. Then a pair of snow-white hands hugged him from behind. 3 poles in the sun. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. A lingering, sweet fragrance clung to my nose, mingling with the scent of sweat, ambiguous and dangerous. The bed beneath him was already crumpled and in a mess. Cultivation level. Qi refining level 4. 0.04 points can be added. 9th rank alchemist. 99/100 points can be added. Level 2 fire control. 0.02 points can be added. Available attribute points. 144. His gaze was fixed intently on the numbers in the last column. 144 points. This means that overnight, his attribute points increased by a full 90 points. His original guess was that Shui Linglong, who was at the 9th level of Qi refining, could only provide him with a maximum of 9 attribute points. In other words, The two of them practiced face-to-face 10 times last night. Holy crap. The first thing this woman will probably do when she wakes up is tear me to pieces. Lin Yuan was startled and slowly turned his head to look at his side. Shui Linglong was still asleep. Her beautiful face flushed slightly, and her breathing was steady. A cold, killing intent suddenly flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Since that's the case, why not strike first and take down this witch directly? Thinking of this, he flipped his hand, about to condense flames and burn Shui Linglong to ashes. Chapter 4 Backlash of the Technique. The female demon has fallen in love with me? Shui Linglong's long, black eyelashes trembled very slightly. She opened her eyes. At first, there was a sense of confusion, as if the soul had not yet broken free from its slumber. Immediately afterwards, the crazy and out-of-control images from last night, like a dam breaking, overwhelmed her reason. Shui Linglong's heart sank suddenly, and her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. The warning her master gave when she was passing on the teachings echoed wildly in the depths of her soul, like a demonic voice from the netherworld. The supreme forgetfulness you cultivate requires guarding your primordial yin and severing all emotions and desires. Once you break free of your virginity, a seed of inner demon will be planted in your Tao heart. If you cannot kill the person who shattered your Tao heart within half an hour and use their essence and blood to purify your Tao foundation, then the seed of inner demons will take root and sprout. The longer it goes on, the deeper your entanglement with that person will become. In the end, you won't even be able to harm him or go against him. Otherwise, your foundation will be destroyed and your body and soul will perish. Boom. A chilling, killing intent burst forth from the depths of Shui Linglong's eyes, causing the temperature in the stone chamber to plummet to freezing point. But along with the murderous intent, there was also an extremely strange sense of closeness that she found utterly repulsive. The terrifying aura of the 9th level of qi refining swept through the entire stone chamber like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down on Lin Yuan. This oppressive force was as heavy as a mountain, causing Lin Yuan's bones to crack and his breathing to stop. Oh no, this crazy woman is going to kill me. A 4th level qi refining cultivator facing a 9th level cultivator is certain to die. Lin Yuan's mind raced as he sought a way to survive the life or death situation. However, Shui Linglong acted faster than he thought. Her beautiful eyes flashed with murderous intent, and her jade-like hand reached out to grab at something in the air. The black flying sword that had fallen to the side of the bed let out a sharp whistle, transformed into a streak of black light, and instantly fell into her control. Black energy swirled around the sword, exuding a chilling, killing intent. Die! A word so cold it was almost icy escaped her full, red lips. The flying sword transformed into a deadly bolt of lightning, tearing through the air and piercing straight for Lin Yuan's brow. A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes, and he frantically channeled all his magical power into his right hand. Whoosh! A fireball the size of a human had suddenly formed in his palm, and the flames inside, enhanced by the level 2 fire control technique, exhibited an extremely unstable and violent state. Instead of using the fireball to block the flying sword, he slammed it hard against the bed. Boom! The fireball exploded with a roar in the confined space. Under Lin Yuan's masterful control of the level 2 fire control technique, the scorching flames did not scatter but transformed into a roaring wall of fire that instantly engulfed the entire mahogany bed, with flames soaring into the sky. Using the force of the explosion, Lin Yuan sprang up from the other side of the bed like a raccoon dog, tumbling several times before heading straight for the cave entrance. Kill! I will kill you today. The sword missed its mark, and Shui Linglong's furious roar echoed from within the flames. With her magical power surging, she easily blocked the flames from her body. With a hand seal, the flying sword pierced through the wall of fire and chased after her again. As soon as Lin Yuan rushed out of the cave, he gathered the remaining magic power in his body and instantly condensed more than a dozen fireballs, which he smashed with all his might against the stone wall at the entrance of the blood crystal cave. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent roars echoed through the valley, sending rocks flying and dust billowing into the sky. The attack was of average power, but it was very powerful and could be felt for dozens of miles around. This is exactly the effect Lin Yuan wanted. Although the Yin Corpse Sect is a demonic sect where the strong prey on the weak, on the surface, killing one's fellow disciples is still a serious crime, especially in the heart of the sect. This huge commotion will surely attract the attention of the patrolling law enforcement officers. Sure enough, several streaks of light were already flying rapidly toward this place from the horizon. Puff! Just then, a sword light shot out from the billowing smoke and dust. Lin Yuan reacted extremely quickly, but he was still a step too slow. The flying sword grazed past Lin Yuan's back, leaving a bloody gash in his back. He didn't look at Su Qinghan's stunningly beautiful face, which was so gloomy it seemed to drip with water. Instead, he turned around, mounted a faint streak of light, and fled without looking back. Su Qinghan wanted to give chase, but two law enforcement disciples in black armor landed and blocked her path with expressionless faces. Senior Sister Lin Yuan, why is there such a large-scale commotion in the sect's forbidden area? Get out. I will explain this to the elders myself. Is Senior Sister going to attack us? In a dark corner not far from the Blood Crystal Cave, Su Qinghan concealed her aura. The Yin Corpse Sect is heavily guarded. We may not be able to escape for the time being. This old dog stole my innocence, and he's still alive. If I don't kill him, my Dao heart won't be at peace. With that, she swayed and stealthily headed towards the direction Lin Yuan had flown away. On the other side, Lin Yuan, piloting the flying magic weapon ebony shuttle, had already fled far away. He clutched the burning wound on his back, his face pale, but his mind was clear. Su Qinghan, what a righteous saintess. What a clever scheme to use someone else to do her dirty work. This plot is truly insidious. That crazy woman Su Qinghan will definitely not let this go. But as long as I stay in my own territory, she can't do anything to me for the time being. Ultimately, it all comes down to our weakness. We must improve our cultivation level as soon as possible. Lin Yuan's mind raced, and he rode the escape light towards a towering mountain peak in the distance. He was able to live peacefully for 80 years in the dog-eat-dog Yin Corpse Sect, not because of his talent or his background. Rather, it was his identity as a ninth-grade alchemist. Although he could only refine the lowest-grade qi-gathering pills, his success rate was pitifully low. But alchemists are a valuable strategic resource everywhere, especially now, with the war between the Yin Corpse Sect and the Misty Immortal Sect intensifying and elixirs becoming increasingly scarce. Being kidnapped by that which Su Qinghan for 2 days has delayed the alchemy tasks assigned by the sect quite a bit. We must hurry and finish it before the end of the month, otherwise our contribution points will be deducted again. The speed of the ebony shuttle gradually decreased. They descended towards the mountainside of Baichao Peak, one of the 72 peaks of the Yin Corpse Sect. These individual courtyard houses are scattered in an orderly fashion, serving as the residences for these low-level cultivators. Lin Yuan put away the ebony shuttle and landed lightly in his dilapidated little courtyard. He strode into the main room, closed the door behind him, and set up a simple protective barrier. Only then did Lin Yuan exhale a long breath and completely relax. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his attention on the small golden characters at the bottom of his eyes. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 4, 0.04 points can be added. 9th rank alchemist, 99/100 points can be added. Level 2 fire control, 0.02 points can be added. Available attribute points, 144. Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed on the 9th grade alchemist column, a burning light flashing in his eyes. Please add a little, alchemist, thank you. Buzz. It was a change that happened in an instant. The words, 9th rank alchemist, 99 out of 100, blurred violently, and then reconstructed into completely new information. Grade 8 alchemist, 0.02 points can be added. Boom. An unimaginably massive torrent of information exploded in his mind out of nowhere. Countless pieces of knowledge about alchemy, profound methods, and exquisite techniques surged into the depths of his soul like a bursting dam. The various bottlenecks and perplexing problems encountered in alchemy in the past have now melted away like ice and snow, bringing sudden enlightenment. Many unheard-of fire control techniques and methods for fine-tuning the proportions of elixirs appeared out of thin air in his memory, as if he had been immersed in this art for decades. It should be noted that there are nearly 10,000 cultivators on the entire 100 Herbs Peak, but fewer than 100 alchemists. The vast majority of them were 9th-grade alchemists like him before. 8th-grade alchemists are extremely rare. Even including him, there are only a handful. As for 7th-grade alchemists, there are only 2 of them. After a long while, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes sparkled with unprecedented confidence and joy, and his entire demeanor underwent a subtle transformation. Chapter 5. The charming married woman begs for pills, but her gaze is strange. Without the slightest hesitation, he patted the storage bag at his waist. A bronze cauldron shot out and crashed to the ground with a muffled thud. He accurately flicked several pieces of crimson charcoal into the bottom of the cauldron. Lin Yuan flicked a wisp of magic power from his fingertip, igniting the spiritual charcoal. Call. The blazing flames instantly rose up. But under his level 2 fire control technique, the raging flames transformed into a tamed fire serpent, precisely licking the cauldron and preheating it evenly. He methodically poured each spiritual material into the alchemy cauldron. Purification, removal of impurities, and fusion. Every step seemed to have been refined through countless trials. The profound knowledge that had suddenly appeared in his mind was being transformed into reality through his hands. Time flies by when you're focused on something. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. He made a hand seal and uttered a single word. Open. Buzz. The lid of the cauldron flew into the sky with a loud thud. A medicinal fragrance, 10 times stronger than before, suddenly exploded out, instantly filling the entire room. Just one whiff was enough to invigorate him. 5 perfectly round pills flew out in a swirling motion and were caught in his palm, their texture warm to the touch. It's done. Lin Yuan's breathing suddenly quickened, and an uncontrollable surge of joy appeared on his face. He opened his palm. 5 qi-gathering pills lay quietly, 3 of which were of low grade. The other 2 were noticeably deeper in color, and a faint halo flowed continuously over their bodies. Mid-grade, qi-gathering pill. In the past, he was lucky if he could refine 3 low-grade items in one batch. Now, there are 5 pills in one batch, 2 of which are of medium grade. Elixir is divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and highest. A slight difference in quality can result in a world of difference in value. A low-grade qi-gathering pill is worth 2 spirit stones within the sect. A medium-grade item's price increased 5-fold, reaching a whopping 10 yuan. Lin Yuan forcibly suppressed his wildly beating heart, calmed his mind, and once again threw himself into the frenzied alchemy. Meanwhile, inside Su Qingh's cave, she sat cross-legged on the burned-out bed. Oh, why? Why? She could clearly sense that the seed of inner demon within her had begun to sprout. She could also clearly sense that her aversion to that man was beginning to diminish, turning into a faint joy. A look of helplessness appeared in Su Qingh's eyes. As time went by, the seed of inner demons would make her closer to Lin Yuan, and in the later stages, she would even be obedient to him. Solution? Yes, there are 2 solutions. Suddenly, she grasped at a glimmer of hope in her despair, and her eyes lit up. Either he dies, or refine the supreme forgetfulness pill to reshape my Dao heart. Refining the supreme forgetfulness pill, I can only enter the fallen demon valley to collect the necessary materials once it opens. I'll postpone that for now. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for me. A cold, killing intent flashed in Su Qingh's eyes. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan worked tirelessly, his eyes bloodshot. When the last batch of pills was completed, the jade bottle in front of him was already full of pills. 20 mid-grade qi-gathering pills and 30 low-grade qi-gathering pills. At this moment, the small golden characters under his eyes also quietly refreshed. Grade 8 Alchemist. 1/200th. Points can be added. Available attribute points. 143. After practicing the pills for 3 consecutive days, the progress was only a tiny bit. This speed is infuriatingly slow. At this rate, it would take 2 years of nonstop alchemy to reach the peak of the 8th grade alchemist level solely through alchemy. As expected, we still need to add some points. I need to find a partner with whom I can farm attribute points. But before that, let's improve our cultivation level first. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged and swallowed a mid-grade qi-gathering pill. The elixir melts instantly upon entering the mouth. A pure and gentle warm current flowed down my throat and into my limbs and bones. 1 hour later, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils filled with wild joy. Cultivation level, qi refining level 4, 2400 points can be added. A single mid-grade qi gathering pill directly increased my cultivation points by 20. With just 20 of them, I can cultivate qi refining level 4 to perfection. Then just add points, and you can ignore the bottleneck and step into the 5th level of qi refining. Lin Yuan's heart was pounding. He forced down his turbulent emotions and swallowed another pill. 3 more days passed. When the medicinal power of the last mid-grade qi gathering pill was completely refined, Lin Yuan's mana was already at its limit, and his meridians were experiencing waves of tearing, throbbing pain. Qi refining level 4, great perfection. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan focused his gaze on the small golden characters at the bottom of his eyes. The small characters are virtually reassembled. Cultivation level, qi refining level 5, 0.05 points can be added. Boom! A surge of spiritual energy, far more powerful than any pill he had ingested, exploded within his dantian. Lin Yuan broke through the 4th level of qi refining in response. His body trembled, and his aura surged out from his body. Qi refining level 5. Cul. Lin Yuan exhaled, feeling the increase in his magical power, his eyes filled with joy. Even the most outstanding geniuses of the Yin Corpse Sect could never have a cultivation speed like mine. The continuous exertion left him utterly exhausted, and he collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. After a day and a night, Lin Yuan finally woke up from his deep sleep, feeling refreshed and full of energy. He lay quietly on the bed, sorting out his thoughts. It's almost the end of the month, time to hand in the sect missions. Also, it's time to find a female cultivator to bring back. Squeak. As soon as the courtyard gate opened, a charming and seductive voice rang out unexpectedly, accompanied by a faint, lingering fragrance. Uncle Lin, you're finally out of seclusion. Not far away, a woman with a graceful figure leaned against the courtyard wall. The woman was about 30 years old, with skin as white as snow, like the finest mutton fat jade, which made her stand out in the perpetually gloomy environment of the Yin Corpse Sect. She had a pair of large, almond-shaped eyes that exuded natural charm. Beneath her willow leaf-shaped eyebrows, her full, red lips were gently biting a bright red jujube the size of a thumb. A light blue, form-fitting long dress perfectly accentuated her breathtaking curves. Her breasts were full and perky, her waist was slender and delicate, and her body was round and perky, exuding a fatal allure unique to mature women. This woman is Lin Yuan's neighbor. Her name is Su Qinghan, and her cultivation level is the same as Lin Yuan's before his breakthrough, which is the 4th level of qi refining. Her husband, Wei He, had reached the 6th level of qi refining and possessed a 9th-grade iron-armored corpse that was impervious to swords and spears. His strength was comparable to that of a cultivator at the 7th level of qi refining, making him a master in this outer sect area. In the past, Lin Yuan was focused on cultivation and alchemy, and was indifferent to the things around him. But now, with a different mindset, he suddenly realized that Su Qinghan had such a captivating appearance and figure. He couldn't help but glance at the towering part a couple more times. Su Qinghan noticed Lin Yuan's undisguised gaze, but instead of being embarrassed or annoyed, she smiled and subtly puffed out her chest, making her already impressive curves even more stunning. Uncle Lin, come to my house tonight. I'd like to ask you to help me refine a batch of corpse-removing pills. I've prepared all the materials, and I'll make sure you're satisfied with the reward. Chapter 6. The Alluring and Devastating Neighbor. Corpse-removing pills are quite common in the Yin Corpse Sect. Most of the disciples of the Yin Corpse Sect are skilled in the art of corpse refining, and some disciples with extreme cultivation methods will directly absorb corpse energy to aid their cultivation. In this way, although one's cultivation can progress rapidly, over time, corpse poison will continuously accumulate in the body. When the corpse poison accumulates to a certain level and can no longer be suppressed, it will cause a backlash. At best, one's cultivation will be completely destroyed. At worst, one will die and one's cultivation will be extinguished. Su Qingyan's husband, Wei He, practices this type of cultivation method. Lin Yuan had been their neighbor for over 10 years, and the two families had a good relationship. He and He were even like brothers. The other party has prepared the materials and promised payment, but the timing is not right. So he said, "Okay, I'll call you when I'm done with what I'm doing these next 2 days and have some free time." Su Qinghan smiled gently, her alluring eyes shimmering with moisture, captivating and mesmerizing. "Uncle Lin, is it okay tonight? You can come to my house tonight, or I can come to your room to find you." As she spoke, she leaned forward slightly, and a delicate, orchid-like fragrance accompanied by her warm breath wafted over. Lin Yuan thought to himself, what a ripe and beautiful woman. But his gaze remained calm and unwavering. It's hard to believe that He, that brute, married such a captivating woman. It's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. This woman who's come onto me like this is probably no pushover. Just look at her and let it go. If I actually make a move, I'll probably get myself into big trouble. He subtly took a half step back, just enough to create that ambiguous distance. Ahem. Forget about tonight. Just bring the medicinal herbs to me tomorrow during the day. However, let me be frank, I cannot guarantee the success rate of pill formation. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghan giggled, her voice like silver bells, and her full breast swayed gently, creating a breathtaking arc. Of course. I am extremely grateful for Uncle Lin's help. Regardless of the outcome, I will still pay the reward. After saying that, she gave Lin Yuan a flirtatious wink before swaying gracefully away. Lin Yuan watched her graceful figure disappear at the alley entrance, his eyes returning to their usual calm. Beauty is a sharp knife that can cut to the bone, especially in a demonic place like the Yin Corpse Sect, where even the hardest bones cannot withstand its power. His cultivation has improved significantly, and his mind is now stable, so he will not be easily swayed. The true path to success is always in your own hands. Lin Yuan made a hand seal, harnessed a beam of light, and flew towards the summit of 100 Herbs Peak. At Beikafing, the square paved with bluestone slabs was bustling with people, but the atmosphere was not as relaxed as usual. Lin Yuan concealed his escape light and landed steadily on the ground. His gaze swept across the room, and he saw many alchemists who had come to deliver their tasks gathered in small groups, their faces filled with worry, whispering among themselves. What should we do? 30% has suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I barely managed to make up the difference last month after working myself to the bone. Who says otherwise? If we don't complete the mission, we won't even be able to pay the monthly rent for our cave dwelling next month. Alas, the war between our sect and the Misty Immortal sect is intense, and the demand for pills has increased dramatically. It is we, the lower-level disciples, who are suffering the most. An atmosphere of despair and sorrow permeated the crowd. Lin Yuan listened to these discussions and understood what was going on. It seems the sect mission quota has increased again. His previous task was to hand over 90 low-grade qi gathering pills every month. Given his past success rate of 3 pills per batch, he would need to refine 1 batch every day without interruption just to barely complete the task. For alchemists who can only produce 1 or 2 pills per batch, the current 30% increase in their task quota is tantamount to annihilation. Failure to complete the sect's mission will have serious consequences. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He strode through the worried crowd and headed straight for the building called Dambao Pavilion. The attic was brightly lit, and the air was filled with a rich aroma of herbs. Behind the counter stood a woman. A woman. The girl looked to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. She wore a simple white dress, and her long, smooth black hair was simply draped over her shoulders. She had delicate features and snow-white skin, and looked pure, lovely, and untouched by the world. But her eyes were as deep as an ancient well, reflecting the vicissitudes of time and exuding a cool and aloof air. She looked like this when Lin Yuan first came here. At that time, he was in his prime, in his 30s. Now, he is an old man with gray hair and beard, nearing the end of his life. The woman before him still possessed the youthful appearance of her younger self, as if time had completely lost its effect on her. Old Lin, here to hand in your mission again. When the woman saw Lin Yuan, she smiled gently, her voice clear and melodious. This woman's name is Qinghan. Lin Yuan gently placed a prepared jade box on the counter. Qinghan casually opened it, and inside were exactly 90 low-grade qi-gathering pills, neatly arranged. Still the same as before? As Qinghan counted the items, she skillfully said, 90 low-grade items can be exchanged for 180 spirit stones, plus 9 black butterfly coins. She pushed the spirit stone and 9 jet black coins that looked like butterflies in front of Lin Yuan. This is the physical certificate of sect contribution points. Because it looks like a butterfly, it is named Black Butterfly Coin. However, I must remind you that the sect's rules have changed. Starting next month, the task quota will be increased to 120 low-grade qi-gathering pills. The situation at the front is critical, and we can't do anything about the orders from above. You might not be able to complete your guaranteed 9 contribution points each month. If you hand over a qi-gathering pill, the sect will buy it back for 1 or 2 low-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, every 10 qi-gathering pills submitted will be recorded as 1 sect contribution point. These contribution points are extremely useful. They can be exchanged within the sect for cultivation techniques, pills, magical artifacts, formations, and even higher-level cave dwellings. In addition, alchemists can enjoy considerable discounts when purchasing alchemy materials within the sect. For example, the materials for refining qi-gathering pills, which ordinary disciples can purchase, require 6 low-grade spirit stones per batch. Registered alchemists like Lin Yuan only need to purchase 5. Therefore, by completing the sect's tasks each month, Lin Yuan can earn a net profit of 30 low-grade spirit stones, plus 9 sect contribution points. Lin Yuan's gaze lingered briefly on the 9 black butterfly coins. He spoke in a calm voice. How many contribution points are needed for the recipe of the qi condensation pill? Qinghan paused slightly as she fiddled with the spirit stones, then looked up at him with a hint of surprise in her eyes. You want to change the qi condensation pill formula? You've advanced to the 8th grade alchemist. Lin Yuan had been stuck at the bottleneck of becoming a 9th grade alchemist for 30 or 40 years, so it's normal for him to make a breakthrough now. I've reached the threshold, and I'd like to try practicing it, Lin Yuan said without changing his expression. The condensing essence pill is also a pill for improving one's qi refining stage cultivation, but it is a grade higher than the gathering qi pill. Its spiritual energy is pure, with fewer impurities and toxins, causing minimal damage to the foundation. Correspondingly, the refining process is extremely difficult, and only 8th grade alchemists can attempt it. Lin Yuan already had a plan in mind. He is now a genuine 8th grade alchemist, and has more than 140 attribute points yet to be used. With a little more accumulation, he can break through to the 7th rank in one fell swoop. At that time, refining the qi condensation pill to improve cultivation will be the most efficient method. More importantly, the sect's task quota has increased significantly, requiring the submission of 120 qi-gathering pills each month. If he were to use condensation pills instead, the quantity would be significantly less, saving him a lot of time. Condensing essence pill recipe, 100 contribution points. If you submit the condensing essence pills next month, 60 will suffice, Qinghan said in a clear voice. Lin Yuan said no more and patted the storage bag at his waist. A small handful of cold, black butterfly coins appeared in his hand. He took out all his savings from the past years, and with the 9 coins he had just received, he had exactly 100 coins. Give me another 30 portions of materials for the condensation pill. Lin Yuan pushed the black butterfly coin over. Chapter 7. Want to buy a maid? More like wanting to buy a furnace or a cauldron. Qinghan accepted the money, and a moment later handed over a storage bag. The ingredients and formulas for 30 portions of qi-gathering pills and 20 portions of yuan condensation pills are all inside. Each portion of the materials for condensing essence pill costs 12 spirit stones, and each portion of the materials for gathering qi pill costs 5 spirit stones, for a total of 480 spirit stones. Sigh? After a month of hard work refining pills, I still have to spend some spirit stones. Lin Yuan took the storage bag, let out a soft sigh, and silently counted out some spirit stones, adding them to the pile on the counter. Old Lin, don't pretend to be poor with me. Qinghan covered her mouth and chuckled softly. If you advance to the 7th grade alchemist level, you will definitely make a fortune by refining these materials into pills, and there will be many benefits you can't even imagine. Lin Yuan put away the storage bag, forcing a bitter smile on his face. Instead of leaving immediately, he changed the subject. When will the auction at the pavilion begin? Oh, a hint of amusement flickered in Qingtan's beautiful eyes. Did the sun rise in the west today? You old fogey, you usually just grab the materials and leave, either in seclusion or refining pills. Why are you interested in an auction? She made a joke without any restraint. I'm getting old, and it's inconvenient for me to be alone. I'd like to see if there are any suitable maids I can buy to serve tea and water. Lin Yuan looked completely calm, his tone revealing no emotion. If someone else had said these words, Qinghan would have given them a disdainful look. Buying maids at the Yin Corpse Sect's auction? Their fate was either to be sexually exploited or to be used as material to refine corpses. But when Lin Yuan said it, she believed him. Everyone on Baichao Peak knows that Lin Yuan, that old fellow, is devoted to cultivation and abstains from women. What other thoughts could a truly useless old man possibly have? Let's begin immediately. Qinghan gestured to one side with her lips, then lowered her voice, a seductive smile playing on her lips. Lips. Just go straight up to the third floor through the door next to you. However, I cannot guarantee that I will have mortal maids. But the few female cultivators from the misty immortal sect who were just captured at the front are all stunning beauties. If you manage to snag one, you're sure to have a great time tonight. Lin Yuan simply smiled, neither confirming nor denying. He clasped his hands in a fist salute to Qinghan, and then, as she instructed, walked into the dimly lit escalator on one side of the Dambao Pavilion and went straight up to the third floor. A chilling stench mixed with the smell of corpses and blood wafted towards us. In stark contrast to the elegance downstairs, this place feels like another world. On rows of simple benches sat many black-robed monks, each with a gloomy aura, hiding themselves in the shadows of their hoods. In the corner, there were even a few figures with huge coffins, each taller than a person, standing behind them. The pungent stench of corpses was emanating from that direction. Lin Yuan was not surprised by this. The Yin Corpse Sect is a sect that deals with corpses. He found a secluded corner to sit down, concealed his breathing, and waited silently. Before long, a thin, elderly man with a goatee walked up to the platform. Fellow disciples, enough with the pleasantries, the auction shall now begin. First item up for auction, a 9th grade Yin Corpse. Starting bid, 10 spirit stones. 2 disciples carried a pitch-black coffin and slammed it heavily onto the platform. The coffin lid was lifted, and a chill filled the air. Inside lay a male corpse with a bluish-black face and long, pointed fingernails. There are many types of zombies. Although Lin Yuan did not refine corpses, he recognized that this was a natural zombie that had been buried in an extremely Yin place and had absorbed the Yin energy of the earth's veins. Weak in strength and afraid of sunlight, he is equivalent to a cultivator at the first or second level of qi refining. But this is an excellent candidate for corpse refining. By soaking in secret methods and using other techniques, one can potentially advance to become an iron-armored corpse that is impervious to swords and blades, or even a bronze-armored corpse. 11 spirit stones. I'll bet 15. In an instant, bids rose and fell, quickly pushing the price of the Yin Corpse to 100 spirit stones, before it was won by a pale-faced young man. Next item, an 8th grade Yin Sha Pearl. An old man with a goatee was holding a jade box and loudly hawking his wares. I don't need to elaborate on the effects of this item, do I? Starting bid, 10 spirit stones. The Yin Sha Pearl, the core of a zombie, is equivalent to a cultivator's dantian and is the source of a zombie's power. This 8th grade Yin Sha Pearl contains immense corpse energy, which can greatly enhance the strength of corpse refining. Another fierce scramble ensued. All of the more than 10 items up for auction were materials and magical artifacts related to corpse refining. Lin Yuan watched with little interest and remained silent throughout. Then, a mysterious smile suddenly appeared on the face of the old man with the goatee. As fellow Taoists know, our sect and the Misty Immortal Sect are currently engaged in fierce battle. He deliberately dragged out the tone, whetting everyone's appetite. The breathing from the audience suddenly became much heavier. The following item is a fairy from the Misty Immortal Sect, captured alive on the battlefield. The old man's voice suddenly rose, carrying a hint of cruel pleasure. Qi refining level 4, perfect body. Whether it's using the primordial Yin energy as a furnace or as material to refine a corpse, it's an excellent choice. As soon as he finished speaking, The male cultivators of the Yin Corpse Sect below the stage began to breathe heavily. Each gaze, like that of a hungry wolf, was filled with greed and lust, fixed intently on the high platform. Lin Yuan, sitting in the corner, slightly raised his eyelids, glanced at the scene calmly, and then slowly closed them again. The fourth level of qi refining is not the person he is looking for. The higher one's cultivation level, the more variables there are. Who knows how fierce a cultivator with such a forbidden restriction might be? If you buy it, and the other party is willing to self-destruct and perish with you, that would be a real disaster. Moreover, the price is by no means cheap. Despite his years of arduous cultivation and poor aptitude, he relied entirely on elixirs to survive, and thus accumulated very little wealth. At most, he had only 800 spirit stones. Under the intense gaze of the assembled cultivators, 2 disciples roughly pushed a woman in a blue dress onto the high platform. The woman had a graceful figure and captivating curves. But when she raised her head, a suppressed sneer and a sigh of regret rose from the audience. Half of her face was covered by a dark blue-black birthmark, which was hideous and completely ruined her appearance. Lin Yuan immediately lost interest, but he found that the ugly woman looked somewhat familiar. A moment later, Su Qinghan's peerless face overlapped with the ugly woman in front of him. For some reason, if you remove the birthmark on her face, Lin Yuan felt that this woman and Su Qinghan looked somewhat alike. Hara! Such an ugly thing would be utterly disgusting to use as a furnace. A sharp, piercing sound rang out. However, this woman has decent potential. She would be an excellent material for refining corpses. I'll offer 600 spirit stones. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a strange man, short in stature like a child, with a full beard on his face, speaking. Lin Yuan knew this person. His name was Shirtong, and he lived not far from his cave. He mainly cultivated the art of corpse cultivation and had previously asked him for help in refining pills, so they were acquaintances. Stone boy, you're dreaming. I just lost an armored corpse a few days ago and need to replenish it. 700 spirit stones, I'll take it, another person bid. Ultimately, the female cultivator at the 4th level of qi refining was auctioned off to Shirtong for 850 spirit stones. The next item up for auction is also a female cultivator, but this woman is not from the Misty Immortal sect. She is an ordinary mortal. What's so interesting about filming mortals? Just go to a mortal city 300 miles away and kidnap a few, someone said impatiently. Chapter 8. Listen to me, and I will lead you on the path to immortality. The old man with the goatee remained calm and composed, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Fellow disciples, since you are able to participate in my Dambao Pavilion's auction, you are naturally different. Although this woman has no spiritual root and cannot cultivate, she is a good candidate for physical cultivation. She has mastered the martial arts of ordinary people, such as Iron Shirt, and her skin is extremely tough. Her swordsmanship is also superb. Before he finished speaking, another woman was pushed onto the stage. The woman looked to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. With snow-white skin, black hair, and a tight-fitting long dress in black and red, she was bound by ropes, yet her aura of dignified heroism was undeniable. Her eyes were cold, like ice-cold knives, indifferently sweeping over every demonic cultivator below the stage. Not bad, not bad. I just need to forge a soul-breaking drum. This woman has delicate and tough skin, so skinning her to make a drum would be very suitable. I wonder what the starting bid will be. The stone boy who had just photographed the female cultivator at the 4th level of qi refining continued, his tone filled with cruel excitement. Upon hearing this, the girl on the stage turned pale instantly. She knew she had fallen into a den of demons and feared she would not have a good end, but she never expected to be skinned alive. A hint of fear finally surfaced in those cold eyes. The starting bid for this woman is 10 spirit stones. 10 spirit stones. I'll take them. Stone Boy grinned and casually shouted. A calm voice rang out from the corner. I'll offer 15 spirit stones. Lin Yuan slowly stood up. Whoosh. All eyes instantly turned to this unassuming old man. Shirtong also turned his head and was stunned to see that it was Lin Yuan. Then he laughed strangely. Oh, fellow Taoist Lin, you've finally come to your senses at this age, and now you want to experience the pleasures of an ordinary woman? Lin Yuan ignored his teasing and simply clasped his hands in a fist salute. Fellow Taoist, sure, I've taken a liking to this woman. How about you let me have her? Earning spirit stones is not easy for cultivators. 15 spirit stones can buy 7 chi gathering pills. Why bother crafting the soul-breaking drum? Using the hide of a demon beast would only make it more effective. Shirtong grinned and weighed his options for a moment. Offending a pill refiner for the sake of a mere mortal woman, even if he is only a 9th grade pill refiner, is not worthwhile. After all, you never know when you might need Lin Yuan's help to refine pills again. Since fellow Taoist Lin has spoken, I, Shirtong, will grant him this courtesy. Having secured what he wanted, Lin Yuan paid for the goods on the spot. This woman has already been placed under a restriction. Lin Yuan only needs to cast the spell again to control her life and death with a single thought. May I have your name? As they left the auction, Lin Yuan walked ahead and asked without turning his head. Han Shuang. Han Shuang followed behind Lin Yuan, and looking at his slightly hunched figure, a murderous intent suddenly rose in her heart. With her skills, she could snap the old man's neck in a single breath. Freedom is within reach. Her steps unconsciously became lighter, and the blood and qi in her body began to surge secretly. The methods of cultivators are beyond your imagination. Lin Yuan's voice remained calm, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. The moment you even have the thought of taking action, I have more than 10 ways to annihilate your soul. The moment the words fell, an extremely cold and terrifying pressure, like an invisible mountain, crashed down. Han Shuang felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, instantly freezing in place, unable to move an inch. The surging blood and energy were instantly frozen and solidified. Only then did she truly realize the terrifying power hidden within this seemingly aged body. That's a dimension that ordinary martial arts can't contend with. The oppressive aura vanished in an instant. Han Shuang was panting heavily, her back completely soaked with cold sweat. Besides, I am not like those demonic cultivators who would skin people alive and tear out tendons to make magical artifacts. You can rest assured. Lin Yuan's tone remained calm. I took your picture because I've reached a critical juncture in my spiritual practice and don't want to be distracted by worldly matters anymore. I need someone to take care of my daily life. Furthermore, if you take good care of me, I can give you some pointers in my spare time, and it's not impossible for you to embark on the path of cultivation. Upon hearing this, Han Shuang's eyes lit up with delight. Having witnessed the methods of cultivators, she naturally yearned for them. Now, not only is there no danger to my life, but I may also embark on a spiritual journey. Thank you, immortal master. Han Shuang quickly bowed and paid her respects. Lin Yuan nodded and released the ebony shuttle from his storage bag. Come on up. Lin Yuan jumped onto the ebony shuttle and spoke. Han Shuang leaped into the air and landed gracefully in the ebony shuttle. The ebony shuttle circled in midair and carried her towards her dwelling halfway up the mountain. The ebony shuttle descended slowly, stirring a gentle breeze in a quiet courtyard. As Han Shuang stepped out of the shuttle, her feet touched the solid ground, but her feet went limp and she almost fell to the ground. The experience of flying was incredibly impactful for a mortal like her. This is my home. Lin Yuan's voice came from ahead, aged yet carrying an undeniable authority. The West Wing room is empty. Please tidy it up and move in yourself. Remember, you are not to step out of this yard without my permission. You should know how dangerous the outside world is. Yes, immortal master. Han Shuang bowed her head and responded respectfully, concealing all the myriad thoughts in her heart. Lin Yuan said nothing more and went straight into the main house on the east side. He wasn't in a hurry to practice dual cultivation to increase his attribute points. Forced relationships are never sweet. This matter needs to be addressed gradually, allowing her to see reality clearly and make the right choice herself. This is the long-term solution. What he needs is a willing tool, not a burden that he has to be constantly on guard against. The door creaked shut, separating the inside from the outside. He took out the formula for the condensing essence pill from his storage bag and slowly spread it out on the table. He carefully studied every ancient character and every step in the recipe, repeatedly rehearsing the entire refining process in his mind. Once, twice, 3 times. I rehearsed it in my mind more than 10 times, anticipating all possible unexpected situations to make sure there were no omissions. Lin Yuan then stood up and patted his storage bag. The alchemy furnace landed on the ground with a thud. Then, he took out several pieces of spirit charcoal that emitted a faint red light, as well as dozens of kinds of spirit materials needed to refine the condensation pill, and arranged them neatly on the ground. Spiritual power activated. The spirit charcoal ignited instantly, flames shooting up. Time slips away quietly. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Open. Lin Yuan made a hand seal and let out a low shout. Shout. The lid of the cauldron popped open with a snap. 3 streaks of light shot out from it, and he caught them firmly. A barely perceptible hint of joy finally appeared on Lin Yuan's wrinkled old face. Unexpectedly, the first attempt to refine the qi condensation pill was a success. He remembered clearly that when he first started learning to refine qi gathering pills, he failed more than 10 times in a row before he barely got the hang of it. As expected, these 3 qi condensation pills were all of low grade. Chapter 9 Immortal Master, please have mercy. However, a low-grade qi condensation pill is worth 5 spirit stones. The cost of 1 batch of materials is no more than 12 spirit stones. This batch alone netted me 3 spirit stones, which I could also exchange for sect contribution points. With my current level of an 8th grade alchemist, refining a high-grade qi condensation pill depends entirely on luck. If we can advance to the 7th rank, both the success rate and the quality of our pills will increase significantly. Lin Yuan pondered this in his heart, then put away all the pills in the alchemy furnace, pushed open the door, and walked out of the bedroom. The scene in the courtyard startled him slightly. The once somewhat messy courtyard has now been tidied up to be spotless. The bluestone slabs paving the ground had been cleaned, even the dust in the cracks had been removed, and they had been rinsed with water, giving them a refreshing feel. In particular, the spirit field in the center of the courtyard, which he had neglected for a long time, was now being plowed again. The soil was loose and exuded a fresh earthy scent. He had cultivated this spiritual field a long time ago, intending to grow some spiritual herbs himself. However, he simply lacked the talent in this area, and the spiritual plants he planted always withered and died inexplicably. Immortal Master. A crisp sound rang out. Han Shuang carried a plate of food out of the kitchen, her eyebrows curved and her face carrying a perfectly appropriate ingratiating smile. I saw some rice in the kitchen, so I took the liberty of making some dinner. Would you like some? Lin Yuan couldn't remember how long it had been since he had eaten. He had long since abstained from grains, and usually only used fasting pills to fill his stomach. 1 pill would keep him from feeling hungry for 10 days or half a month. But at this moment, smelling the aroma of the food, he felt a long-lost appetite stir in his stomach. Try it. Lin Yuan entered the main room, where a bowl of crystal-clear spirit rice, a bowl of clear porridge, and 2 plates of emerald green stir-fries were placed on the dining table. Immortal Master, I used your ingredients without permission. Han Shuang stood to the side, speaking somewhat nervously. Lin Yuan waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to worry about it. Those things were just leftovers from his early days when he had a sudden whim. They were things he made himself that even he found hard to swallow. Sit down and eat with us. Yes. Han Shuang hesitated for a moment, but still sat down as instructed, serving herself only a small half-bowl of porridge. Lin Yuan picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of the side dish, and paused slightly while chewing. He took another sip of porridge. The smooth texture slid down my throat, and a warm current slowly spread through my stomach. A barely perceptible glint flashed in his cloudy old eyes. This craftsmanship is truly excellent. Seeing that he did not show any displeasure, Han Shuang carefully picked up her chopsticks and began to eat as well. But as soon as she took her first bite of the spirit rice, she was struck by lightning and froze. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly, her face filled with disbelief and shock. What's wrong? Lin Yuan asked calmly, but his gaze was sharp as a knife, as if it could pierce through her internal organs. Immortal Master. Han Shuang's voice was trembling violently. I ate this rice, and I felt a surge of heat explode throughout my body. My blood and energy are surging wildly. She clenched her fists tightly, feeling an unprecedented, surging power within her. I think I've touched the threshold of the innate realm. She was originally a martial artist at the Meridian Opening realm, still quite a distance from the acquired perfection realm, let alone the innate realm, which only exists in legends. But now, Just a mouthful of spiritual rice has allowed her to achieve a transformation that she couldn't accomplish even after years of arduous cultivation. Lin Yuan's heart stirred slightly, but his expression remained calm. He never expected that the spiritual energy in this spirit rice would have such an amazing effect on mortal martial artists. A thought clearly emerged in his mind. This woman's martial arts foundation seems to be even better than I expected. If she could truly step into the realm of martial arts and then engage in dual cultivation, would she gain even more attribute points that time? This unexpected joy stirred a very faint ripple in Lin Yuan's heart. But his face remained expressionless. He simply nodded calmly. Yes, that's a good thing. It means you have some potential. Stay here, and I may be able to find a suitable method for you in the future to help you embark on the true path of cultivation. Boom. These words, like a thunderclap, exploded in Han Shuang's mind. The surprise in her eyes instantly turned into fervor, which she could no longer contain. She abruptly put down her chopsticks, left her seat, and knelt down on the ground. Thank you so much, Immortal Master, for saving my life. Her forehead slammed heavily against the cold ground, making a dull thud. Han Shuang is willing to serve the Immortal Master like a beast of burden for all eternity by his side. Get up and eat. Lin Yuan was overjoyed. This was exactly the effect he wanted, to make Han Shuang follow him wholeheartedly. However, his face remained expressionless, and his tone was flat and even. After the meal, Han Shuang ate the last grain of rice in her bowl, and a warm feeling spread throughout her body. She couldn't help but let out a small burp, and her pretty face instantly turned bright red with embarrassment. It's getting late. Let's go and get some rest. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards his bedroom. As Han Shuang gazed at his aged and aloof back, the blush on her pretty face deepened. She bit her lower lip hard, her nails almost digging into her palm, causing a sharp pain. She knew the real test was coming. I won't follow them. I'll just be an ordinary maid. Or, should I completely surrender everything to gain the favor of this immortal master and a path to heaven? The answer is self-evident. She took a deep breath, as if using all her strength, and made a certain decision. One step at a time, she followed behind Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan noticed the soft yet firm footsteps behind him, but did not turn around. He knew. The fish has taken the bait. Han Shuang entered the room, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly in nervousness, her body trembling slightly from extreme fear and suppressed excitement. Her breathing became very careful. Lin Yuan turned around, his indifferent gaze falling on her. If you are afraid, go back to your room. I'm not afraid. Han Shuang suddenly looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, but more than that, they held a resolute determination to burn everything away. My life and future are all tied to the immortal master. She slowly knelt down for the second time. This time, her voice trembled slightly, but her words were enunciated with perfect clarity. Please, immortal master, have mercy on me. Lin Yuan watched her quietly, watching her bent-over posture and her trembling shoulders. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth, his voice devoid of any emotion. Relax, leave the rest to me. A moment later, Lin Yuan's body trembled. Deep within his eyes, the small golden characters that only he could see suddenly refreshed. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 5, 0.05 points can be added. Grade 8 alchemist, 1/200 points can be added. Level 2 fire control, 0.02 points can be added. Available attribute points, 144. The number of available attribute points has increased from 142 to 144. This time, it increased by a full 2 points. Chapter 10, Attribute Points Increased. This maid is a treasure. Lin Yuan's heart was in turmoil, but his face remained calm and composed. Just as I thought. Ordinary mortals can only increase their attributes by 1 point. This woman possesses a foundation in martial arts, and with the help of the spirit rice, she has 1 foot in the door of entering the Tao through martial arts. Her life essence is far more vigorous than that of ordinary people, so she can provide 2 attribute points at once. This is truly heaven's help. Just 28 more attempts, and I'll be promoted to a 7th grade alchemist. An overwhelming sense of ecstasy surged wildly within him, like the most intense lava. Lin Yuan's aged body was, after all, not made of iron. After 2 more arduous training sessions, raising his attribute points to 148, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when Lin Yuan opened his eyes, Han Shuang was already standing silently by the bed, holding a neatly folded robe in her hands. Her movements were as gentle as feathers, and her eyes held 3 parts fear, but 7 parts undisguised piety and worship. She helped Lin Yuan put on his clothes, carefully smoothing out every wrinkle, her expression focused. Lin Yuan accepted it silently, but he was making plans in his heart. With Han Shuang's current foundation, she can only provide 2 attribute points at a time. If a suitable cultivation method for body cultivation could be found for her, supplemented with elixirs, her life essence would become even more vigorous. At that time, a single session of dual cultivation might last until 3 or even 4 o'clock. This is truly a case of making a fortune with a small investment. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the courtyard, accompanied by several terrified screams. Something seems to have happened outside. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. "You stay home. I'll go see what's going on." He gave a word of advice, then pushed open the door and went out. Outside the courtyard, groups of disciples gathered together, pointing and gesturing at a courtyard not far away, their faces full of schadenfreude. If Lin Yuan remembered correctly, that courtyard should be Shi Tong's courtyard. "Uncle Lin, you've come to watch the fun too?" Su Qinghan's voice was charming, and she approached Lin Yuan with a faint fragrance. Today she wore a tight-fitting red outfit that accentuated her figure perfectly, and her eyes exuded a captivating charm. "Shi Tong is dead," Lin Yuan asked bluntly, his voice calm and collected. Su Qinghan moved closer to him, lowered her voice, and breathed softly. "He's dead. I heard he was killed by that furnace he bought at the auction yesterday." TSK, a single sword stroke to the head. What a gruesome death. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He had seen the female cultivator yesterday. She had a birthmark on her face and was heavily restricted. He wondered how a Qi refining level 4 cultivator could kill Shi Tong, a Qi refining level 6 cultivator. What's even stranger is that the female cultivator from the Misty Immortal Sect has disappeared. Su Qingyan's tone carried a hint of amusement. "This is getting interesting. Our Yin Corpse Sect has been quite lively lately. This is the second female cultivator from the Misty Immortal Sect to run away." "The second one?" Lin Yuan raised his eyelids slightly. "Uncle Lin, you really don't hear anything outside your window. All you think about is cultivation." Su Qingyan rolled her eyes at him and teased. "A few days ago, the inner sect was in an uproar. A female cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refining ran away. The enforcement hall chased her for several days, but they didn't catch her and instead lost 2 Qi refining disciples themselves. Qi refining level 8. A cold and resolute figure flashed through Lin Yuan's mind in an instant. Su Qinghan. A chill crept up his spine and down to the back of his neck. The Yin Corpse Sect and the Misty Immortal Sect are currently locked in a fierce battle. To prevent any accidents, the sect's grand formation has been activated, and martial law has been imposed both inside and outside the sect. A cultivator without an identity jade token is like a turtle in a jar. Su Qinghan is probably still inside the Yin Corpse Sect. If she runs into him, she would absolutely not hesitate to take action and eliminate this old man who had stolen her innocence and ruined her path. Just then, disciples from the enforcement hall came to disperse the crowd, and Su Qingyan took the opportunity to tug at Lin Yuan's sleeve. "Uncle Lin, are you free today? You said you'd help me refine pills yesterday. Did you bring the materials?" "Yes," Su Qingyan nodded, her expression becoming much more serious. "I have already prepared the materials, which are quite precious. Please do your best, Uncle Lin. Come to my house." Lin Yuan said succinctly, then turned and left. Su Qingyan obediently followed. Upon entering Lin Yuan's courtyard, Su Qingyan immediately spotted Han Shuang, carefully watering a spiritual herb in the medicinal field. The girl was slender and graceful, with beautiful features, and her pure and innocent demeanor was completely out of place in this gloomy sect. Su Qingyan narrowed her beautiful eyes and teased, "Oh, Uncle Lin, you're quite something. When did you start keeping such a beautiful girl? Such a lovely little thing." Her words were loaded with meaning, carrying the unspoken ambiguity among the demonic sect cultivators. When people get old, they need someone to serve them tea and water. Lin Yuan pushed open the door to the main room expressionlessly. Bring out the things. Su Qinghan said no more and went inside. She took out a pile of spiritual materials from her storage bag and then took out 5 low-grade spirit stones, placing them on the table. Uncle Lin, this is your payment. It's yours regardless of success or failure. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the spiritual materials, but he didn't look at the spirit stones. Instead, he said calmly, I remember you have a body cultivation technique called Golden Body Technique. Su Qinghan was taken aback upon hearing this, then looked at him warily. Uncle Lin wants to switch to body cultivation? You're so old. The path of physical cultivation is difficult to enter, requiring far more physical constitution and perseverance than ordinary qi cultivation. I have my own purpose. If this batch of corpse-removing pills can be successfully refined, I don't need the spirit stones. Just give me a copy of the cultivation technique. If it doesn't work, I don't want the spirit stones anymore, and we'll just drop this matter. Su Qinghan blinked. If this cultivation technique were sold, it could easily fetch 20 or 30 spirit stones, but it wouldn't be easy to sell. After all, the Yin Corpse Sect doesn't have many body cultivators. Since Lin Yuan wants her, it's better to do him a favor. Okay, she nodded. Lin Yuan stopped talking nonsense, flicked his finger, and the alchemy furnace crashed to the ground. His technique was incredibly skillful, his movements fluid and seamless, each spiritual material being precisely placed into the furnace, his fire control technique being absolutely exquisite. Su Qinghan stood aside, her initial anticipation turning to shock, and finally, her beautiful eyes filled with nothing but unbelievable fervor. Open! With a low shout from Lin Yuan, the furnace lid shot skyward. 5 streaks of light shot out and were caught in his palm. He opened his palm, and there lay 5 pills quietly. 2 of them were round and full of spiritual energy, with a fragrance so strong that they were almost tangible. It is indeed a mid-grade corpse-removing pill. Wow! Unable to contain her joy any longer, Su Qinghan rushed forward and hugged Lin Yuan tightly. The soft touch came, but Lin Yuan didn't move an inch. The next moment, a warm lip print gently landed on his aged cheek. Su Qinghan instantly realized what had happened, her pretty face flushing bright red. She released her grip as if electrocuted, stammering, Uncle Lin. I was too excited, I didn't mean to. Lin Yuan wiped the lipstick mark off his face and glanced at her indifferently. A mere mid-grade pill has caused you to lose your composure. It seems Brother Wei's corpse poison is quite severe. Chapter 11. Married for many years, living like a widow? Su Qingyan's eyes dimmed instantly. The blush on her face faded, and she was filled with bitterness and resentment. Wei has been cultivating the corpse Dao technique for a long time, and the corpse poison in his body has long penetrated into his bone marrow. Ordinary low-grade pills are simply a drop in the ocean. She paused, her voice barely audible, her hands gripping the hem of her dress tightly. We've been married for many years, but as long as the corpse poison in his body isn't removed, my relationship with him. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you two haven't consummated your marriage yet. Su Qingyan's face paled, and she acquiesced. That's normal. Wei has too much corpse poison in his body. If the two of them consummate their marriage, the poison will also affect Su Qingyan. With this mid-grade corpse-removing pill, you can give it a try, Lin Yuan joked. Su Qingyan glared at him without saying a word. Instead, she took out a jade slip from her storage bag and handed it to Lin Yuan. This is the golden body technique you requested. I am deeply grateful and thank you, Uncle Lin. Meanwhile, deep within the Yin Corpse Sect, in a cave hidden by an array. The cave walls were damp, seeping out water droplets that smelled of earth and fish, which occasionally dripped down, making a crisp echo in the silence. 2 slender figures nestled against a cluster of eerie flames. One of them was Su Qinghan. If Lin Yuan were here, he would be greatly surprised. She was the ugly woman with large birthmarks on her face at the auction. At this moment, the horrifying birthmark on her face had vanished without a trace, replaced by a stunningly beautiful face that still retained its charm. Her aura had also undergone a dramatic change. She was no longer at the 4th level of qi refining, but at the peak of the golden core stage, just 1 step away from the nascent soul realm. Qing'er, get yourself in good shape. We'll leave here tomorrow. The woman's voice was gentle, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. Mother, I can't leave. Su Qinghan bit her lower lip. Her eyes filled with humiliation and anger. Why? The woman frowned. This is the most important place in the Yin Corpse Sect. If that Yin old demon discovers it. Mother, I must kill someone. Su Qinghan raised her head. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears, but her voice was filled with a chilling and resolute tone. If I don't kill him, I'm afraid I'll be stuck in the qi refining stage for the rest of my life and will never be able to advance any further. What? The woman's eyes instantly sharpened like knives. What exactly happened? Tears welled up in Su Qinghan's beautiful eyes, and she almost cried out. Her body trembled slightly, and after a long while, she recounted the humiliating details of her wedding night with Lin Yuan in broken and intermittent words. I thought he was dead, but I found out a couple of days ago that he's not only alive, he's perfectly fine. This person has become a thorn in my side. If I don't tear him to pieces with my own hands, I'm afraid he will become a demon in my heart and forever haunt my mind. Su Qinghan's voice was filled with helplessness and despair. With this inner demon, I'm afraid I'll never be able to break through to the foundation establishment stage. It's all my fault. I failed to protect you back then. The woman pulled her into her arms, her eyes filled with murderous intent. He's just a mere qi refining stage ant. Killing him is as easy as turning my hand. You just focus on getting yourself ready. I'll help you slay this fiend. On the other side, in Lin Yuan's small courtyard, the midday sun shines warmly on the bluestone slabs. After seeing Su Qinghan off, Lin Yuan turned to look at the slender figure tidying up the herb garden in the courtyard. Han Shuang, come in with me. His voice was flat, revealing no emotion. Yes, immortal master. Han Shuang quickly put down the small hoe in her hand and followed inside with a hint of excitement on her face. Upon entering the room, Han Shuang stood with her hands at her sides, her eyes filled with anticipation. I'm going to recite a mnemonic next. You need to memorize it carefully, and you can't get a single word wrong. Han Shuang's expression hardened, and she immediately held her breath and focused. The way of physical cultivation is to use the body as a furnace and the qi as charcoal. Lin Yuan's voice was deep and rhythmic, as if carrying a strange magic, echoing in the room. Han Shuang listened, her eyes growing brighter and brighter. Although she hadn't cultivated herself, she had traveled the martial world for many years and could tell that every word of the incantation contained profound mysteries. This was definitely no ordinary martial art. This method is called the Golden Body Technique. You can try practicing it in your spare time. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. Han Shuang's heart was filled with overwhelming emotion. It was no longer just excitement, but a profound and deep-seated feeling of gratitude. The immortal techniques were incredibly precious, and she never imagined that the immortal master, who had only agreed yesterday, would impart such profound skills to her today. She knelt down with a thud, her forehead pressed tightly against the cold ground. Thank you so much for your life-saving grace, immortal master. I, Han Shuang, have no way to repay you. From now on, I will do my best to serve you, immortal master. There's no need to repay kindness later. Lin Yuan helped her up from the ground, gently tracing her cheek with his fingers, and said with a faint smile, this golden body technique is extremely domineering, and beginners are very prone to qi deviation and demonic possession, requiring external guidance. Now, I will guide you on how to cultivate it. Before he finished speaking, he had already picked up Han Shuang and carried her straight to the bed. Inside the room, the air gradually grew hot. After a cup of tea, Lin Yuan sat up cross-legged, exhaled a long breath, and felt refreshed. The small golden text under the eyes refreshed, indicating that 2 attribute points had been added. Alas, my body is still too old and frail. I feel a bit weak after just 1 session of guidance, Lin Yuan sighed. Han Shuang's face was flushed, but her breathing was much longer than before. She said softly, Immortal Master's demeanor is still as magnificent as ever. It is because this servant's constitution is too weak to withstand the Immortal Master's guidance. All right, you've worked hard too. Get some rest. I still need to refine pills, so don't worry about preparing dinner for me. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Han Shuang nodded obediently and carefully helped Lin Yuan put on his robes before bowing and leaving the bedroom. Lin Yuan sat alone in the room, and with a wave of his hand, the alchemy furnace reappeared. As he activated his fire control technique, One spiritual herb after another was added to the furnace, filling the air with their fragrance. After refining 2 batches in a row, he obtained 4 mid-grade qi gathering pills and 6 low-grade ones. Lin Yuan flipped his hand and took out a low-grade qi condensation pill that he had refined yesterday and put it into his mouth. As the pill entered my stomach, a warm spiritual energy dissolved within me, yet it carried a faint, sluggish sensation as it flowed through my meridians, like a clear spring mixed with mud and sand. About half an hour later, he opened his eyes, a hint of disgust flashing in them. The pale gold text in my field of vision refreshed. Cultivation level. Qi refining level 5. 8/500ths points can be added. Grade 8 alchemist. 1/200th points can be added. Level 2 fire control. 0/200ths points can be added. Available attribute points. 152. A low-grade qi condensation pill only increases cultivation points by 8. The impurities and poisons it contains still require mental effort to remove, so it's not worth it. He shook his head, his gaze falling on the freshly made mid-grade qi gathering pill, and tossed one into his mouth. A burst of incredibly pure spiritual energy exploded out instantly, cleansing his meridians like a clear spring, invigorating his spirit. The effects were worlds apart. Night was falling. When the 4 mid-grade qi gathering pills were used up, Lin Yuan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, stood up, and stretched. Even though he was a cultivator, his body was far too old, and the long period of meditation and refining had left him feeling a weariness that came from the very core of his being. He prepared to go to bed to rest. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, a clear knock came from outside the courtyard gate. Chapter 12. We just sent away the one who begged for medicine, and now the one who came to claim my life has arrived. Although cultivators experience day and night, they all possess night vision and have far greater stamina than ordinary people, often going 10 days or half a month without sleep. Of course, Lin Yuan, this old man, is an exception. Who is it? Han Shuang's wary voice came from the courtyard. A hoarse, deep male voice sounded from outside the door. I'm Wei He from next door. Is Brother Lin home? Master Lin is currently in meditation. I will inform him after he finishes. Han Shuang remembered Lin Yuan's previous instructions. A master's cultivation and alchemy should never be disturbed. Let him in, Lin Yuan said from inside the house. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to the courtyard gate. Upon hearing this, Han Shuang didn't ask any more questions and immediately stepped forward to open the courtyard gate. With a creak, a tall, middle-aged man in a black robe walked in. Behind this person was a blood-red coffin, from which wisps of a chilling, bone-chilling stench of decay emanated. Han Shuang led Wei He into the main room and served him and Lin Yuan some spiritual tea. Brother Wei, what brings you here so late at night? Why aren't you resting at home? What are you doing here at this old man's place? Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair, speaking in a relaxed tone. The two families had been neighbors for so many years that they were already very familiar with each other and had a good relationship, so they usually addressed each other as brothers. Today he helped Su Qinghan refine a batch of corpse-removing pills, including several of medium-grade ones. Logically speaking, now that Wei He had taken the elixir and suppressed the corpse poison, it would have been a perfect time for him to spend time with his Taoist partner. This couple had been married for many years, but due to the poisoning from corpses, they were never able to consummate their marriage, which was truly regrettable. Wei He picked up the teacup but did not drink it. His face was filled with a dark gray, corpse-like aura. Brother Lin is too kind. His voice was hoarse, as if there were pebbles grinding in his throat. I have already taken the mid-grade corpse-removing pill you refined, and the corpse poison has indeed been suppressed by more than half. But my corpse poison has already invaded my bone marrow. Even a mid-grade corpse-removing pill can only delay the spread, not eradicate it. So, Brother Wei, you've come here with a favor to ask? Lin Yuan leaned forward slightly, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. The table? Exactly. Wei He stopped beating around the bush, flipped his hand, and an ancient jade slip appeared in his palm, which he gently pushed in front of Lin Yuan. This time, I went out with my sect's senior uncle, and we had a deadly battle with the cultivators of the misty, immortal sect. We joined forces to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator. This was found in his storage bag. Lin Yuan picked up the jade slip and probed it with a wisp of his divine sense. Instantly, a secret technique called the art of refining bones by ignition flooded his mind. This method might be able to completely remove the corpse poison from my body. A glimmer of hope flashed in Wei He's eyes. Lin Yuan put down the jade slip, his brows furrowing slightly. Activate the flames, penetrate the meridians and bones, and burn and refine the corpse poison entrenched within them. It is theoretically feasible. However, this method requires extremely high fire control skills, at least at the second level. Furthermore, ordinary fire or spiritual charcoal fire cannot do this at all. Instead, it will burn your physical body first. Qingyan said that she saw you refining pills with her own eyes today. Your fire control technique has reached a state of perfection, and your method is extremely skillful. Wei He stared intently at Lin Yuan. If we can find the Earth's core flame, I wonder if fellow Taoist Lin thinks this method is feasible. Ghost fire from the Earth's core? A glint of light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes, and he sat up straight, his tone carrying an undisguised surprise. As an alchemist, nothing is more attractive than a powerful flame. He is currently refining pills, but the grade is not high, and he can still manage with specially made spirit charcoal. To go further, earth fire or alchemical fire are the foundation, but the best choice is undoubtedly the various spiritual fires that are naturally generated between heaven and earth. This netherworld fire is a type of spiritual fire, extremely rare, and a treasure coveted by countless alchemists. Do you know the whereabouts of this fire? Lin Yuan pressed for an answer. I stumbled upon a clue, but I only want to obtain this fire, and the process will definitely be extremely dangerous. Wei He's expression became extremely solemn. Now that the corpse poison has seeped into my bones, even with a mid-grade corpse-removing pill to prolong my life, I only have 6 months left at most. 6 months from now, the corpse poison will attack my heart, and I will surely die. His voice was calm, yet it conveyed a resolute determination to race against death. If I can retrieve the nether fire from the Earth's core, how confident are you? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and gave a relatively conservative answer. I currently have level 2 fire control. If you truly have the help of the netherworld fire, there's at least a 60 to 70% chance of removing the corpse poison from your body. 60 to 70%. Wei He loosened his clenched fists, and a fierce fire ignited in his eyes. Good. Excellent. Then I will go and retrieve this nether fire from the Earth's core. Lin Yuan escorted Wei He out of the courtyard. The night was as dark as ink, and Wei He's tall figure quickly disappeared into the boundless darkness. Lin Yuan was about to turn around and go back into the house. Sudden, boom, a deafening roar came from the heavens, as if the sky had been cleaved open by an invisible giant axe. An immense, suffocating pressure descended from the sky. Su Qinghan, how dare you trespass into my Yin Corpse Sect? Surrender now. An ancient and powerful voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth, carrying a texture as solid as metal and stone. Lin Yuan had heard that voice before. He is the master of 100 Herbs Peak, Master Mu. The Yin Corpse Sect has 72 peaks, and each peak has at least one core formation stage cultivator in charge. This Master Mu is one of them. Lin Yuan had heard of Su Qinghan, whom he mentioned. A top expert of the misty immortal sect, with unparalleled elegance and talent, known as the #1 person below the nascent soul stage. A storm raged in Lin Yuan's heart. This is the heart of the Yin Corpse Sect's territory, with layers upon layers of powerful formations and numerous experts. Is Su Qinghan really so arrogant that she dares to break into an entire sect all by herself? Isn't she afraid of never coming back? Before the thought had even finished, an even more terrifying clash erupted high in the sky. The blinding light tore the entire night sky into countless fragments, and terrifying magical energies collided deep within the heavens, producing muffled, thunderous roars. The entire sky seemed to have become a chaotic sea of energy. Lin Yuan stood in the courtyard, looking up and staring intently. He could clearly distinguish between the two distinct auras. One of them was the cold, gloomy spiritual power of Master Mu, filled with deathly stillness and the smell of decaying herbs. The other force was Su Qinghan's ethereal and agile, yet extremely sharp and unparalleled sword intent. Just then, an extreme danger suddenly erupted from the depths of Lin Yuan's soul without warning. It was the chilling sensation of being stared at the back of the neck by a predator. Brush! A faint, almost imperceptible sound of something cutting through the air rang out. In the darkest corner of the courtyard, a silver light, colder than the night, suddenly burst forth, silently aiming straight for Lin Yuan's throat. The sword light seemed to spring from nowhere in the shadows, and in an instant, it was within reach. Lin Yuan's entire body hair stood on end. If it weren't for that sudden flash of inspiration and alertness, this sword strike would have surely severed his head. Without time to think, his body's instincts drove him to roll to the side in an extremely awkward manner. Laugh! The sharp sword light flew almost past his neck, leaving a trail of blood droplets. The sword light continued its momentum, finally slicing through the pomegranate tree in the courtyard. Puff! The thick, hard tree trunk, without even a decent cracking sound, was instantly shredded into countless wood chips by the sharp sword energy it contained the moment it came into contact with the sword light. Chapter 13 Stunning Female Cultivator, taken down with one strike. Lin Yuan broke out in a cold sweat, and by the faint starlight, he finally saw the appearance of the person who had come. Su Qinghan's pretty face was filled with murderous intent, her beautiful eyes brimming with icy killing intent. Lin Yuan was shocked. He never expected that this woman would actually dare to come to the heart of the Yin Corpse Sect so blatantly. 5th level of Qi refining versus 8th level of Qi refining. The gap between them is an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, the flying sword that Su Qinghan was controlling was dazzling with spiritual light, and it was obvious at a glance that it was a top-grade magic weapon. Die! Seeing that his attack had missed, Su Qinghan's eyes grew even colder, and he formed a sword incantation with his hands. Buzz! The flying sword traced a poignant arc in the air before slashing down once more towards Lin Yuan's head. This time, the sword strikes were even fiercer, and the killing intent even stronger. Lin Yuan's mind raced. A direct confrontation would be certain death. The opponent's cultivation level and magical treasures completely overwhelmed him. The only chance right now is fire control. Thinking of this, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly raised his hand. Whoosh! A fist-sized, orange-red fireball appeared out of thin air and pulsed violently in his palm. Go! Lin Yuan let out a low shout, and the fireball roared as it fearlessly met the deadly sword light head-on. Overestimating one's abilities. Su Qinghan's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. Before she could finish speaking, the fireball collided violently with the sword light. A muffled thud. Under the unparalleled sharpness of the sword light, the fireball was instantly pulverized into dust, turning into thousands upon thousands of tiny sparks that scattered throughout the air. Su Qinghan was about to activate her flying sword to finish off Lin Yuan, but she immediately realized something was wrong. The shattered sparks did not dissipate. As if they came to life, they transformed into countless nimble fire butterflies, fluttering and dancing in the air. Then, they converged on her location. Gather! A glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes, and he shouted again in a low voice. Upon receiving the command, countless sparks instantly enveloped Su Qinghan from all directions, completely surrounding her inside and out. The next moment, all the sparks suddenly converged inward. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge ball of flame exploded where Su Qinghan was standing. Flames shot into the sky, and terrifyingly high temperatures engulfed the entire courtyard. Such a close-range explosion would surely burn even a Qi refining stage 8 cultivator, if caught off guard, leaving them severely burned, if not dead. However, as the firelight gradually faded away, Su Qinghan's figure reappeared, and the light blue robe she wore was flowing with a layer of water-like spiritual light, which perfectly isolated the raging flames. She was unharmed. A fire-resistant protective garment. Lin Yuan frowned deeply, his heart sinking. You do have some discernment, Su Qinghan said coldly. This robe of mine is not only fireproof and waterproof, but also dustproof. Its defensive power is beyond the imagination of a low-level cultivator like you. This robe, along with the flying sword in her hand, are both protective treasures bestowed upon her by her mother. If his whereabouts hadn't been exposed on the way here, leading to a confrontation between Yu Qingyao and the 100 Herbs Peak Master, Lin Yuan would already be a cold corpse by now. Su Qinghan had just finished speaking. Behind her, a dark shadow silently emerged from the shadows of the eaves. The figure gripped a thick wooden stick tightly in his hand and, with all his might, swung it down hard at the back of her head. Bang! A dull, solid thud. Su Qinghan's haughty expression froze instantly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. She stiffly turned around with the last of her strength, and what she saw was Han Shuang's face, which looked pale due to extreme tension. How could he be just a mortal? This was her last thought. Then, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Phew, that scared me to death. How? How come she didn't notice me? Han Shuang dropped the wooden stick and kept patting her high, firm chest with both hands, looking terrified. Lin Yuan gave her a thumbs up. When cultivators fight, they are highly focused and use their spiritual sense to detect fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy. Once there is any unusual activity, they can detect it immediately. But you happen to be a martial artist, with no magical power fluctuations whatsoever. In her perception, you are no different from a stone. But you dared to go in without knowing any of this. You're really courting death. Han Shuang took a breath. Immortal Master, my life and fortune are all in your hands. If anything happens to you, my fate in this Yin Corpse Sect will be terrible, so. Lin Yuan nodded, then leaped to Su Qinghan's side. His fingers moved like lightning, striking her body with several streams of magical power, completely sealing her dantian. Even after doing all that, he was still not at ease. Lin Yuan once again formed a hand seal, and a barely perceptible wisp of spiritual light entered Su Qinghan's brow, directly planting a divine-suppressing technique in her sea of consciousness. From that moment on, the woman's life or death rested entirely in his hands. After doing all this, Lin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The battle here had just ended, and the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy in the distant sky also subsided. 2 more core formation stage cultivators from the Yin Corpse Sect made their move. In the end, Su Qinghan was no match for them. She used some mysterious escape technique, and her aura vanished into thin air as she fled. After a short while, Su Qinghan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly woke up. Upon internal observation, the dantian was completely empty, and not a trace of magical power could be mobilized, as if it were being suppressed by an invisible mountain. A chill ran through her. Looking at herself, she realized that the fire-resistant robe her mother had given her was nowhere to be seen. She was only wearing an ordinary cloth robe, and her hands and feet were firmly bound to a chair with strong ropes. Not far away, Lin Yuan sat calmly, holding a cup of hot tea. Han Shuang stood respectfully beside him, refilling his water. "You shameless scoundrel, let me go." Her voice was hoarse with anger. Lin Yuan put down his teacup, looked up at her, his expression terrifyingly calm. "Letting you go isn't impossible. Answer me one question first." He originally intended to end this trouble with a single sword strike, eliminating any future problems. However, the fact that this woman appeared at almost the same time as Su Qinghan is no coincidence. If there is indeed a connection, acting rashly will only bring about greater disaster. "What's the problem?" Su Qinghan gritted her teeth and squeezed out a few words. "Su Qinghan, who are you to me?" Upon hearing this name, Su Qinghan calmed down, and a cold smile even appeared on her lips. "Hara, I advise you to untie me and respectfully send me out." She arrogantly raised her chin. "Su Qinghan is my mother. She knows your background, and she also knows that I've come tonight to seek revenge on you. If I don't go back for a long time, my mother will definitely know that you've arrested me. When my mother arrives, your little courtyard, along with you, will be crushed to ashes." Lin Yuan's hand, holding the teacup, paused almost imperceptibly for a moment. "Is Su Qinghan's daughter?" He was in a panic. Who would have thought that Su Qinghan was actually Su Qinghan's daughter? That was a master known as the #1 expert below the nascent soul stage, and Lin Yuan had even had that kind of relationship with Su Qinghan. "Fortunately, I didn't kill her with a single sword strike. Otherwise, Su Qinghan would definitely fight him to the death." Although his heart was in turmoil, Lin Yuan's face remained calm and composed. "I have planted a divine-suppressing spell in your soul. This technique is tied to my life. If I die, your soul will collapse first and be scattered." Su Qinghan's laughter stopped abruptly, and the smugness and arrogance on her face froze instantly, turning into shock and disbelief. Chapter 14. Pleasure in the East Wing, Sleeplessness in the West Wing. She quickly and carefully sensed it, and indeed there was a faint aura within her soul. "To ensure my safety, Lin Yuan continued slowly. From today onwards, you will stay in my courtyard and serve as a servant. You dare. Su Qinghan trembled with rage. If your mother dares to come, go ahead and try. I don't care if I die, but with such a precious daughter as you to be buried with her, she'll probably think twice before she does it. Don't even think about escaping. With just a thought from me, the soul-binding technique will activate, and you'll die with your soul shattered. You're dreaming. I'd rather have my soul shattered than let you die with me. Su Qinghan's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a madman. Lin Yuan sighed softly and waved his hand at Han Shuang beside him. Shuanger, you may step back now. It seems I need to teach this newcomer a lesson on how to follow the rules. Han Shuang's cheeks flushed slightly. She agreed, bowed, and quickly left the room with her head down, closing the door behind her. Lin Yuan stood up and walked step by step towards Su Qinghan. His shadow was elongated in the candlelight, completely enveloping Su Qinghan. What are you going to do? Su Qinghan's voice finally trembled with fear. Lin Yuan stopped in front of her, leaned down, and whispered in her ear with a smile. What do you think I should do? Don't forget, we're husband and wife who have already gone through the wedding ceremony. Stay away from me, please. Su Qinghan completely broke down. With her eyes closed, she struggled desperately, oblivious to the ropes digging into her flesh, 2 streams of tears flowing from the corners of her tightly closed eyes. Her whole body was tense, trembling, and she was extremely nervous and fearful. However, the anticipated attack did not occur. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only her heavy breathing and heartbeats. She trembled as she slowly opened her tear-blurred eyes, only to see Lin Yuan had somehow returned to his original position, looking at her with interest as he held a teacup, a mocking smile on his lips. Are you scared? You. Su Qinghan realized that she had been tricked by this old man. Humiliation, anger, fear, all sorts of emotions intertwined. There was also a trace of loss that she herself was unaware of. All right, you can stay here tonight. With such a powerful mother, Su Qinghan's status and position in the Misty Immortal Sect must be extraordinary. To think that Shui Linglong would capture him and take him to the Yin Corpse Sect, forcing him to marry someone who was practically on the verge of death, would be unbearable for anyone. But Lin Yuan was also a victim, and Su Qinghan wanted to kill him to silence him. Lin Yuan was also trying to protect himself. As the saying goes, being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. If Su Qinghan were released, and Yu Qingyao came to kill him, he would be the one to die. Therefore, she is Lin Yuan's talisman. What do you want in return for letting me go? Lin Yuan shook his head, his gaze deep. There was no enmity between us. What happened back then was not what I wanted either. But you tried to kill me first, so the seeds of hatred have already been sown. For the sake of my life, you should stay in my little courtyard for now. He changed the subject, his tone softening slightly. Don't worry, I'm not one of those demonic perverts who skin you alive and extract your soul. As long as you behave yourself, I'll naturally treat you well and won't harm you in the slightest. But if you try anything funny, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing this, Su Qinghan's tense body relaxed slightly, and she felt a little more at ease. Her eyes darted around, and she immediately adopted a pitiful expression. Could you untie me first? Also, I need to send a message to my mother to let her know I'm safe. If she thinks something bad has happened to me and comes to kill me in a fit of rage, then you'll be in danger. Her words were reasonable and logical, as if she was thinking of Lin Yuan in every way. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a half-smile, but he didn't answer. Instead, he slowly raised a finger and gently tapped it. A small, crimson flame appeared out of thin air at his fingertip, only the size of a thumb, yet radiating astonishing heat. The flame shot out of his hand, like a nimble moth, and accurately flew towards the rope binding Su Qinghan. Oh! Su Qinghan was so frightened that her face turned pale. She instinctively closed her eyes and screamed, thinking that she was going to be burned alive. However, the expected burning pain did not come. A wave of heat swept over me, and I suddenly felt a sense of relief. She opened her eyes in surprise and disbelief, only to see that the tough, specially made rope had been reduced to ashes by the flames and had vanished without a trace. And her clothes didn't even have a single scorch mark. This effortless manipulation of magical power sent a chill down her spine, giving her a new understanding of the old man's strength. I can untie you. Lin Yuan's voice drifted over. As for passing on messages, there's no need. If your mother really comes looking for me, your life will be my only way to survive. There are still empty rooms in the West Wing. Find one to stay in. After saying that, Lin Yuan put his hands behind his back and walked towards his bedroom in the East Wing without looking back, as if he had only done a trivial matter. The night wind was bleak. Su Qinghan stood there, moving her numb hands and feet, watching Lin Yuan's departing figure. For some reason, being tied up gave her a strange feeling. The Yin Corpse Sect was fraught with danger. Her magic power was sealed, her storage bag was stolen, and a vicious restriction was planted in her soul. She wasn't stupid. As long as she wanted to live, she absolutely couldn't step out of this courtyard. Lin Yuan pushed open the door to his bedroom, and a faint, sweet fragrance from his bath wafted out. Han Shuang had already changed into a light gauze dress and was kneeling by the bed. Her youthful face was flushed with a charming blush. When she saw Lin Yuan enter, she quickly got up and bowed. Immortal Master, there are still a few aspects of the golden body technique that I don't quite understand. Could you please give me some further guidance? Her voice was barely audible, filled with shyness and anticipation. All right. I'll guide you properly on how to quickly cultivate this golden body technique. Lin Yuan laughed loudly and closed the door behind him. Meanwhile, in the West Wing, a smell of mildew and dust wafted over, causing Su Qinghan, who had been pampered since childhood, to furrow her delicate brows. The room was cluttered with miscellaneous items and covered in cobwebs, clearly indicating that it had been abandoned for a long time. She endured the discomfort and began to clean. However, the soundproofing of this dilapidated house is ridiculously bad. Inside the East Wing, Lin Yuan's booming voice, mixed with Han Shuang's suppressed groans, drifted through the walls and clearly reached her ears. Bah! You shameless scoundrel who has no respect for his elders. Su Qinghan's pretty face flushed crimson. Whether from anger or embarrassment, she muttered a curse under her breath, venting all her humiliation and anger on cleaning, her movements becoming increasingly rough. Just then, a shadowy mass behind her began to move without warning, rippling gently like water. A figure emerged silently from within. The newcomer was graceful and beautiful, but her face was sickly pale and her breathing was slightly disordered, clearly indicating that she was suffering from serious internal injuries. Su Qinghan felt a chill run down her spine and turned around abruptly. The moment she saw the person's face, all her grievances, anger, and fear erupted, and her eyes instantly reddened. Mother, Chapter 15. Oh no. I think I've fallen into a trap. Looking at her daughter's disheveled appearance, Yu Qingyao's usually indifferent eyes were now filled with piercing pain and anger. Why are you still here? Su Qinghan burst into tears and recounted everything that had happened that night. Yu Qingyao grabbed her wrist, and a surge of pure magic power entered her body. Instantly, she sensed the sealed magic power and the divine suppressing technique deeply embedded in her soul. Mother, that old scoundrel cast a spell on me that imprisoned my spirit. You have a way to undo it, right? Yu Qingyao frowned, her eyes filled with heavy worry. The divine forbidden technique. This technique is directly implanted into your soul. Although I could forcibly erase it with my cultivation level, the risk is too great. If you are not careful, your very soul will be damaged, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Damage to the soul can lead to mental insanity or even immediate annihilation. She only has one daughter, Su Qinghan, and she doesn't dare to take this risk. I'll go and capture this man right now and force him to untie you. A murderous intent flashed in Yu Qingyao's eyes as she turned to make her move. Su Qinghan grabbed her arm and shook her head repeatedly. It won't work. That old guy is meticulous and cunning as a fox. He knows very well that this divine suppressing spell is his lifeline. Releasing the seal means his death. Even if you kill him, he can't. A cold glint flashed in Yu Qingyao's eyes. Then I will also plant a restriction in his soul. That way, even if I take you away, he won't dare to make a move. No. Su Qinghan's eyes burned with the flames of revenge, her expression resolute. I will fight him to the death. If I don't kill him with my own hands, my Tao heart will not be stable, and he will surely become a great calamity of inner demons in the future. Yu Qingyao looked at her daughter's expression, remained silent for a moment, and then a glint of light flashed in her eyes. I do have a solution. She flipped her hand and took out a delicate white jade bottle. I will teach you the art of enchanting heart melody and pair it with this bottle of illusory god incense. This incense is colorless and odorless, and when applied to the body, it is no different from ordinary rouge. As long as that old thief smells this fragrance, his mind will become confused. You can then take the opportunity to use the bewitching heart melody to drag him into a deep illusion without him even noticing. At that time, you can lure him into lifting the divine spell in the illusion, and he will surely obey your every word. Once the forbidden technique is lifted, Su Qinghan made a throat-slitting gesture. However, you must be careful. This technique must be practiced to perfection before you can use it, otherwise. Otherwise what? Su Qinghan pressed. Otherwise, if you make a mistake while casting a spell, you will be unable to move for a short period of time. Although you will recover after a while, if you are in a dangerous situation, you will be at the mercy of others. Su Qinghan took the jade bottle and nodded vigorously. All right, I will cultivate to maturity before going to find him. He will be completely unprepared for my daughter and will definitely fall into his trap. All right, I will now help you break part of the seal on your magical power. Remember to conceal your cultivation level. Once you've succeeded, immediately send me a message, and I will come to pick you up. Su Qinghan solemnly instructed. Lin Yuan was unaware of the mother and daughter's wicked scheme. He had just finished his third, arduous training with Han Shuang, and had a total of 158 attribute points available. Only after exhausting his energy did he fall into a deep sleep. The next morning, as dawn broke, Han Shuang helped Lin Yuan wash up and get dressed. The lady who came last night. You don't need to worry about her. Lin Yuan straightened his collar, his tone indifferent. She's not from our world. I reckon she'll only stay in this little courtyard for a few days at most before leaving. Su Qinghan is a late-stage core formation cultivator, known as the #1 person below the nascent soul level, and a ruthless character who dares to venture alone into the Yin Corpse Sect. Even if Su Qinghan had been placed under a divine suppressing spell, Su Qinghan would definitely have a way to take him away. To think you can keep someone here with your meager abilities is nothing short of a pipe dream. Han Shuang's golden body technique is currently only at the beginner level, and 3 attribute points at a time is still too few. Diligence can make up for lack of talent, but it's too hard on your back. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. He had refined a lot of low-grade qi-gathering pills yesterday, which would greatly shorten Han Shuang's cultivation time. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan handed over a jade bottle. Take this. There are 6 pills in the bottle. Take one at a time to help you increase the speed of your golden body technique cultivation. Thank you, Immortal Master. Han Shuang's eyes instantly reddened, and her hands trembled slightly. You've officially embarked on your cultivation journey, so stop calling me Immortal Master. Master. It sounds too formal. Lin Yuan waved his hand. From now on, when no one's around, just call me Brother Yuan. Yuan, Brother Yuan. Han Shuang blushed and bowed softly. All right, you can go ahead and get busy. I still need to continue refining pills. After Han Shuang left with endless gratitude and anticipation, Lin Yuan took out the alchemy furnace and spiritual materials and began the tedious alchemy work once again. In the blink of an eye, half a day has passed quickly. As the fire flickered in and out of the furnace, Lin Yuan successfully refined 2 more batches of qi-gathering pills. 6 are of low quality, and 4 are of medium quality. He nodded in satisfaction, picked up a mid-grade qi-gathering pill, and was about to put it in his mouth to cultivate. Get out of my way, I need to talk to him. The Immortal Master is refining elixirs. You cannot enter. The sound of Su Qinghan and Han Shuang arguing could be heard outside the door. Let her in, Lin Yuan said. The door opened, and Han Shuang said apologetically, Immortal Master, I couldn't stop her. Lin Yuan waved his hand. It's all right, you go ahead with your work. Su Qinghan moved gracefully and slowly into the room. Today, she was clearly dressed up carefully. She had shed her usual aloofness and put on a light purple flowing dress. Her face, lightly made up, exuded a captivating charm. Her gaze fell on the mid-grade qi-gathering pill in Lin Yuan's hand. A look of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. Then, she parted her red lips slightly, and her voice became a little softer. The pills are good. Unfortunately, Consuming large amounts of pills to improve cultivation can easily lead to an unstable foundation and unstable magical power. As she spoke, she walked closer to Lin Yuan. A faint, elusive fragrance, like the scent of some peculiar pollen, quietly entered Lin Yuan's nostrils, causing his tense mind to inexplicably stir. I'm already this old. If I don't reach the foundation establishment stage soon, my lifespan will be exhausted, and I'll surely die. At that time, I'll just be a handful of dust. What do I care about my weak magic power or unstable foundation? Lin Yuan put away the pill and replied calmly. I have come here today to discuss something with you. Su Qinghan stopped in front of him, her breath as fragrant as orchids, the delicate scent seeming even stronger. If you let me go, I will swear a solemn oath to my heart that today's matter will be over and we will be even. My mother and I will never cause you any trouble in this life. Besides that, I'll also give you an immense stroke of luck. How about it? The great oath of the inner demon has an extremely strong binding force on cultivators. If one goes against this, inner demons will arise. At best, one's cultivation will stagnate. At worst, during a breakthrough, the inner demons will backfire, causing one to die on the spot. Is Su Qinghan being so easy to talk to now? Something's not right. Warning signs blared in Lin Yuan's mind as a strong sense of dizziness suddenly swept over him, his head feeling as if it were filled with lead and mercury, leaving him feeling drowsy and disoriented. This incense is poisonous. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Su Qinghan had already moved closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear, her voice carrying a bewitching magic. Brother Yuan, am I right? Buzz. Lin Yuan felt dizzy and disoriented. The alchemy furnace and stone chamber in front of him began to distort and shatter. Chapter 16 Illusion? No, this is dual cultivation. Su Qinghan's face began to blur before my eyes. She was still saying something, but the voice seemed to come from a distant horizon, hazy and indistinct. Everything around was twisting and melting. For a moment, Lin Yuan felt as if he had fallen into an endless dream. Little Lindsay. A clear, slightly reproachful female voice gently rang in his ear. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and the scene before him was no longer that simple alchemy room. A lush green playground, a red synthetic running track, and in the distance, the familiar school building. Before me stood a young girl in a white dress, her makeup exquisite, radiating youthful energy. Bei. Lin Yuan called out the name subconsciously. This is his girlfriend from his university days before he time traveled. The two had been in love for many years, but he always adhered to his bottom line and never took the final step. This became a deep regret in his heart many years later. Little Lindsay. The girl called out again, a sweet smile on her face. Smack. Lin Yuan slapped himself hard without hesitation. It hurts like fire. Holy shit, that really hurts. This dream was so real. He grinned. Xiao Lindsay, why are you hitting yourself? Bei was startled by his actions and asked with concern. Lin Yuan suddenly grabbed her wrist, his eyes flashing with an astonishing light, and pulled her along as they raced towards the distant grove of trees. What are you trying to do? Bei stumbled as he pulled her, her face full of confusion. What are you doing? Lin Yuan laughed without turning his head. The dream was so vivid that I naturally had to make up for my biggest regret. What regret? It's nothing. I'll show you what my little brother is all about today. I don't know how much time passed. It felt like an hour, or perhaps just a moment. The dream before Lin Yuan's eyes, like a burst bubble, finally slowly disappeared. He felt weak and listless all over, as if all his energy had been drained. My gaze refocused. In the dimly lit room, Su Qinghan, dressed in rags and disheveled, huddled in a corner. Her delicate makeup was ruined by tears, and her eyes were filled with humiliation, shock, and endless tears. Holy crap! Holy crap! Damn it! Was that illusion that this stinky woman just cast on me? Lin Yuan jolted back to his senses. With a thought, he immediately tried to activate the God-suppressing technique. However, a tearing pain shot through his soul, and the restriction that connected him to Su Qinghan had vanished without a trace. The spell to suppress divine power was broken by her using some secret method during that absurd dream just now. Alarm bells rang in Lin Yuan's mind, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. It's over. They've gone too far. Sure enough, Su Qinghan glared fiercely at Lin Yuan, and the magic power that had been released from her body began to surge, with a chilling, killing intent sweeping through the entire room like a tidal wave. She raised her hand, and spiritual light gathered in her palm, enough to smash Lin Yuan into a pulp. But just as she was about to make her move, an unusual heat surged from the depths of her dantian, instantly flowing through her limbs and bones, causing her condensed magical power to suddenly stagnate. In my mind, those shameful images from the dream flashed uncontrollably, intertwining with the reality of the present moment. She found that she couldn't bring herself to do it. Amidst that overwhelming killing intent, there was a hint of panic and confusion that she herself could not understand. It was as if she would feel heartache if she killed this person herself. This feeling is extremely disjointed. It was a feeling she had never experienced before, a mixture of humiliation and anger, yet also a strange, throbbing sensation. She wished she could tear this old scoundrel in front of her to pieces. But for some reason, deep inside my body, I seemed to feel a touch of joy at that feeling. She forcefully suppressed her surging blood and chaotic mind, wiped away the tears on her face, and said in a hoarse and trembling voice, "From now on, we are even. We will never see each other again." She practically gritted her teeth as she said those words, as if trying to convince herself. Before she could finish speaking, she staggered to her feet, transformed into a disheveled streak of light, and fled the courtyard in a panic. Only after that disheveled ray of light completely disappeared into the sky did Lin Yuan finally exhale a long breath. As my tense nerves relaxed, my legs felt a little weak. He rubbed his aching lower back, but deep in his eyes, the small golden words burned with intense passion. Cultivation level. Qi refining level 5. 88 500ths points can be added. Grade 8 alchemist. 2 200ths points can be added. Level 2 fire control. 0 200ths points can be added. Available attribute points. 198. The number of available attribute points has surged from 158 to 198. It increased by a full 40 points. Lin Yuan's mind raced. Su Qinghan has the cultivation level of the 8th level of Qi refining, and each time, she can provide 8 attribute points. 40 points, no more, no less, exactly 5 times. The number of times is the same as in my dream. Why isn't this woman resisting? Could it be that her secret technique has rendered her unable to move? The thought flashed through my mind. Never mind. He shook his head, suppressing his doubts. I hope she keeps her promise and that we will never see each other again in this lifetime. He straightened up, his gaze returning to the golden panel, his eyes burning with intensity. My alchemy proficiency has also increased by 2 points due to refining pills for the past 2 days. With this in mind, Lin Yuan added all available attribute points to alchemy. Strength is the foundation of everything. By improving one's alchemy skills, one can refine high-grade pills. With high-grade pills, one can quickly improve their cultivation level. As soon as he gave the order, the 198 attribute points were instantly cleared. The next moment, countless pieces of knowledge, insights, techniques, and experiences about alchemy transformed into the instincts of his muscles and soul, taking root and sprouting within him. In that instant, he seemed to transform from a bystander into a master who had been immersed in alchemy for hundreds of years, experiencing countless furnace openings and refining processes, and witnessing countless failures and successes. The understanding of the medicinal properties of spiritual materials, the exquisite control of the heat, the grasp of the timing of pill formation. Everything became crystal clear. The small golden characters under his eyes were also refreshed. Rank 7 alchemist. It's done. In the entire 100 Herbs Peak, there are only 2 publicly known 7th grade alchemists. This was a level he never dared to even dream of before. With a flick of his wrist, the alchemy furnace appeared before him. Lin Yuan began refining Qi, gathering pills. This time, his movements were fluid and without the slightest hesitation. Fire control, purification, fusion. Every step is as if it were done by nature. Start the furnace. A rich medicinal aroma instantly filled the entire alchemy room. 9 pills lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace, each one round and plump. 4 low-grade, 3 medium-grade, and even 2 high-grade. Both the quantity and quality of the pills produced have achieved a qualitative leap. Just as Lin Yuan was about to put away the pills, his soul suddenly trembled. He was horrified to discover that a very faint pink mark had appeared on the origin of his soul. The aura of that brand was exactly the same as that of Su Qinghan, who fled in panic. Chapter 17 Qi, Refining Level 6. Still vigorous despite old age, all thanks to his Taoist partner. Lin Yuan checked for a long time and only felt relieved after confirming that the ambiguous pink mark was not dangerous. He then refined another batch of condensing essence pills, and the results were equally pleasing. One furnace produces 5 pills. 3 of them are of low grade, and 2 are of medium grade. Lin Yuan picked up a high-grade qi gathering pill and put it in his mouth without hesitation. The elixir melted upon entering the mouth, transforming into an incomparably pure and warm spiritual energy that gently spread throughout the body. In just 1 hour, the medicinal power was completely refined. The small golden characters under his eyes were refreshed once again. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 5, 128 500ths points can be added. A single high-grade Qi gathering pill increased cultivation points by a full 40. Phew! Lin Yuan suppressed the overwhelming joy in his heart. With just a dozen or so high-grade Qi gathering pills, I can break through to the 6th level of Qi refining. Let's try a mid-grade Qi condensation pill. He put a mid-grade Qi condensation pill into his mouth. Another hour passed. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 5, 168/500 points can be added. The increase in cultivation points was exactly the same as that of a high-grade Qi gathering pill, both being 40 points. The only difference is that after refining a mid-grade Qi condensation pill, the amount of residual poison and impurities in the body is less than that of a high-grade Qi gathering pill. If sold, a mid-grade Qi condensation pill would probably cost around 50 spirit stones, which is more expensive than a high-grade Qi gathering pill. Pills of this quality are usually priceless and unavailable in the market. The tremendous improvement made Lin Yuan completely forget his fatigue, so he simply refined 5 more batches of condensing essence pills in one go. In the end, I obtained 10 medium-grade items and 30 low-grade items. Then, he sat cross-legged and began his frantic cultivation. He spent a day and a night refining 9 mid-grade Qi condensation pills. As the medicinal power of the 9th pill fully dissolved in his meridians, his internal magical power surged toward the barrier, accumulating to a peak. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 5, for 99/500 points can be added. It's just a little bit short of perfection. No matter how Lin Yuan tried to break through, that invisible barrier remained incredibly strong, and he could never overcome it. This feeling was like a wave reaching its peak only to be abruptly pulled back, causing his blood to surge and making him extremely uncomfortable. I'm just one attribute point away from breaking through. Lin Yuan suddenly stood up and pushed open the courtyard gate. Han Shuang was squatting in the spiritual field of the small courtyard, intently watering the spiritual plants with spiritual spring water. Her body was surging with energy, and there was a faint spiritual light flowing beneath her skin, clearly indicating that she had taken the first step in her cultivation. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, her face lit up with joy, and she was about to speak. But Lin Yuan picked her up around the waist and carried her back to the bedroom with a soft cry. After a cup of tea, Lin Yuan exhaled a long breath, feeling the surging magical power within his body after breaking through the shackles. 6th level of Qi refining achieved. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 6, 0/600 points can be added. It takes 600 cultivation points to advance from the 6th to the 7th level of Qi refining. Based on this, it would take a total of 3,000 cultivation points to go from the 6th level of Qi refining to the 9th level of perfection. That's roughly equivalent to 75 mid-grade Qi condensation pills. Then, you can begin foundation building. Lin Yuan's mind raced, and a clear plan had taken shape, but another problem arose. My cultivation level has increased too quickly. I must find a way to conceal my aura. It seems we need to make a trip to that place. Having made up his mind, Lin Yuan prepared to get dressed. Brother Yuan, you came in such a hurry, and you're leaving in such a hurry. Han Shuang's voice carried a hint of resentment. Don't you even look at me? Lin Yuan scanned with his divine sense and saw that beneath Han Shuang's skin, spiritual light shone, and her blood and energy were several times more vigorous than before. The golden body technique has been mastered. Lin Yuan was only focused on breaking through to the next level, so he didn't realize that this little girl was already a true body cultivator. Moreover, you can actually gain 3 attribute points in one go. This was an unexpected surprise. Not bad. You have already entered the early stage of the copper skin realm. Next will be the iron bone realm and the blood moving realm. These are the 3 realms of the initial stage of body cultivation, and each realm has 3 sub-realms. Once you have mastered it, you can attempt to break through to the golden body realm. As Lin Yuan spoke, he took out a jade bottle from his storage bag and handed it to her, saying, "These are the same pills as last time. Focus on your cultivation." Thank you, Brother Yuan. Han Shuang nodded vigorously, her eyebrows curving into crescents, but then she tilted her head and curiously looked at Lin Yuan. "Brother Yuan, you seem a little different than before." "Oh." Lin Yuan's heart stirred. "You seem much younger and more energetic." Han Shuang's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Clearly, after she entered the body training stage, her senses became much sharper. "You should rest for a while. I'm going out for a bit. Prepare extra food for dinner tonight." Lin Yuan left the house, but did not go directly to the Pill Treasure Pavilion. He had known Qinghan of Danbeoj for decades, and they were extremely familiar with each other. He had cultivated diligently for decades, but his cultivation level was only at the 3rd level of qi refining. Now, in just a few days, he has jumped to the 6th level of qi refining. Such speed, if discovered by those with ulterior motives, would inevitably attract unnecessary covetousness and trouble. His location, Baichao Peak, is right next to Qingzhou Peak. A narrow canyon naturally formed between the 2 peaks. It is unclear when it started, but the disciples of the 2 peaks have been spontaneously bringing their unused cultivation resources here to sell or exchange. Over time, a small market town of considerable size developed here. Techniques that conceal one's cultivation level are not rare treasures and should not be difficult to find here. Lin Yuan activated the ebony shuttle, and the magical artifact transformed into a stream of light, silently landing at the edge of the market. He had already changed into a simple black robe and wore a wide conical hat on his head, with a black veil hanging down to completely cover his face. After doing all this, he stepped forward and merged into the crowd in the market. The market was bustling with noise and a cacophony of sounds. After all, 100 Herbs Peak alone has tens of thousands of disciples, and the number of disciples on Green Bamboo Peak is about the same. Lin Yuan had been here several times before to sell pills, so he was quite familiar with the place. A winding stone path, flanked by lush bamboo groves. On both sides of the path, simple stalls lined up one after another. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the 3 stalls before he stopped in front of the 4th one. His target has emerged. How much is this illusionary transformation technique? Lin Yuan's voice was processed, hoarse and deep. The stall owner's figure was shrouded in a large robe, and he looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. He had a fair complexion and delicate features, and it was difficult to tell whether he was male or female at first glance. His aura was extremely well concealed. What was revealed was merely the fluctuation of the 3rd level of qi refining. Clearly, this person has also practiced some kind of method to conceal their cultivation level, making it impossible for others to see through their true depth. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, the man in black robes was taken aback and then spoke. "This cultivation technique costs 2,000 spirit stones," the man in black said, his voice equally deep, making it impossible to tell whether he was male or female. "So expensive." Lin Yuan frowned almost imperceptibly. The most common breathing concealment techniques on the market cost at most 100 spirit stones, which is already considered a high price. This person directly asked for 2,000 spirit stones, so this cultivation technique must have something special about it. "Could you elaborate?" Lin Yuan asked after a moment's thought. The man looked troubled and began to explain. "Fellow Taoist, look at me. I have practiced this method. If I hadn't been in urgent need of spirit stones, I would never have put it out for sale. This method is impossible to see through your true strength unless your cultivation level is a whole realm higher than yours. Furthermore, this technique can not only conceal one's cultivation level, but also change one's appearance, voice, and even skeletal structure. 2,000 spirit stones are well worth it." Lin Yuan's gaze fell once again on that androgynous face. Then change your appearance and let me see. Upon hearing this, the person seemed to instinctively want to refuse. But after a few twitches of his lips, he reluctantly raised his hand and covered his face with his wide sleeves. A faint crackling sound came from under the sleeves, the sound of bones rubbing and reassembling. A moment later, when the sleeves were removed, the face had completely changed, becoming that of a pretty 18 or 19-year-old girl. How is it? The person asked again, their voice now clear and melodious. 2,000 spirit stones is really too expensive. 300 spirit stones, will you sell? Lin Yuan was no novice. When buying things in this kind of market, you had to haggle down to the bone. First, quote a low price that will infuriate the other party. Then, wait for the stall owner to bargain, and slowly negotiate until you can finally get a relatively fair price. However, something unexpected happened to Lin Yuan. A clear look of difficulty and struggle flashed across the stall owner's face. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he gritted his teeth. 300 it is. This completely stumped Lin Yuan. All the bargaining arguments he had prepared were instantly shut down. A sense of absurdity welled up in Lin Yuan's heart. Looking into the other person's seemingly calm eyes, alarm bells rang in his mind. Something unusual must be going on. Chapter 18 Supreme Forgetfulness. Are the after effects of dual cultivation really that great? A strange feeling rose in his heart. Just now, I asked him to change his appearance, and the other party clearly wanted to refuse, but for some reason, he did it in the end. At this moment, the other party's reaction was clearly that they wanted to refuse, but before they could finish speaking, they actually agreed. Something unusual must be going on. But it would be foolish not to take advantage of a good deal. Although Lin Yuan had doubts, he acted quickly, immediately taking out 300 spirit stones from his storage bag and handing them over, while also taking the Jade Slip Cultivation Manual from the stall. He scanned it briefly with his divine sense, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. This person was indeed not lying. This illusionary form technique is indeed profound. It can not only deeply conceal one's cultivation level, but also make it difficult to see through unless one's cultivation level is a whole realm higher. It can even change his appearance and voice at will. It's practically tailor-made for him. Hey, didn't you just say you wouldn't sell it for less than 800 spirit stones? How come you sold it to this guy for only 300 spirit stones? A rough, booming voice rang out from the side. A middle-aged man with a full beard angrily approached and pointed at the stall owner, questioning him. Clearly, this person had also taken a liking to this cultivation technique and had already negotiated with the stall owner, ultimately settling on a price of 800 spirit stones, refusing to budge an inch. In the blink of an eye, the cultivation technique was sold to Lin Yuan for the low price of 300 spirit stones. The stall owner clenched his fist tightly. It's my stuff. I can sell it however I want. It's none of your business. The middle-aged man with the thick beard was speechless after hearing his words. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to refute him. Lin Yuan's doubts deepened. He picked up the jade slip again and examined it carefully, fearing that there might be some traps or incompleteness in the cultivation method. However, after examining the area repeatedly, no suspicious points were found. Why are you selling it to me so cheaply? Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. Because. The stall owner seemed to have used all his strength to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Because I like you. That look in his eyes conveyed less the joy of a successful deal and more a hint of resentment. Before Lin Yuan could ask any more questions, the stall owner suddenly waved his hand, swept all the remaining loose items on the stall into his storage bag, turned around and left, disappearing into the crowd without looking back. Baffling, Lin Yuan watched the man's hurried departure and muttered something to himself, but his grip on the jade slip tightened involuntarily. Shui Linglong ran all the way back to her cave on Green Bamboo Peak. With a loud bang, the stone door of the cave slammed shut. Damn it! How did I run into this guy? After practicing dual cultivation with him, my cultivation technique backfired, and my Dao heart was clouded. His mind was led astray, and he obeyed his every word. She slammed her fist against the stone wall, her eyes filled with frustration and resentment. The damned backlash from the technique rendered her utterly incapable of any resistance when facing Lin Yuan. She would subconsciously want to fulfill any request the other party made. He was asked to demonstrate the technique, and she did. She told him to sell it for 300 spirit stones, and he did. This feeling of being unable to control her own destiny was driving her crazy. Moreover, it's only been a few days. How could Lin Yuan have reached the 6th level of qi refining? What if? What if he achieves foundation establishment and his lifespan greatly increases? Shui Linglong dared not think any further. She could not bear the consequences. It seems we have to prepare for both possibilities. We can't just wait for him to die of old age any longer. We must gather the materials as soon as possible, refine the supreme forgetfulness pill, and rebuild his Dao heart. A resolute glint flashed in her eyes. But before that, let's gather enough spirit stones to buy foundation establishment pills and try to establish our foundation. Damn it! If I could sell this illusionary transformation technique for 800 spirit stones, I'd have enough spirit stones to buy a foundation establishment pill. The thought of losing 500 spirit stones for nothing made Shui Linglong's heart bleed. Lin Yuan did not leave the market immediately. Instead, it stopped in front of a stall selling pills. Senior brother, how much are the qi gathering pills? The stall owner was a middle-aged cultivator. As soon as he saw a customer, his face instantly lit up with a warm smile. This junior brother has asked the right question. Low-grade qi gathering pill, 1 spirit stone for every 4. He picked up a pill and showed it off like a precious treasure. Junior brother, look, these are the last 5. Once this opportunity is gone, it's gone forever. For spirit stones? Lin Yuan's eye twitched almost imperceptibly. He remembered clearly that even at its most insane, the price of a low-grade qi gathering pill in this small market never exceeded 3 spirit stones. So expensive, and you call that cheap? His voice was flat, revealing neither joy nor anger. The stall owner, however, acted as if he knew nothing about this and lowered his voice. Senior brother, the sect has been busy with many urgent pill refining tasks lately, and most of the pills refined by the alchemists have to be handed over. Of those, only a small fraction will actually make it onto the market, won't they? Furthermore, our relationship with the Misty Dao sect is becoming increasingly tense. Who doesn't carry some pills to save their life? As a result, the price has naturally skyrocketed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan instantly understood. I see. With his current mastery of alchemy, he can produce 9 pills from 1 batch of qi gathering pills. 4 of them are of low quality, 3 are of medium quality, and there may even be 2 of high quality. Based on current market prices, low-grade stones cost 4 spirit stones, mid-grade stones cost 20, and high-grade stones cost as much as 40. 1 batch of pills costs a full 156 spirit stones, and the cost is a mere 5 spirit stones. 30 times the profit. A golden avenue seemed to suddenly unfold before his eyes. Lin Yuan's heart began to pound uncontrollably. He lacks spirit stones. Way he went to find the netherworld fire. If I want to help him burn away the corpse poison, I must prepare the cold marrow crystal and the mysterious water grass so that I can refine the netherworld fire. These 2 items are quite valuable. Not to mention, if I want to establish my foundation, I need foundation establishment pills. Whether you buy them or refine them yourself, you need a lot of spirit stones as a support. At the same time, 1,000 miles away from the Yin Corpse Sect, on a desolate mountain peak, 2 streaks of light tore through the sky and crashed to the ground like kites with broken strings, stirring up clouds of dust. Puff! Before Su Qinghan could regain her footing, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Within that crimson blood, wisps of black energy were also present, which, upon landing, corroded the withered ground with a sizzling sound. Her face turned as white as paper in an instant. Mother! Su Qinghan exclaimed in surprise and rushed forward to support Su Qinghan. I have been struck by the Xianyin old demon's Xianyin palm, and the Yin poison has begun to erode my golden core. Su Qinghan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her voice weak. I just forced the blood shadow escape technique, and now I can no longer suppress my injuries. Mother, what should we do? Su Qinghan's voice was choked with sobs. Su Qinghan took a deep breath, a resolute glint in her eyes. Right now, the only option is to use the Phoenix Blood Nirvana technique to seal away all my cultivation and injuries. Su Qinghan's face turned pale instantly. Mother, once this method is used, your cultivation level will drop to the qi refining realm. Su Qinghan shook her head. There is no other way now. If we don't do this, I'm afraid I won't last 3 days. However, don't worry. Although this method is dangerous, it can completely suppress the Yin poison of the Xianyin palm. She looked at her daughter, whose face was streaked with tears, and forced a smile. And the Fallen Demon Valley will open soon. As long as I can enter the valley, find the Rejuvenation Lotus, and refine the Nirvana Pill, I will be able to break the seal. At that time, not only will I be fully recovered from my injuries, but I will also be able to use the refined Xianyin palm power for my own purposes, breaking through and rebuilding. At this point, a startling glint appeared in her eyes. Perhaps, we can use this to break through the shackles and glimpse the nascent soul realm. Su Qinghan gritted her teeth and nodded. I will protect you. Yu Qingyao said no more, and immediately sat cross-legged, forming an extremely profound hand seal with her hands. In an instant, the wind rose. The spiritual energy around her instantly went berserk, transforming into a huge vortex. That overwhelming pressure swept in with a roar, and then collapsed inward in the next instant. Yu Qingyao's body was enveloped in a dazzling crimson light. Amidst the radiance, her mature and graceful figure began to reverse and shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her once black hair gradually lost its color, fading into the appearance of a young child. That exquisitely beautiful face rapidly faded, eventually transforming into the delicate, porcelain-like face of a girl of about 6 or 7 years old. The light faded. The one sitting cross-legged on the spot was now a little girl wearing a wide damask robe, who looked somewhat comical. The aura of a fully formed core formation expert emanating from her had long since vanished without a trace. Instead, there was a cultivation fluctuation of the 9th level of Qi refining. But those eyes were the only exception. Still profound and serene, it seems to hold a sea of stars, having witnessed countless ages of vicissitudes. Mother. All right. The little girl spoke, her voice clear and childlike, but her tone was exactly the same as before. The injuries have been completely suppressed. She stood up and awkwardly swung her small arms and legs, as if getting used to her new body. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Let's return to our sect. Chapter 19, The Charming Housewife Next Door Invites Me. Lin Yuan suppressed his joy and quietly strolled around the market again. He inquired about the price of pills at several stalls, and the answers he received were all similar, confirming without exception that the price of pills was indeed skyrocketing. After confirming this information, Lin Yuan found a longsword of decent quality at a stall. Han Shuang's physical cultivation has indeed made remarkable progress in the past 2 days. This knife is suitable for her and is not very expensive, so she bought it for 10 spirit stones. Only then was he satisfied. He activated the ebony shuttle, which transformed into a streak of light, and flew towards his residence. Uncle Lin, you're back. As soon as he landed at his doorstep, Su Qinghan peeked out from the neighboring yard, seemingly having been waiting for him for a long time. Lin Yuan nodded, his breathing steady. I went out to buy some things and just got back. Wei, he said he went to find the nether fire from the earth's core. How confident are you that you can burn away the corpse poison in his body? Su Qingyan's watery eyes held a hint of worry. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, if we can really obtain the earth core fire and combine it with my fire control technique, I have at least a 60 to 70% chance of success. He then changed the subject. However, refining the earth core flame requires the assistance of 2 spiritual items, frost marrow crystal and mystic water grass. Both of these items are not easy to find. Su Qingyan's eyes lit up instantly, and she lowered her voice with a hint of mystery. I know that. I know where to find frost marrow crystals, but Lin Yuan's heart stirred, and he immediately responded. How many spirit stones are needed? The earth core fire is a rare and precious fire, a unique fire of heaven and earth. Although he removed the corpse poison from Wei He, once the fire was refined, he himself would benefit the most, which would be equivalent to gaining a tremendous opportunity for free. Both morally and logically, he should bear the cost of all the auxiliary materials needed to refine the strange fire. This is not the place to talk. Su Qinghan walked over in a few steps, naturally took Lin Yuan's arm, and pulled him towards her own courtyard. Lin Yuan paused, but remained motionless. He frowned slightly, and tried to pull his arm out, but couldn't. Oh, Uncle Lin, are you afraid I'll eat you up? Su Qinghan gave a coquettish laugh, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. This is not a good idea. If Brother Wei sees this when he comes back, it might cause a misunderstanding. I'm not afraid. So what are you afraid of? Besides, Wei will be gone for at least 10 days to half a month to retrieve the earth core fire. Su Qinghan exerted a little force and actually pulled Lin Yuan into her courtyard. She casually closed the courtyard gate. The layout of this courtyard is almost identical to that of Lin Yuan's. After all, they are separated by only a wall and were built uniformly by the sect. But the scene inside is completely different. Several spiritual fields have been cultivated in the courtyard, where various spiritual plants thrived, their leaves adorned with glistening dewdrops, clearly indicating that they had been carefully tended. A faint, fresh scent of herbs lingers around the nose. Your spiritual plants are growing well. You could let Han Shuang come over and learn from you. Lin Yuan observed calmly before speaking. Just have her come over when you have time. Su Qinghan pulled Lin Yuan into the main room and quickly brewed him a cup of spiritual tea, the aroma of which filled the air. She stopped teasing her and took out an exquisite jade box directly from her storage bag. As soon as the jade box appeared, the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop a few degrees, and wisps of icy cold air seeped out from the cracks. Look at this. Lin Yuan took the jade box, and it felt icy cold to the touch. He opened the box, and a soft, icy blue halo immediately came into view. Inside lay a palm-sized, ice-blue crystal, exactly the cold marrow crystal he needed. This crystal is crystal clear, without the slightest impurity inside, and its quality is absolutely superb. A piece of cold marrow crystal of this quality is worth at least 1,000 spirit stones. Where did you get this? Lin Yuan was surprised and asked. I obtained this item by chance in a secret place many years ago. I originally intended to keep it as a last resort, to exchange for spirit stones to save my life in times of crisis. Su Qinghan sighed softly and pushed the jade box in front of Lin Yuan. The reason I'm bringing it out today is, firstly, because it concerns Wei's life. Her voice lowered, tinged with sorrow. In the Yin Corpse Sect, you, Uncle Lin, should know better than me what would happen to a female cultivator like me, who has ordinary talent but some beauty, if she didn't have a truly powerful patron. Wei, his journey to find the nether fire of the earth's core is so fraught with peril that even a glimmer of hope would be an understatement. As she spoke, she leaned forward slightly, getting close to Lin Yuan, her breath sweet as orchids. Uncle Lin, we've known each other for so many years. We're neighbors. I think you're a reliable person. Why don't you? Her beautiful eyes, alluring and seductive, stared intently at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan felt a surge of heat rush to the top of his head and subconsciously swallowed. To be fair, Su Qinghan is incredibly charming and alluring. However, he and Wei were somewhat acquainted. As the saying goes, a friend's wife. You're welcome, Tui. Don't covet her. The thought flashed through his mind for only a moment before he extinguished it. How ridiculous. In the dog-eat-dog world of cultivation, especially in the heartless Yin Corpse Sect, so-called morality is nothing but a self-deceiving shackle for the weak. Wei and he were merely acquaintances who exchanged benefits. They were hardly friends. As for himself, he lacked spirit stones and resources. Even if Wei can't bring back the earth core flame, this frost marrow crystal will be of great use in the future. Why wouldn't you want such a great benefit right in front of you? Seeing Lin Yuan remain silent, a resolute glint flashed in Su Qinghan's eyes. She suddenly stood up, walked behind Lin Yuan, and hugged his waist from behind. The soft, warm touch, transmitted through the robe, was surprisingly elastic. Uncle Lin, Wei he probably won't be coming back. I need someone to rely on, a man who can protect me in this sect. If you protect me, then I, and this cold marrow crystal, will all be yours. Lin Yuan stiffened, slowly put down his teacup, and asked in a calm voice, Aren't you afraid that I'll take the things, and then deny them? Su Qinghan let out a soft laugh behind him, tinged with a hint of self-mockery and a touch of melancholy. I trust my judgment. Uncle Lin, you usually don't show off, but I happened to see you refining pills last time. That kind of fire control technique is not something that ordinary qi refining cultivators can possess. It's at least at the level of an 8th-grade alchemist. She tightened her arms around him, her breath brushing against Lin Yuan's ear, full of allure. A promising alchemist is far more reliable than a brute who only knows how to fight. Of course, most importantly, I prefer Uncle Lin to Wei He. Good heavens, could this be the legendary gerontophilia? Now that I think about it, the way Su Qinghan looked at him before was a bit strange. Lin Yuan slowly turned around and met her misty eyes. Without further hesitation, he swept her up in his arms. Chapter 20. Help me up, I can still fix it. Inside the bedroom, his breathing gradually calmed down. Su Qinghan leaned lazily against Lin Yuan, her temples damp with sweat, and a few strands of her hair clung to her flushed cheeks, adding to her allure. She tidied her slightly disheveled clothes, her movements unhurried, with a hint of satisfaction in her eyes, like a cat that had eaten its fill. Lin Yuan calmly looked into his eyes at the lines of small golden characters that only he could see, which were quietly refreshing. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 6, 0/600 points can be added. 7th rank alchemist, 0 to 300 points can be added. Level 2 fire control, 0/200 points can be added. Available attribute points, 6. One face-to-face arduous training session resulted in the acquisition of a full 4 attribute points. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly. If he remembered correctly, Su Qinghan had been stuck at the 4th level of Qi refining for 5 or 6 years. She must have already reached the 4th level of perfection and was just one step away from the 5th level, but she was struggling to find an opportunity to break through. Helping her reach the 5th level of Qi refining, and then cultivating with her in the future will grant 5 attribute points each time. This investment is worthwhile. Having made up his mind, Lin Yuan spoke. Now that you know my level of alchemy, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. As he spoke, he took out a small white jade porcelain bottle from his storage bag and handed it over. Su Qinghan took the porcelain bottle and uncorked it. A rich spiritual energy, far exceeding that of ordinary pills, instantly spread out, making the air in the entire room seem a bit fresher. This is a high-grade Qi gathering pill. An unbelievable look of surprise instantly flashed in Su Qinghan's eyes. She suddenly hugged Lin Yuan's neck and kissed him hard on the cheek. Uncle Lin, you're so kind. With these 2 high-grade Qi gathering pills, I am 70% confident that I can break through the bottleneck and enter the 5th level of Qi refining in one fell swoop. The porcelain bottle contained the 2 high-grade Qi gathering pills that Lin Yuan had refined last time. A top-grade Qi gathering pill costs about 40 spirit stones, which isn't exorbitantly expensive. Even an ordinary cultivator could scrape together this amount of spirit stones by saving every penny. The key issue is that there's a price, but no market for it. This grade of elixir is not something that ordinary disciples can easily obtain. The only 2 7th-grade alchemists on the entire 100 Herbs Peak are usually busy researching higher-level pills, so they have no time to refine Qi-gathering pills. Even if they are occasionally refined, they are pre-ordered by the sect's prodigies and elders, and will never end up in the market. Su Qinghan looked at the porcelain bottle in her hand, as if it were a priceless treasure. You can focus on your cultivation. It's getting late. I should head back. Lin Yuan stood up, his tone still calm. He rubbed his aching back, a look of weariness on his face, and slowly walked out of Su Qinghan's courtyard, returning to his own residence. The courtyard gate had just opened. Han Shuang was squatting in the spirit field, fertilizing several spirit plants. Seeing Lin Yuan return, he quickly got up. Brother Yuan, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Lin Yuan's breathing seemed a little heavier than usual, and that his eyes looked tired, she immediately stepped forward to support him. Lin Yuan waved his hand. It's all right. Discussing philosophy with others takes a toll on my mind. As I get older, my energy isn't what it used to be. Han Shuang supported him, but inadvertently sniffed. A faint, delicate fragrance drifted into her nostrils. It wasn't the scent of herbs or plants, nor the aroma of elixirs, but a unique fragrance belonging to a mature woman. Han Shuang felt as if she had been gently pricked by an invisible needle, a strange sense of unease and urgency rising within her. But she said nothing, silently suppressing the strange feeling in her heart. Brother Yuan, I've made some qi-boosting soup and prepared some spiritual food. Let's eat first. Dinner was exceptionally lavish. Black jade spirit rice, crimson blood demon pork, paired with a pot of warm tiger bone spirit wine, are all ingredients that greatly replenish vital energy. In the past few days, Lin Yuan has been spending his time either in the alchemy room or in the meditation room, and his spiritual essence has indeed been greatly depleted. Han Shuang's cooking skills are excellent, and the food is very much to my liking. After a few cups of spiritual wine, Lin Yuan felt a warm current flowing through his limbs and bones, and his previously slightly tired soul recovered considerably. Brother Yuan, is the food to your liking? Han Shuang rested her chin on her hand, her bright eyes fixed on him. Lin Yuan nodded. I went to the market today and saw something that I think would suit you perfectly. He put down his chopsticks and took the long knife out of his storage bag. The long sword was drawn, and a flash of cold light passed through the room. Han Shuang's gaze was instantly drawn to it, her eyes filled with shock and emotion. She had assumed that Lin Yuan had taken her in simply to treat her as a servant who would take care of her daily needs and handle chores. Unexpectedly, he even thought of bringing me something when he went out. Brother Yuan, this is a magic artifact? Han Shuang's voice was full of excitement. Lin Yuan nodded. Try it out to see if it fits. This blade is not a flying sword or magical weapon commonly used by cultivators. It cannot be controlled with divine sense or magical power to injure enemies in midair. However, its blade is heavy, made of tough material, and exceptionally sharp, making it tailor-made for the path of body cultivation. When combined with the brute force of the physical body, its power is immense. Han Shuang stretched out her hands and solemnly accepted the long sword. As I held the hilt, a heavy, cold feel washed over me. With a gentle flick of her wrist, the blade pierced the air with a low whistling sound. Thank you, Brother Yuan. I really like this knife. She carefully placed the long sword aside and suddenly threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms. Today, I think I've figured out some new variations of the golden body technique. Brother Yuan, could you give me some pointers? Her voice was soft, with a hint of barely perceptible urgency. Lin Yuan revealed a knowing smile and picked her up in his arms. The next day, as dawn broke, Lin Yuan awoke, looking radiant. He took out the jade slip containing the illusionary form technique that he had bought yesterday for 300 spirit stones and began to comprehend it by immersing his consciousness into it. This technique is indeed profound. It can not only change one's appearance and physique, but also deeply conceal one's aura. The complexity of its method far exceeds Lin Yuan's imagination. He tried to circulate his spiritual energy, following the methods recorded in the jade slip, through his meridians. But the spiritual energy only traveled halfway before it hit an invisible wall, instantly becoming stagnant and unable to advance any further. Lin Yuan spent almost half a day trying to understand it, but still couldn't grasp the key points, and his brows furrowed in frustration. Just then, the familiar golden text in my vision suddenly refreshed again. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 6, 0/600 points can be added. 7th rank alchemist, 0 to 300 points can be added. Level 2 fire control, 0/200 points can be added. Illusion technique, 0/10 points can be added. Available attribute points, 12. Last night, I had 2 face-to-face training sessions with Han Shuang, each lasting 3 points, and gained a total of 6 attribute points. Lin Yuan was overjoyed to see the words "can be added" appearing after the illusion technique. Without hesitation, he added all 10 attribute points to the illusion technique with a thought. A thought. In an instant, a massive torrent of information surged into his mind like a river bursting its banks. He had mastered countless insights into the cultivation of the illusionary transformation technique, including its techniques and subtle variations, as if he had personally cultivated it for decades. The small print under the eyes refreshed once again. Illusionary form technique. Perfect. Lin Yuan's mind stirred. The fluctuations of his qi refining level 6 cultivation began to rapidly subside and decrease, and in a short while, his aura was reduced to the level of qi refining level 2. Subsequently, as his mind shifted again, his cultivation level began to rise again, eventually stabilizing at the 5th level of qi refining. Click, click, click. Amidst a series of fine cracking sounds, his previously slightly aged body suddenly became upright, and the contours of his muscles changed accordingly. In a short while, Lin Yuan transformed into a burly, ordinary-looking middle-aged man with a square face. Excellent, excellent. With this method, not only can one conceal their cultivation level, but one can also change their appearance. In this way, I can confidently refine pills and then sell them in the market. Chapter 21 Su Qinghan's ultimate skill. Who can withstand it? Lin Yuan withdrew the illusion technique and returned to his original aged appearance. He did not completely conceal his cultivation level, but maintained it at the 5th level of qi refining. In this way, one can conceal most of their strength without attracting unnecessary trouble due to low cultivation level. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, a soft knock came from outside the courtyard gate. "Uncle Lin, are you home?" Su Qingyan's voice, tinged with a touch of coquettishness, drifted in. "Shuanger, let her in," Lin Yuan said calmly. Han Shuang opened the courtyard gate as instructed. Su Qingyan wore a pink silk dress, which accentuated her graceful figure, and her face was filled with undisguised joy. As she approached Han Shuang's nose twitched slightly. A familiar fragrance wafted through the air, exactly the same as the scent that lingered on Lin Yuan yesterday. Han Shuang felt as if her heart was being pricked by needles. She vaguely guessed the relationship between Lin Yuan and Su Qinghan. She lowered her eyes, concealing the gloom in them, and silently stepped aside. Su Qinghan was unaware of the girl's thoughts and walked straight into the east wing where Lin Yuan was, closing the door behind her. "You see me?" Like a cat showing off its treasure, she spun around in place, and a surge of spiritual energy, characteristic of a 5th-level qi refining cultivator, rippled out without reservation. The bottleneck that had plagued her for years was broken through with overwhelming force by Lin Yuan's elixir. "Not bad, not bad." Lin Yuan sat in the chair, holding a teacup, and took a small sip, his expression calm. "However, you came here in such a hurry. It can't just be to show me your cultivation level, right?" Lin Yuan put down his teacup, and his gaze fell on her. Su Qingyan blushed, but instead of feeling shy, she walked step by step to Lin Yuan, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pressed her whole body against him. "I've been living like a widow for so many years. How hungry am I? Didn't you taste it yesterday, Uncle Lin?" Her breath was warm, with a hint of sweetness, brushing against Lin Yuan's ear, like a feather plucking at his heartstrings. Lin Yuan lifted her up in his arms. After 2 cups of tea, after 2 face-to-face arduous training sessions, Lin Yuan gained 10 attribute points. Su Qingqing was leaning lazily against the headboard, her hair disheveled and her eyes glazed over. "After knowing you for so many years, I still don't know what kind of spiritual root you have." Lin Yuan leaned against the other side and asked. "Me?" Su Qingyan stretched lazily. "His aptitude isn't the best, but it's not too bad either. It's a mid-grade water spirit root." The grades of spiritual roots, from lowest to highest, are divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade. Lin Yuan himself possessed the worst low-grade spiritual root. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted decades with his cultivation level remaining at the 3rd level of qi refining. Although a mid-grade spiritual root doesn't qualify someone as a sex prodigy, as long as resources are sufficient, reaching the qi refining perfection stage is not difficult. As for foundation building, that depends on each person's own opportunities and resources. A mid-grade water elemental root, not bad. Lin Yuan understood. If it were a low-grade spiritual root, he would decisively give up further investment, as that would be a pure waste of pills. However, a mid-grade spiritual root is worth investing some resources to further improve its cultivation. The higher one's cultivation level, the more attribute points they can provide. "Why are you asking me about my spiritual roots?" Su Qingyan turned to the side and looked at him curiously. "Now that you've followed me, I certainly won't treat you unfairly," Lin Yuan said calmly. "In the future, I will have a good supply of pills, and I can give you some." "Uncle Lin, you're so kind." Su Qingyan suddenly pecked him on the cheek, her eyes filled with surprise and emotion. She leaned close to Lin Yuan's ear, her breath sweet as orchids. "My family was poor when I was a child. Before I embarked on my spiritual practice, I learned to play musical instruments. I can make a sound out of anything I can put in my mouth. Time flies, and half a month has passed in a flash. During these 15 days, Lin Yuan's life became unusually regular. During the day, he would work tirelessly in the alchemy room, refining spiritual herbs into batches of pills. At night, he would sweat profusely in his bedroom. Or perhaps he could guide Han Shuang in cultivating the golden body technique, allowing her to experience the powerful and resilient physique. Or perhaps they could engage in arduous training face-to-face with Su Qinghan, enjoying the growth of their attribute values. Half a month later, his cultivation level had quietly broken through to the 7th level of qi refining. He had also amassed a considerable amount of pills. 58 low-grade qi condensation pills are to be handed over to the sect to complete the mission. However, there are 2 short, which can be made up with qi-gathering pills. 50 low-grade qi-gathering pills. 60 medium-grade qi-gathering pills. 38 high-grade qi-gathering pills. If all these pills were sold in the market, Lin Yuan estimated that, given the current soaring price of pills, he could get at least 3,000 spirit stones. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and he looked at the small golden characters that only he could see. Cultivation level, qi refining level 7, 500/700 points can be added. 7th rank alchemist, 3 to 300 points can be added. Level 2 fire control, 2/200 points can be added. Illusion technique, perfected. Available attribute points, 177. It's time to go out. Lin Yuan gave instructions to Han Shuang, who was guarding the courtyard, then went out, urging the ebony shuttle to head straight for the market town at the foot of the mountain. At the same time, Yin Corpse Sect, Green Bamboo Peak. Inside a cave shrouded in a thick, blood-red mist, Shui Linglong sat cross-legged on the futon, her expression solemn. 3 pills floated silently in front of her. Each pill exuded astonishing spiritual energy fluctuations, its essence shimmering with light, clearly indicating it was no ordinary product. If anyone with a discerning eye were here, they would surely exclaim in surprise. These 3 pills are none other than foundation establishment pills, coveted by countless qi refining perfection cultivators. 2 of them were of low quality, and 1 even reached the rare mid-grade quality. I sold almost all my valuable cultivation resources to obtain this mid-grade foundation establishment pill. A madness and determination flashed in Shui Linglong's eyes. In addition, these 2 low-grade foundation establishment pills will serve as supplements. And this crimson blood dragon marrow pill. Finally, she took out a pill the size of a longan, as red as blood, with dragon-shaped patterns running across its surface. As soon as this pill was produced, the temperature in the entire cave seemed to rise a few degrees. It will surely help me achieve the foundation establishment of the heavenly Tao in one fell swoop. There are also differences in the level of cultivation among cultivators who have reached the foundation establishment stage. From bottom to top, it is divided into 3 levels: the way of humanity, the way of earth, and the way of heaven. The level of foundation establishment directly determines how far a cultivator can go on their path of cultivation. Human beings who have just begun building their foundation have the shallowest roots. Their dantian and qi are nothing special. Their hope of reaching the golden core realm in the future is less than 1 in 10,000. The method of building a foundation in the underground is already quite remarkable and is the choice of the vast majority of elite sects. The Heavenly Tao foundation building technique, on the other hand, has a foundation far stronger than the previous 2. Its dantian and qi are as vast as the sea. Once successful, the chance of condensing a golden core in the future will greatly increase, and its combat power will be overwhelming among those of the same level. Shui Linglong is a proud and arrogant person, and what she seeks is naturally the supreme Heavenly Tao foundation establishment. After establishing the foundation, one must begin preparing the materials for refining the supreme forgetfulness pill. Her thoughts drifted away for a moment. This pill uses rare materials, and it would require the assistance of a 7th grade or higher alchemy master to have any chance of being successfully refined. Forget it, it's too early to think about these things. Let's focus on foundation establishment first. A fierce glint flashed in Shui Linglong's eyes, and she no longer hesitated. She opened her red lips and took a deep breath. The crimson blood dragon marrow pill and the low-grade foundation establishment pill instantly transformed into 2 streams of light, which she swallowed. Boom! A violent and unparalleled medicinal power exploded within her body in an instant. The aura emanating from her began to rise and surge at an alarming rate. The entire cave trembled violently. Chapter 22 Iron Face Senior Sister. Actually trying to give me a backdoor? At the summit of Baichao Peak stands the Dambao Pavilion. A strong medicinal fragrance mixed with a chilling death aura wafted over him. Lin Yuan, hunched over, slowly stepped into the pavilion, casually straightening his faded gray robe. Behind the counter, Qinghan, dressed in a light blue butler's uniform, was looking down at the jade slip. She was tall and slender with a beautiful face, but she exuded a chilling aura that kept strangers at bay, making the temperature in the entire pavilion drop several degrees. Hearing the aged and slow footsteps, Qinghan raised her head, her cold eyes falling on Lin Yuan. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes at first, but then they returned to their still, lifeless state. It's only mid-month. What brings you here? As is customary, Lin Yuan always comes in the last few days of the month to hand over the mission pills in one go, and then purchase the spiritual materials for the following month. His appearance at this time today is very unusual. Well, before speaking, Lin Yuan sighed, his wrinkled old face filled with sorrow and dejection. Don't even mention it. The last time I bought materials for the condensing essence pill, I had terrible luck. Not a single batch turned out well, it was all ruined. As he spoke, he walked shakily to the counter. Well, we have to buy some more, otherwise we won't be able to meet next month's quota. In a place like the Yin Corpse Sect, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. The more you do, the more mistakes you commit. The safest way to survive is to feign weakness and disguise yourself as a dying, insignificant old alchemist. Any sharpness that might attract envy must be carefully concealed. Do we still need the materials for the qi condensation pill? Lin Yuan's mind raced with thoughts. With his current skill as a 7th-grade alchemist, he could produce at least 3 low-grade and 2 mid-grade qi condensation pills per batch. While the medicinal effects were excellent, the materials were expensive. Conversely, the qi gathering pill, 1 grade lower, had cheaper materials, a higher success rate, and could even consistently produce high-grade pills. Selling these at the market would be far more efficient at earning spirit stones than producing qi condensation pills. Moreover, with Han Shuang and Su Qinghan by his side now, the consumption of pills is far greater than before, so he must increase revenue and reduce expenditure. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, and his voice was hoarse. Give me 20 servings of qi gathering pills. Give me 20 portions of qi condensation pills. Lin Yuan looked pained. Qi gathering pill, 1 portion costs 5 spirit stones. Yuan condensation pill, 1 portion costs 12 spirit stones. A total of 340 spirit stones. Qingtan's voice remained completely calm and professional. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan reached into his robes with his withered hand and rummaged around for a while before finally pulling out a worn-out storage bag whose original color was no longer discernible. He turned the bag upside down and poured out a pile of low-grade spirit stones. He counted them on the counter for a long time, making a clanging sound, before finally managing to collect 340 stones. His face was full of pain as he reluctantly pushed the pile of spirit stones away. Qinghan accepted the spirit stones expressionlessly and turned to prepare the medicinal herbs. Just as she turned her back, a glint flashed in Lin Yuan's cloudy old eyes. He spoke casually, his voice hoarse, and asked, "Senior Sister Qinghan, I want to ask you something. Does your pill treasure pavilion sell the formula for the foundation establishment pill?" Qinghan paused in her action of picking the medicinal materials. She turned around, and a sharp glint finally appeared in her usually calm and collected eyes. The formula for the foundation establishment pill. Her voice was 3 degrees colder than before, carrying a scrutinizing tone. A closely guarded secret of the sect. If you want to check, you must first prove to the sect that you are an 8th-grade alchemist. Then, you need to pay 1,000 sect contribution points. The certification of becoming an 8th-grade alchemist isn't difficult. One simply needs to consistently refine qi condensing pills. But those 1,000 sect contribution points. He could only earn 9 contribution points after a month of hard work refining pills and completing sect missions. To accumulate 1,000 points would take nearly 10 years. Lin Yuan's divine sense quietly probed into his storage bag, which contained 638 black butterfly coins, which he had saved up previously. To accumulate 1,000, he would need to think of other methods. Just as Lin Yuan was making his calculations, Qinghan suddenly lowered her voice and leaned forward slightly. A faint, cool fragrance, like that of orchids, drifted in quietly, accompanied by her icy words. "But we've known each other for so many years. If it were you, I could pull some strings for you." A wary glint flashed in Lin Yuan's cloudy old eyes. Qinghan was known throughout Hundred Herbs Peak for his impartiality and lack of leniency. He had dealt with her for so many years, yet he would haggle over even the smallest amount of spirit stones during transactions. Going through the back door? Making an exception? Having lived 2 lives, Lin Yuan's first ironclad rule of survival was, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Even if there were, it would only be a trap laced with deadly poison. I can find a way to waive all the sect contribution points for you. I can even privately give you a set of auxiliary spiritual materials for refining foundation establishment pills. However, I need you to go to the Fallen Demon Valley in my place. Fallen Demon Valley. Upon hearing those 3 words, Lin Yuan shook his head vigorously, his attitude resolute. No, absolutely not. What kind of place is that? Rumor has it that out of 10 people who go in, not 1 comes out alive. My old bones can't withstand that kind of ordeal. Qinghan seemed to have anticipated his reaction. Then why are you asking about the formula for the foundation establishment pill? Of course, I want to do some research beforehand, Lin Yuan said with a straight face. What if I, an old tree, sprout new buds and still have a sliver of hope for foundation establishment? Oh, Qinghan let out a sneer without any attempt to hide it. To refine the foundation establishment pill, 5 main ingredients are needed. Among them, dragon blood vine, netherworld grass, and purple cloud ape heart flower are now extinct in the 6 kingdoms of the eastern region. Her gaze suddenly turned deep and unfathomable, like 2 bottomless, icy pools. There is only one place in the entire eastern region. That is the Valley of Fallen Demons. Therefore, Qinghan said slowly and deliberately, her voice icy cold. If you don't enter the Fallen Demon Valley, even if you get the pill formula, it will just be a piece of waste paper. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Fallen Demon Valley. In the Yin Corpse Sect, and even in the entire eastern region's cultivation world, this name represents death and opportunity. Legend has it that in ancient times, a celestial demon tore through space and invaded this realm, causing heavy casualties among cultivators. In the end, a powerful being from the upper realm descended and sealed the celestial demon with supreme divine power. The Fallen Demon Valley was a deathly wasteland forcibly created in that battle. The valley's interior is extremely unstable, riddled with invisible spatial rifts, and filled with a highly poisonous mist formed from a mixture of ancient demonic energy and earthly afflictions. Any ordinary cultivator who comes into contact with it will surely die. Only every 30 years, when the energy tides within the valley slightly subside, will the outer mist briefly dissipate. During this time, various sects seize the opportunity to send disciples into the valley to search for rare and precious treasures long extinct in the outside world. Whether it's our Yin Corpse Sect or the Misty Immortal Sect, every time the Fallen Demon Valley opens, they will send their disciples into it to find the spiritual materials needed to refine the foundation establishment pill. However, the spatial rifts within the valley are extremely dangerous. The higher the cultivation level of a cultivator, the easier it is to trigger a spatial collapse upon entering, resulting in certain death. Therefore, upon entering this place, regardless of who you are, your cultivation level will be suppressed to below the 9th level of qi refining. I've been there once too. Qinghan stared at him and slowly threw out the final bait. I know an extremely hidden secret place. If you just follow the route I give you, you can not only avoid most of the spatial rifts, but also have a high chance of collecting those 3 spiritual herbs that are not found in the outside world. Besides elixirs, she lowered her voice, and for the first time, a hint of emotion was revealed in her eyes, which were like a deep pool. If you are confident in your alchemy skills, you may be able to obtain another opportunity. Chapter 23 Foundation Establishment Pills Too Difficult? Then let's make a fortune first. You only need to reach that secret place and pick a medicinal herb for me. At this point, Qinghan paused, her voice cool and clear. When you return, I will present you with the formula for the foundation establishment pill and its auxiliary ingredients. A glint of light flashed in Lin Yuan's cloudy old eyes. He is now at the 7th level of qi refining. At his current unbelievable cultivation speed, he will probably reach the 9th level of qi refining in less than 2 months. At that time, foundation establishment will be the biggest obstacle in front of him. He could directly advance to foundation establishment, But Lin Yuan had a thorn in his side. Foundation building is divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. The way of heaven, the way of earth, and the way of humanity. These 3 levels represent 3 completely different paths to immortality, and also determine the length of one's future journey to immortality. Lin Yuan was afraid that if he directly added points, the system might default to the lowest level of humanity foundation establishment, which would completely destroy his foundation. It should be understood that ordinary cultivators use spirit stones to purchase or exchange sect contributions for a few pills, and if they are lucky enough to break through the bottleneck in seclusion, their foundation building will at most be the human foundation building. The foundation is the shallowest, and the Dantian and Qi Si are only at an ordinary level. Once you embark on this path, it means you will be completely cut off from the path to the golden elixir in this lifetime. Therefore, Lin Yuan must seek the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. However, the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment requires a massive amount of foundation establishment pills to cleanse one's body and refine one's foundation, which necessitates obtaining the pill formula and refining it oneself. Of course, this is just a preliminary plan, and a final decision will be made after the 9th level of Qi refining is completed. This matter is of great importance. Please allow me some time to consider it, Lin Yuan said in a hoarse voice. Qinghan seemed to know that this decision was not easy to make. She counted out the medicinal herbs that Lin Yuan needed and neatly arranged them on the counter. No rush. The Fallen Demon Valley will not open again for more than a month. Just give me an answer before you start. Lin Yuan put all the medicinal herbs into his storage bag, clasped his hands in a fist salute to Qinghan, then turned around and slowly left Danbao Pavilion with a hunched back. He did not return directly to his cave. Instead, he turned and came to a more ancient and magnificent pavilion not far from Danbao Pavilion. The Sutra Repository. He used a small amount of sect contribution to enter the first floor of the Scripture Pavilion, a place he knew exactly where to go. Unlike the various cultivation techniques and secret arts stored upstairs, this place mainly houses miscellaneous anecdotes, stories, geographical features, and ancient legends from the cultivation world. Lin Yuan walked among the rows of tall jade slip shelves, his divine sense sweeping over each ancient jade slip like mercury spilling onto the ground. Finally, his gaze settled on a jade slip with a dark color and even some damage to the edges. He probed into it with his divine sense. A flood of complex information rushed into my mind. The records in the jade slip almost perfectly matched what Qinghan had said. The 5 main ingredients needed to refine the foundation establishment pill, dragon blood vine, netherworld grass, and purple cloud ape heart flower, are almost extinct in the 6 kingdoms of the eastern regions today. The only way is through the infamous Fallen Demon Valley. Lin Yuan put the jade slip back in its original place, and then found a scroll containing information about the Fallen Demon Valley on another bookshelf. Most of the content was similar to what he had heard. Spatial rifts, highly toxic miasma, and energy tides that occur only once every 30 years. But one line of small, vermilion characters made his pupils shrink slightly. The core of Fallen Demon Valley is the place where the remnant soul of the heavenly demon slumbers. Foundation establishment cultivators who enter it will almost certainly die. It seems that if we want to obtain a large number of foundation establishment pills, we have no choice but to go to the Fallen Demon Valley. However, everything will have to wait until I reach the 9th level of Qi refining and then try adding some points to foundation establishment. If adding points only allows me to reach the human foundation establishment stage, then I will abandon my cultivation and start over, using pills to build up my strength until I reach the heavenly foundation establishment stage. His old face was filled with sorrow and helplessness. He sighed and headed towards the market town at the foot of the mountain. Behind him, at the window on the 2nd floor of Danbao Pavilion, Qinghan's cold gaze was fixed on his departing figure. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she looked thoughtful. What's going on with that old devil Lin Yuan lately? If I hadn't used a secret technique to investigate just now, I wouldn't have discovered that his aura had already reached the powerful level of the 7th level of Qi refining. Moreover, the faint aura of pills emanating from him is more concentrated and pure than ever before, clearly indicating that he has refined a large number of pills, and even of high quality. That old fox is really good at hiding his true abilities. Could he already be a 7th-grade alchemist? If he can really get through the fallen demon valley, perhaps reaching the foundation establishment stage, that matter isn't entirely impossible. A complex, eerie light flashed in Qinghan's eyes. When Lin Yuan arrived at the foot of the mountain, his previously frail and hunched body became upright again, and the wrinkles on his face quickly smoothed out. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a lean man in his 50s with an ordinary face but shrewd eyes. He walked to a corner of the market, took out a piece of black cloth from his storage bag and spread it on the ground, then placed the labeled porcelain bottles on it. Beside it stood a crooked wooden sign with a few large characters written on it. Qi gathering pills for sale, of excellent quality. Soon, cultivators were drawn over. Fellow Taoist, how much is the Qi gathering pill? The one who asked was a boy who looked no more than 16 or 17 years old, but he had a strong smell of blood on him and a cold glint in his eyes from time to time. Lin Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids, responding in a hoarse voice. Low-grade Qi gathering pill. 1 pill costs 4 spirit stones. Medium grade, 20 spirit stones. Superior grade, 40 spirit stones. Limited quantity, first come, first served. Upon hearing the word superior grade, the boy's eyes instantly flashed with a terrifying light. A high-grade Qi gathering pill. Really? Give me 2. Lin Yuan casually picked up a jade bottle, uncorked it, and poured out 2 round, plump pills that exuded a fragrant aroma. The rich aroma of medicine, like an invisible hand, instantly drew in several cultivators who were strolling around nearby. This is truly a top-grade Qi gathering pill. This pill is radiant and has such a rich medicinal fragrance. It can't be wrong. In no time, Lin Yuan's stall was crowded with people, all staring intently at the porcelain bottle in front of him. In no time, Lin Yuan's stall was surrounded by a huge crowd. These are truly mid-grade pills, especially the high-grade Qi gathering pills, which are extremely rare. Without saying a word, the cold-looking youth directly slapped down 80 spirit stones, grabbed the pills, squeezed out of the crowd without looking back, and quickly left. With these 2 high-grade Qi gathering pills, thanks to their powerful medicinal effects, many difficult-to-break bottlenecks in the Qi refining stage can be easily overcome. Senior brother, give me 2 high-grade spirit stones. And 5 mid-grade ones too. Here are some spirit stones. I need 5 mid-grade Qi gathering pills. The scene was getting out of control, with some people even pushing forward, seemingly ready to loot. Lin Yuan snorted coldly, and with a wave of his hand, he collected all the medicine bottles on the stall. High-grade Qi gathering pills are in limited quantities. The highest bidder wins. His cold voice silenced the noisy crowd. I'll offer 50 spirit stones per pill. Sell me 2. A burly male cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refining shouted. The price immediately made many people's hearts skip a beat, and their faces showed signs of pain. 50 spirit stones. If they can help me break through my bottleneck, it's absolutely worth it. I want to. Someone immediately echoed. After all, high-grade Qi gathering pills are rare items that money can't always buy. Soon, after a bidding war, Lin Yuan had only 2 of the 38 high-grade Qi gathering pills left. There are only 5 mid-grade Qi gathering pills left, and only 40-odd low-grade ones. Lin Yuan counted the contents of his storage bag and found that he had received over 2,900 spirit stones. This was the first time he had ever held such a huge sum of money in his hands since he began his spiritual practice. The last 2 top-grade ones, anyone want them? Lin Yuan glanced around, his voice indifferent. Chapter 24. Brother Yuan, do you think the maid outfit I sewed looks good? Among the onlookers, a few were eager to participate, but the high price of 50 spirit stones per stone ultimately made them hesitate. After waiting for a while, and seeing that no one spoke again, Lin Yuan prepared to pack up and leave. Just then, a faint fragrance wafted past my nose. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a beautiful woman, about 30 years old, wearing a close-fitting blue dress that accentuated her curves, moving gracefully towards his stall. Junior brother, please wait. Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks, his gaze subtly sweeping over the woman. This woman was not only beautiful, but also had an amazing figure. A form-fitting blue dress perfectly accentuated her mature curves, and she exuded charm with every step she took. More importantly, the subtle yet elegant air she exuded was something that ordinary disciples could not possess. This woman's cultivation level is at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. Senior sister, may I ask what brings you here? Lin Yuan's voice was still hoarse, maintaining the facade of a shrewd middle-aged man. The beautiful woman covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes sparkling with a natural charm. Junior brother, there's no need to be nervous. You can produce so many high-grade qi-gathering pills at once, so you must have a highly skilled alchemist behind you, right? Her voice was soft and charming, yet carried an undeniable certainty. Lin Yuan's mind was on high alert, but his face remained impassive. Senior sister is joking. I just managed to refine a few batches by chance and exchange them for some spirit stones. Oh, is that so? The beautiful woman's smile deepened, and she took a step forward, a faint fragrance wafting into Lin Yuan's nose. My name is Mu Wanqing. Perhaps you have heard of my father's name, Master Mu, the Peak Master of Baichao Peak. Mu Wanqing, Mu Zhenren's daughter. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained calm and composed. So it's senior sister Mu? My apologies for not recognizing you. Lin Yuan clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, becoming more deferential. I won't beat around the bush with my junior brother anymore. Mu Wanqing's smile faded, and her expression became serious. My Mu family needs a large quantity of high-grade and mid-grade qi-gathering pills. Junior brother, selling your goods in the market like this may fetch a high price, but it's too eye-catching and will inevitably attract some unnecessary trouble. Her words hit the nail on the head regarding Lin Yuan's concerns. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Selling pills in the market like this might not cause any problems in the short term, but in the long run, it will inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Murder and robbery were commonplace in the Yin Corpse Sect. What does senior sister mean? Lin Yuan followed up on her question. Let's work together. Mu Wanqing said directly. I will buy all the pills refined by the alchemist behind you. The price is negotiable, and I can guarantee your absolute safety. Lin Yuan quickly began to calculate in his mind. The benefits of collaborating with Mu Wanqing are obvious. Safe, stable, time-saving, and labor-saving. He can save the time he would spend showing his face in the marketplace and focus on alchemy and cultivation. More importantly, being able to connect with the daughter of the Peak Master is a worthwhile investment in itself. It will be much easier for him to obtain certain scarce resources within the sect in the future. How much does it cost? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before asking the most crucial question. A top-grade qi-gathering pill costs 38 spirit stones. A mid-grade pill costs 18 spirit stones. I'll take as many as you have. The price offered by Mu Wanqing was slightly lower than the market price, but it was stable. Furthermore, if you need any spiritual materials or other resources, I can use the Mu family's channels to purchase them for you at absolutely fair prices. A glint of light flashed in Lin Yuan's turbid eyes. He was preparing to make a trip to the Fallen Demon Valley and needed many things, and this channel would come in handy. However, he did not show anything, but said, I need to go back and discuss this matter with that alchemist. Mu Wanqing nodded. That's how it should be. This is my communication talisman. If you've made up your mind, feel free to contact me anytime. She took out a paper crane folded from pale gold talisman paper from the storage bag at her waist and handed it over. The paper crane was so lifelike that its wings were still fluttering slightly. Lin Yuan took the paper crane. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, containing a trace of pure spiritual energy. He clasped his hands in a fist salute again, then turned and left. Back in the secluded courtyard, Lin Yuan shed his disguise and reverted to being the old man on his deathbed. In the courtyard, Han Shuang was wielding the long sword Lin Yuan had given her, her movements powerful and graceful. The blade sliced through the air, creating a sharp whistling sound. Her gaze was focused and sharp, a stark contrast to her usual docile demeanor. Upon seeing Lin Yuan return, she immediately sheathed her sword and stood still. Her fierce aura vanished instantly, and she quickly ran over, affectionately hugging Lin Yuan's arm. Brother Yuan, you're back. I feel like I'm about to break through to the second layer of copper skin. Her tone was full of excitement. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Han Shuang's talent in physical cultivation is indeed astonishing. Once she breaks through to the second level of the copper skin, each time she engages in arduous training, she can provide him with 4 attribute points. Lin Yuan patted his storage bag at his waist, and took out a porcelain bottle. Take this, you can't slack off in your cultivation. The porcelain bottle contained the remaining 20-odd low-grade qi gathering pills from this sale. This stuff doesn't have a high profit margin, and it's troublesome to sell. It's better to just give it to Han Shuang as a cultivation resource. Han Shuang took the jade bottle, opened it, smelled it, and her eyes immediately lit up. Thank you, Brother Yuan. She suddenly leaned close to Lin Yuan's ear, her pretty face slightly flushed, her breath sweet as orchids. Brother Yuan, didn't you say a few days ago that there's a kind of clothing in your hometown called a maid outfit? I sewed one myself according to your description. Can you tell if it's the same as the one from your hometown? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up instantly, and a surge of passion rose within him. He scooped Han Shuang up in his arms. Let's go take a look now. Oops. Han Shuang let out a shy gasp and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Inside the bedroom, the maid outfit that Han Shuang sewed herself was slightly different from what Lin Yuan remembered. It used less fabric, but the style was therefore bolder and more unrestrained. Lin Yuan liked it very much. The two discussed the matter carefully and thoroughly for a long time before the storm finally subsided. You don't need to prepare dinner for me. Lin Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Han Shuang, who was lying on his chest, for the next period of time, I will go into seclusion to focus on alchemy in preparation for going to the fallen demon valley. Brother Yuan, don't work too hard. Han Shuang stretched out her finger and drew circles on his chest, her voice full of heartache. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and then added a sentence. You don't have many friends here. If you feel bored, you can go next door and chat with Su Qinghan. I think she grows spirit plants quite well. You can ask her for advice when you have time. Han Shuang nodded obediently. After lingering tenderly for a while, Han Shuang changed back into her original clothes and left the room with a blush on her face. Chapter 25. The beautiful woman's arduous cultivation. Her husband suddenly returns home. Lin Yuan then sat cross-legged and took out the alchemy furnace. Inside the alchemy room, the furnace fire roared. Lin Yuan concentrated intently as he threw one spiritual herb after another into the alchemy furnace, transforming them into pure medicinal liquid. Time slips away quietly. It wasn't until the evening of the next day that Lin Yuan emerged from the alchemy room, looking exhausted. He worked through the night and successfully refined 2 batches of qi gathering pills and 2 batches of yuan condensation pills. Furthermore, he consumed and refined all 4 newly refined high-grade qi condensation pills. A powerful medicinal force spread through his body, and his cultivation level increased by another 160 points. I'm one step closer to the 8th level of qi refining. Stepping out of the room, the courtyard was quiet. Han Shuang is not at home. At this time, the only place she could go was next door to Su Qinghan. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan straightened his robes, strolled to Su Qinghan's courtyard gate, and gently knocked on the door. A moment later, the door was opened a crack, revealing Su Qinghan's charming and beautiful face. Have you finished refining the pills? Her eyes sparkled as she opened the door and let Lin Yuan in. In the courtyard, Han Shuang was squatting by the spirit field, curiously looking at a spirit herb that was about to bloom. Hearing the noise, she quickly got up. Immortal Master. She bowed respectfully. Shuanger, you should go back first. I have some things I'd like to discuss with fellow Taoists alone. Lin Yuan said gently. Han Shuang glanced at Su Qinghan secretly, then at Lin Yuan. She vaguely knew that the two had a special relationship and nodded obediently. Then I'll go back and prepare some food for the Immortal Master. After saying that, he quickly left. After Han Shuang left, Su Qinghan leaned against the door frame and chuckled softly. Your maid is quite interesting. It would be good to have her come over often to keep me company and relieve my boredom. Lin Yuan nodded, took out another porcelain bottle containing 20 low-grade qi gathering pills from his storage bag, and handed it over. I see that your cultivation has improved a lot. You should be close to the 6th level of qi refining. Su Qinghan accepted the pills without any hesitation, uncorked the bottle, glanced at it, and immediately revealed an undisguised joy on her face. With these, after refining them all, I should be able to reach the 5th level of perfection and then try to break through to the 6th level. She carefully put the porcelain bottle away, then looked at Lin Yuan with seductive eyes. You've given me so many pills. I have no way to repay you. I have no choice but to repay him with my body. Ha! Lin Yuan was amused by her. You're really getting into character. Of course. Su Qinghan extended her jade-like finger and gently touched Lin Yuan's chest, her smile becoming even more alluring. How about today? I play the snake demon repaying a debt of gratitude, and you play the handsome scholar going to the capital for the imperial examination. The next day, before dawn, the bedroom was quiet, with a lingering, alluring atmosphere. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Su Qinghan was sleeping soundly beside him, her beautiful cheeks flushed with satisfaction, and her breathing was even and long. Lin Yuan was about to get up when his brows suddenly furrowed slightly. After advancing to the 7th level of qi refining, his perception range and sensitivity far surpassed what he had before. Just now, he sensed a familiar presence, staggering towards the courtyard. The aura was chilling, carrying a thick, mortal scent, yet it was extremely weak, like a candle flickering in the wind. Holy crap! Wei He is back. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and a thought flashed through his mind in an instant. Broken. Without the slightest hesitation, he swiftly and silently dressed, and with a flicker of his body, he vanished through the bedroom window like a wisp of smoke, without disturbing anyone. Almost the instant he stepped into his own courtyard, the creaking sound of the neighbor's gate being pushed open rang out. A chilling, bone-deep coldness, accompanied by an overwhelming, viscous stench of death, instantly spread out. Wei He appeared at the doorway, his already pale face now as white as paper. The scarlet coffin behind him was now broken and covered with charred claw marks, as if it had been through a fierce battle. He was extremely weak, and every step he took seemed to exhaust all his strength. He staggered and looked like he could collapse at any moment. Su Qinghan, who was in the bedroom, was naturally awakened as well. Hearing the commotion, she rushed out of the room, and her expression changed drastically when she saw Wei He's miserable state. My husband. She rushed forward and supported the swaying Wei He. You won't die. Wei He's voice was hoarse and dry. He was helped into the house and sat heavily on a chair, breathing weakly. Go and invite Brother Lin over for a chat. Seeing how badly he was injured, Su Qinghan didn't dare to ask any more questions. She quickly nodded and hurried out of the courtyard. A moment later, Lin Yuan arrived as invited. He walked into the room and saw Wei He's appearance. His gaze sharpened slightly. The corpse energy on Wei He's body was even denser than before he left, and it had a faint sense of solidification. If it was not suppressed, it might invade his heart meridian and cause his death. Lin Yuan strode forward, without any unnecessary words. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a jade bottle, poured out a high-grade qi-gathering pill, and handed it over. A deep sense of surprise flashed across Wei He's cloudy eyes. He hadn't expected Lin Yuan to be able to produce a high-grade qi-gathering pill. Without any hesitation, he accepted the pill and put it into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, and a pure and gentle spiritual energy flowed through his parched meridians, immediately stabilizing his weak breathing. Thank you, Brother Lin. Wei He caught his breath, and a trace of color finally returned to his face. He gave a wry smile and began to explain. I went to retrieve the netherworld fire, and everything was going smoothly until I was about to succeed when I discovered that there was a crimson flame lizard guarding the fire. I was caught off guard and couldn't retreat in time. I was seriously injured by that beast and almost didn't make it back. Lin Yuan understood. The strength of level 1 demonic beasts varies greatly. The weakest is only equivalent to a cultivator at the 1st or 2nd level of qi refining, while the strongest is comparable to a master at the 9th level of qi refining. This crimson flame lizard is the best of the best, born with the ability to control flames, and its strength is comparable to that of a qi refining 9th level cultivator. Wei He was only at the 6th level of qi refining. The fact that he was able to escape alive after a head-on encounter was already a testament to his extraordinary skills and excellent luck. Brother Lin, if I fail to obtain the Earth Core Flame this time, I fear my life will be in danger in order to suppress the backlash of the corpse energy within my body. Lin Yuan remained expressionless and asked in a deep voice. Brother Wei, please feel free to speak your mind. My armored corpse absorbed a lot of fire elemental energy during this trip. With a little more nurturing, it will be able to advance to a bronze-armored corpse. At that time, its strength will be almost the same as that of the Crimson Flame Demon Lizard. Brother Lin, Your fire control skills are extraordinary. If you could assist us, you could restrain the demon lizard's fire attacks. Plus my wife, who has now reached the 5th level of chi refining, the 3 of us working together, along with a bronze-armored corpse, should be able to take down that demonic beast without much difficulty. Chapter 26 Yuanji, you've gotten even more amazing. This kind of spiritual fire from heaven and earth is a coveted treasure for any cultivator, and for alchemists, it is an opportunity that can bring about a qualitative change in their alchemy skills. He was preparing to go to the extremely dangerous Fallen Demon Valley. If he could obtain the Earth Core Flame and combine it with his fire control technique, his strength would definitely increase greatly. However, just to be on the safe side, Lin Yuan still asked, "Are you sure there's only one Crimson Flame Lizard there? I saw the nether fire from the Earth's core with my own eyes, and the only guardian beast was indeed that one. As long as we kill it, the spirit fire will be within our grasp." Seemingly sensing Lin Yuan's doubts, Wei He sighed and revealed an even bigger secret. "I know you have doubts, Brother Lin. Why would a mere chi refining cultivator like me discover such a treasure as the Earth Core Fire? Speaking of which, Brother Lin, have you ever heard of the name of the Yin Corpse ancestor more than 100 years ago?" Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. "Of course I've heard of it. It's said that this ancestor was once the peak master of Green Bamboo Peak, and later even advanced to the nascent soul stage, but eventually his lifespan was exhausted and he passed away." "Good." A hint of arrogance appeared on Wei He's face. "That Yin Corpse ancestor was my Wei family's ancestor. This Earth Core nether fire was something my ancestor discovered by chance during one of his travels. However, at that time, the fire was not yet fully formed, and its nature was violent and difficult to control. So our ancestors set up a hidden array here to completely seal off this place. Only descendants who bear the blood of our Wei family can enter with a token." "I see." The last trace of doubt in Lin Yuan's heart vanished. This statement makes perfect sense and explains why the Earth's core fire has not been discovered by others to this day. With the formation set up by the nascent soul ancestor and the bloodline restriction, this opportunity is indeed secure. It seems that the nether fire of the Earth's core truly exists, and apart from that Crimson Flame Lizard, there are not many other dangers. This trip was worthwhile. "Good." Lin Yuan finally nodded. "You should focus on healing your injuries first. Once you've fully recovered and successfully upgraded the ironclad corpse, we'll set off. I'll take this time to prepare properly." The two then discussed some details in detail before Lin Yuan got up to take his leave and return to his residence. Han Shuang had already prepared breakfast and was sitting quietly by the stone table waiting for him. After Han Shuang served Lin Yuan breakfast, he went straight into the east wing and never came out again. The rising fire cast flickering light and shadow on his aged face. One day later, Lin Yuan put a mid-grade qi condensation pill into his mouth. The moment the elixir entered his throat, it transformed into a pure and gentle warm current, flowing freely through his parched meridians and eventually converging into his dantian. A moment later, Lin Yuan's body trembled slightly. He opened his eyes, and an uncontrollable look of joy appeared on his aged face. He has reached the 8th level of qi refining. It takes 800 attribute points to advance from the 8th to the 9th level of qi refining. One high-grade qi condensation pill can provide 40 points, so all we need are 20 pills. Continue refining pills to advance your cultivation to the 9th level of qi refining. He closed his eyes again, focusing all his attention on the alchemy furnace before him. Time flies. 5 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The door creaked open, and Lin Yuan walked out, looking quite energetic. The sleepless nights did not make him show signs of fatigue. On the contrary, they made his eyes shine even brighter. Just now, he successfully broke through and officially entered the 9th level of qi refining. At this moment, Han Shuang was practicing the golden body technique in the courtyard, each punch and kick carrying a fierce and powerful aura. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, the resolute look on her face instantly melted away, turning into surprise and delight. She quickly stopped her practice and rushed over, grabbing Lin Yuan's arm tightly, her face full of affection. Lin Yuan looked at her, then picked her up in his arms and walked back into the room. 1 hour later. "Brother Yuan, I feel like you've changed again." Han Shuang lay lazily on Lin Yuan's chest and spoke softly. "What's different?" "It has become even more powerful." Han Shuang said softly. You're not bad either. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on her. You've reached the second level of the copper skin realm, haven't you? Now, every time Han Shuang undergoes arduous training, it provides him with 4 attribute points. This investment has yielded a considerable return. It's all thanks to Brother Yuan's tireless use of pills. Otherwise, how could Shuang have made such rapid progress? Han Shuang's voice was filled with gratitude. Lin Yuan smiled and took out a porcelain bottle from his storage bag, handing it to her. There are 30 qi gathering pills inside. Cultivate diligently. Han Shuang took the porcelain bottle, her eyes immediately welling up with tears. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Why are you crying? Lin Yuan reached out and patted her head. I only found out a couple of days ago that this kind of pill costs 4 spirit stones per pill. In this Yin Corpse Sect, most low-level immortal masters can't earn many spirit stones a month. Han Shuang's voice trembled slightly. Brother Yuan, you're so good to me. You heard it from Su Qinghan? Lin Yuan paused slightly. Han Shuang nodded. These past 2 days, Master Su, she suffered a lot. That Master Wei often beats her. Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. The 2 houses were separated by only a wall, so he naturally knew that although Wei He and Su Qinghan were not exactly in love, they were at least respectful to each other, and he had never heard Wei He make a move. Could it be that their affair has been discovered? These past 2 days, I went to ask Master Su about spiritual plants, and I happened to witness Master Wei beating and scolding Master Su. Han Shuang's body trembled slightly. The day before yesterday, I saw several bruises on Master Su's wrist. She said that Master Wei discovered her hidden qi gathering pill and then took action. It was from her that I learned that this pill was so valuable. Brother Yuan, you didn't give me all the pills you refined, did you? Don't overthink it. Lin Yuan patted her head, interrupting her thoughts. I haven't had a proper meal in days. My mouth is practically tasteless. Go and prepare something to eat. Good. Han Shuang agreed, quickly dressed, and left the room with a blush on her face. Lin Yuan watched her retreating figure and sighed softly. He seemed to have no reason to interfere in Su Qingyan's affairs. He shook his head, banishing the thought from his mind, and took out a paper crane folded from pale gold talisman paper from his storage bag. Spiritual energy is infused into the fingertips. The paper crane's wings began to flutter slightly, as if it had come to life. Senior Sister Mu, the alchemist has agreed, but some details still need to be discussed. Lin Yuan spoke softly to the paper crane. He released his grip, and the paper crane transformed into a streak of light, instantly flying out of the window and disappearing into the horizon. Currently, his apparent cultivation level is still at the 5th level of qi refining. His actual cultivation level was already at the 9th level of qi refining. Since we are going to seize that nether fire from the Earth's core, we must make thorough preparations. Chapter 27, The Midnight Appointment. A secret meeting with the Peak Master's daughter. To refine the Earth core flame, both the mystic watergrass and the frost marrow crystal are indispensable. The cold marrow crystal has been obtained, but the mysterious watergrass is extremely rare and impossible to buy in the market. As the daughter of the 100 Herbs Peak Master, Mu Wanqing should have access to certain channels. Besides these, Lin Yuan also lacked suitable magical artifacts. The robe he had taken from Su Qinghan last time could ward off water and fire, and its defense was astonishing, but unfortunately, it was a woman's long dress. He also had a top-grade flying sword, but it was far from enough for him. Dambao's magical artifacts are expensive and of poor quality, so cooperating with Mu Wanqing is the best choice at present. As evening fell, Lin Yuan sat upright at the stone table under the jujube tree in the courtyard. Han Shuang carefully placed a piece of snow-white, plump fish meat, after removing the fish bones, into the porcelain plate in front of him, and then poured him a cup of warm tiger penis wine. These foods are all warming and nourishing for the kidney yang. Even though Lin Yuan's cultivation has greatly improved, he has recently experienced some internal heat. But he can't go without eating, otherwise where will he get the strength to face arduous training and grind those attribute points? Just then, a beam of light pierced the night sky and flew straight into the courtyard. The spiritual light receded, and a delicate paper crane floated in front of Lin Yuan, with a small token hanging from its body by a red rope. Lin Yuan stretched out his hand, and the paper crane fell into his palm. A clear, cool, yet alluring female voice came from within. At midnight tonight, We will meet at the Peak Master's residence atop 100 Herbs Peak. Han Shuang, who was standing to the side, had a look of curiosity in her eyes, but she knew her place very well. She simply got up silently and added some more rice for Lin Yuan. After dinner, Lin Yuan went into his room, used his illusion technique to transform into the appearance he had when he last met Mu Wanqing, and then released the ebony shuttle, which sped towards the summit. The summit. Soon, a series of palaces and pavilions came into view. Their grandeur under the moonlight was extraordinary, and it was the residence of Master Mu Junren, the Peak Master of Baichao Peak. As expected of the Peak Master's residence, the concentration of spiritual energy is at least 10 times that of my small courtyard, Lin Yuan muttered to himself. Before he could get close, he was stopped by 2 disciples at the 7th level of qi refining. But upon seeing the token in Lin Yuan's hand, the 2 men's expressions changed immediately, and one of them respectfully led him to a courtyard. The moonlight was like water, and Mu Wanqing was already waiting there. Tonight, she shed her gorgeous long dress and put on a tight-fitting blue martial arts robe, which perfectly outlined her full and proud figure, with breathtaking curves. She stood there casually, the moonlight falling on her as if draping her in a sacred veil, yet the allure in her eyes was captivating. His every move exudes an aura of someone who has long held a high position. Lin Yuan thought to himself, what a devil, and couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Fellow Taoist is punctual. This is not the place to talk. Please follow me, Mu Wanqing said, turning around and swaying her waist to lead the way. Lin Yuan nodded and followed her into the courtyard. The courtyard is quite elegant, planted with many rare and precious plants, which are obviously very valuable. Mu Wanqing led Lin Yuan into a quiet room. After the maid served fragrant tea, she quietly withdrew and closed the door. Only the 2 of them remained in the quiet room. I haven't yet had the pleasure of asking your esteemed name, fellow Taoist, Mu Wanqing said first, her gaze still carrying that lingering scrutiny. A mischievous thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind, and he clasped his hands in greeting, saying, I am Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Mu Wanqing's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this strange name, but she was very shrewd and quickly recovered, smiling charmingly with her eyes sparkling. So it's fellow Taoist Sunday. I suppose you've already considered the matter of cooperation? Lin Yuan nodded. I can sell you the pills, but the price must be the market price. Mu Wanqing's smile faded slightly. She leaned back in her chair, arms crossed over her chest, which accentuated her stunning curves and gave her a superior air. Fellow Taoist son, every business has its rules. If I buy at market price and then resell, not only will the profit be meager, but I will also bear the risk. I never do business at a loss. Is that so? Lin Yuan remained non-committal, slowly taking out a small porcelain bottle from his storage bag and gently placing it on the table. Here are 10 high-grade qi-gathering pills. Senior Sister Mu can inspect them first. Mu Wanqing frowned slightly, unconvinced. While the superior-grade qi-gathering pill was good, it wasn't enough to make her break the rules. She opened the bottle with some skepticism. The moment the stopper was opened, an extremely pure medicinal fragrance, far surpassing that of ordinary high-grade pills, exploded out. Her pupils constricted sharply, and her breath caught in her throat. He quickly poured out a pill, which was round and full, with a bright spiritual light. It was a top-grade qi-gathering pill of impeccable quality and near perfection. Excellent pill. Mu Wanqing immediately closed the bottle, and her gaze towards Lin Yuan completely changed. The scrutiny and contempt faded, replaced by solemnity and eagerness. Fellow Taoist son, this pill is indeed good, but buying it at market price is indeed a bit unreasonable, her thoughts raced. Experience told her that the more difficult the situation, the less she should give in easily. She had to keep the other party under control. It seems that Senior Sister Mu thinks my pills are not worth the price. Lin Yuan interrupted her, reaching into his storage bag again. This time, he took out an exquisite brocade box. He slowly and deliberately pushed the brocade box over. Mu Wanqing blinked her charming eyes, picked up the brocade box, and opened it. Inside the brocade box, neatly arranged, round and plump pills shimmering with spiritual light, exactly 90 low-grade qi condensation pills. The price of a low-grade qi condensation pill is similar to that of a mid-grade qi gathering pill, but taking out 90 of them at once makes a completely different difference. This means there is at least a 7th-grade alchemist behind this, and the production is stable. Building a good relationship with a prolific 7th-grade alchemist is definitely worthwhile. As long as the quantity is sufficient, even if you earn a little less per pill, it will add up to an astonishing fortune. With constant friction between the Yin Corpse Sect and the Misty Immortal Sect, the price of pills has skyrocketed, and coupled with the quality of my pills. Does senior sister still think my pills aren't worth the price? Lin Yuan's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Mu Wanqing slammed the brocade box shut, and a smile that was 100 times more charming than before bloomed on her face. Fellow Daoist Sun is too kind. Market price is market price. May I ask if fellow Daoist Sun has any other pills on hand? Of course. Lin Yuan took out another brocade box. Mu Wanqing opened it, and inside were 10 high-grade qi-gathering pills and 30 mid-grade qi-gathering pills. At this point, Lin Yuan had taken out a total of 20 high-grade qi-gathering pills, 30 mid-grade qi-gathering pills, and 90 low-grade yuan condensation pills. A top-grade qi-gathering pill costs 40 spirit stones. A mid-grade qi-gathering pill and a low-grade yuan condensation pill both cost 20 spirit stones. Mu Wanqing quickly calculated. A total of 3,200 spirit stones. She took out a storage bag and handed it over. Here are 3,200 spirit stones, fellow Daoist Sun. Please take a look. Lin Yuan scanned it with his divine sense, and it was accurate to the smallest detail. Besides buying at market price, I have another request. Please speak, fellow Daoist Sunday. Mu Wanqing's attitude became much warmer. If I buy something from you, I need a discount. Also, I need to use your channels to help me buy some things that are rare on the market. Of course, Mu Wanqing readily agreed. From now on, whatever you buy from me will be 80% of the market price. What do you need right now? As long as I have it, I will not hold back. This discount is quite generous. I need a Xian Shui grass. Also, let me see what high-quality magical artifacts you have here. Lin Yuan stated his needs directly. Fellow Daoist Sun, please wait a moment. Mu Wanqing immediately summoned a maid and whispered a few words to her. A moment later, the maids entered in single file, carrying 2 trays of cold jade. On one of the trays, a vibrant green herb, as if carved from jade, was emitting a faint chill, causing the temperature in the entire quiet room to drop slightly. It was precisely the Xian Shui grass that Lin Yuan urgently needed to refine the earth core flame. On another tray were a jet-black short blade and an ancient bronze shield, both exquisite magical artifacts gleaming with spiritual light. Chapter 28 Divine Gear Acquired. But a woman's scream came from next door. Seeing the satisfaction in Lin Yuan's expression, Mu Wanqing gave the maid a subtle wink. The maid understood, and with graceful steps, she respectfully presented the 2 trays to Lin Yuan. This shield is called the Azure Shield. This shield is made primarily of Qingxian copper, supplemented with cold iron. Not only can it change size at will, but once activated, it can also surround its owner and protect them, actively resisting attacks. Its market price is 1,200 spirit stones. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the simple bronze shield. Within the intricate array patterns engraved on the shield, wisps of spiritual light pulsate like blood vessels, containing a profound and weighty power like mountains. He already had a top-grade magic weapon flying sword that he obtained from Su Qinghan, and its attack methods were quite sharp, so there was no need to spend a lot of money to purchase another attack magic weapon. However, this Azure Shield perfectly compensated for his weakness in defense. Besides these, is there anything else? Of course, Mu Wanqing's red lips curled slightly as she gently clapped her hands. 2 slender maids entered gracefully once more, each carrying a tray with only 1 item on it, making them appear even more precious. On the tray to the left is a talisman that radiates a pale golden light. The runes on it are profound and mysterious. Just a glance at it brings a terrifying and overwhelming pressure. On the tray to the right was a pill the size of a longan, entirely purplish black, with wisps of black energy coiling around it like venomous snakes, emanating an extremely cold and violent aura. A sharp glint suddenly flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Although his cultivation level was not high, he had spent so many years struggling at the bottom of the cultivation world, and his insight and knowledge were far beyond that of ordinary people. A talisman? Good. Mu Wanqing's smile widened. This treasure is called the Mountain-Turning Seal. It contains a portion of the power of a core formation stage magic weapon. Once activated, it can transform into a mountain divine seal that descends from the sky. Even a late foundation establishment stage cultivator might not dare to confront it head-on. Talisman. This is a real life-saving trump card. This item is extremely difficult to refine and will damage the essence of the magic weapon, so it is extremely rare on the market, and each one is worth a fortune. Lin Yuan's gaze then turned to the purplish-black pill. This is a Yin Sha pill. Fellow Taoist's son has excellent eyesight, Mu Wanqing exclaimed. This Yin Sha pill is made by collecting the evil energy of the 9 netherworlds and refining it with dozens of kinds of Yin poisonous spiritual herbs. Once it is detonated, its power will be no less than that mountain-turning seal treasure. Lin Yuan understood. Both the mountain-turning seal treasure and the Yin Sha pill are incredibly powerful killing weapons, and it is no exaggeration to say that they are trump cards capable of reversing the course of events. It seems that Mu Wanqing has really brought out her most treasured secrets in order to win over this mysterious, high-level alchemist. How much do these 2 items cost? Activating the mountain-turning seal treasure requires some preparation time, and the price is relatively low, 2,000 spirit stones. Mu Wanqing extended 2 slender fingers. This Yin Sha pill arrived instantly, and it's even more unpredictable, costing 2,300 spirit stones. Lin Yuan quickly calculated in his mind. The Azure Shield, the Mountain-Turning Seal, the Yin Sha pill, and the Xian Shui grass, which they were determined to obtain, totaled a considerable sum. Where is this Xian Shui grass? Lin Yuan finally looked at the spiritual herb that was emitting a chilling aura. Mysterious water grass, 1,500 spirit stones. Mu Wanqing calculated. If fellow Taoist's son wants it all, the total price is 7,000 spirit stones. If we calculate based on 80%, that's 5,600 spirit stones. She smiled charmingly, her eyes sparkling. Lin Yuan had just received 3,400 spirit stones, and with what he had earned in the market a few days ago, his net worth was only a little over 6,000. This deal almost emptied his pockets. However, being able to buy these treasures, which would make even foundation establishment cultivators envious, for 5,600 spirit stones is definitely a huge profit. These preparations are especially essential for obtaining that nether fire from the Earth's core. Without further hesitation, Lin Yuan reached out and patted the storage bag at his waist, and a series of flashes of spiritual light appeared. Splash! A small pile of shimmering spirit stones instantly appeared on the table. Thank you. After the transaction was completed, Lin Yuan did not linger and immediately got up to take his leave. I will see fellow Taoist's son off. Mu Wanqing personally saw him off, her attitude becoming increasingly warm and friendly. From now on, if you have any pills to sell, or if you need anything else, you can come here to find me directly with your token. She winked at Lin Yuan, her smile carrying a hint of something indescribable. Lin Yuan simply nodded slightly, and after leaving the Peak Master's mansion, he activated the ebony shuttle, transforming into an inconspicuous streak of black light as he sped down the mountain. He did not return directly, but deliberately circled around several times to make sure there were no divine senses or auras following him before plunging into the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. Lin Yuan's figure blurred for a moment as he dispelled the illusion technique and returned to his original appearance. After doing all this, he once again steered the ebony shuttle, flying silently back to his small courtyard close to the ground. Lin Yuan took out the azure profound shield he had just acquired, and with a thought, he infused it with spiritual power. Buzz! The bronze shield shone brightly, like a loyal star, swirling and dancing around him, casting a solid protective shield. He then took out the top-grade magic weapon Frost Sword that he had obtained from Su Qinghan and carefully practiced both offense and defense in the courtyard. An hour later, he was able to use the 2 magical artifacts quite skillfully. Han Shuang stood quietly by the door, her bright eyes filled with admiration and worship. Ah! Just then, a piercing scream shattered the silence. The sound came from Wei He's courtyard next door. It was Su Qinghan's voice. Immediately following was Wei He's suppressed roar of rage, his voice hoarse and violent, like the howl of a trapped wild beast. Anything else you're keeping? Tell me. Anything else? Lin Yuan's brows furrowed instantly. Even through a wall, he could feel the violent aura mixed with the corpse's energy. Brother Wei, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Lin Yuan asked in a calm voice from behind the wall. The sounds from the other side of the courtyard wall abruptly stopped. A moment later, Wei He's slightly panting voice came through, revealing a forced sense of frustration. I'm so sorry, Brother Lin. My wife is so ignorant. She secretly kept some elixirs, which has ruined my important cultivation plans. I'm already on my end and can set off at any time. I wonder how things are going on Brother Wei's side. Would you like to come over for a chat? Lin Yuan cut straight to the point. Perfect timing. My ironclad corpse has just successfully advanced to a bronze-clad corpse, and I was just about to invite Brother Lin over to discuss this. Wei He's voice revealed a hint of barely suppressed excitement. Lin Yuan pushed open the door and walked out, arriving in the neighboring courtyard in a few steps. Su Qinghan was huddled in the shadows under the eaves, her long hair disheveled, and a clear, red five-finger mark was swollen high on one side of her pretty face, a shocking sight. When she saw Lin Yuan, she instinctively shrank back, a hint of despair flashing in her eyes. But when she saw Lin Yuan's calm and unwavering eyes, a faint, pleading light burst forth from the depths of his despair, only to be swallowed up by overwhelming fear. She lowered her head even further, her body trembling uncontrollably. Brother Wei, some time ago Fairy Su asked me to refine pills, saying it was to suppress the corpse poison for you. If there's any misunderstanding, it's best to clear it up. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over Su Qinghan and finally landed on Wei He. Wei He's expression was somewhat unnatural, his eyes were bloodshot, and his body was filled with surging corpse energy, clearly indicating that his emotions were extremely unstable. He grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Brother Lin is right. I was too impatient. Recently, the corpse refining process has reached a critical stage, and the corpse poison has backfired severely. I couldn't control my temper for a moment. That nether fire from the earth's core is of great importance. Brother Wei, you must take care of your health and not let a small matter cause you to lose something big. Lin Yuan said meaningfully. I understand. Wei He nodded emphatically. My injuries have almost fully recovered. Moreover, just yesterday, with the help of the remaining qi gathering pills from Qingyan, I successfully broke through and entered the 7th level of qi refining. There's no time to lose. How about we set off tomorrow morning? Excellent. Chapter 29. This fellow disciple is wicked. The next day, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Han Shuang stood at the door, carefully straightening Lin Yuan's slightly wrinkled collar. Her movements were gentle, her eyes filled with worry. Immortal Master, please be careful on your journey and return soon. Shuang is waiting for you here. Lin Yuan looked at her reddened eyes. His heart warmed, and he said, You can focus on your cultivation. I will be back in half a month at most. All right, Brother Lin. It's time for us to set off. Not far away, Wei He's voice came. He and Su Qinghan were standing on the Qingming flying boat, which was about 10 feet long. The flying boat was dark blue all over, and its design was more exquisite than Lin Yuan's ebony shuttle. It was filled with spiritual light and was obviously a mid-grade flying magic artifact of a higher grade. Lin Yuan patted Han Shuang on the shoulder, then his figure flickered and he landed inside the flying boat. As Wei He cast a spell through his fingertip, the azure flying boat trembled slightly, transforming into a streak of azure light that tore through the morning mist and sped toward the horizon. The airship was incredibly fast. The gale was blocked by an invisible shield, but the mountains and rivers below still rushed backward, turning into blurry patches of color. In just half a day, the flying boat had already traveled 1,000 miles. Brother Lin, look over there. Lin Yuan looked in the direction he pointed. At the edge of the horizon, an unremarkable little hill lies quietly on the earth, utterly inconspicuous. This place is an ancient volcanic crater. My ancestor once discovered that the fire elemental energy inside this crater was unusually dense. After some exploration, he found that it was connected to a fire vein. At the same time, there was also an extremely abundant amount of earth elemental energy inside. The two forces converged to give birth to the nether fire from the earth's core. Our ancestors were worried that news of the rare treasure would be leaked, So they used their great magic to set up an inverted 5 elements array to completely cover up all the unusual auras in this place. So from the outside, this place looks no different from any other barren mountain. As Wei He spoke, he urged the flying boat to swoop down. The airship circled once in a secluded valley at the foot of the mountain before quietly landing. We've been traveling for half a day, and our magical energy is quite depleted. How about we rest here for a while before going to retrieve the nether fire from the Earth's core? Wei He jumped off the flying boat and made a suggestion. Lin Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping warily over his surroundings. However, this place is already very close to the border of Yin Kingdom. If we encounter disciples of the misty immortal sect, it may cause more trouble. It is best to be careful. The 5 kingdoms of the eastern region have interlocking borders. The Yin Kingdom is the territory of the misty immortal sect, while the Yin Corpse Sect controls the neighboring Zhao Kingdom. The two factions are currently locked in a fierce battle over a newly discovered giant spirit stone mine. Although the mine is located on the other side of the border, no one can guarantee that they won't encounter enemies there. Upon hearing this, Wei He's face revealed a hint of arrogance. He reached out and slammed his hand heavily on the blood-red coffin behind him. With a muffled thud, the coffin lid slid open on its own. A corpse, its skin a bluish-black hue shimmering with a faint metallic sheen, rose straight up. A thick stench of decay and a chilling aura instantly filled the air. Don't worry, with this newly promoted bronze-armored corpse protecting us, everything is guaranteed to be safe. As he spoke, he found a clean, large rock not far away, jumped onto it, took out a pill and put it in his mouth, then sat cross-legged and began to recover his depleted mana. Lin Yuan didn't say anything more. He found a secluded place and pretended to be adjusting his breathing. But in reality, his divine sense had already quietly spread out, alerting him to any movement around him. As the sun sets, the evening glow paints the sky a magnificent crimson hue. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing across his face. Almost simultaneously, as if sensing something, Wei He and Su Qinghan also finished their meditation and looked warily at the sky. Brother Lin, what's wrong? No sooner had Wei He finished speaking than 3 streaks of light appeared on the distant horizon, hurtling toward their location. The foremost streak of light emanated from a magical artifact resembling a stark white bone. Piloting the artifact was a cultivator dressed in black robes, his aura erratic, clearly severely injured, and desperately fleeing. Closely following behind him were 2 cultivators, a man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman was stunningly beautiful. Both of them possessed powerful auras, their magical artifacts gleaming with spiritual light, and their robes were embroidered with cloud patterns from the misty immortal sect. With just one glance, Lin Yuan could tell that this was a pursuit involving both the righteous and the demonic paths. Those who fled ahead were fellow disciples of the Yin Corpse Sect. Wei He and Lin Yuan exchanged a glance, and both made the same choice. With remarkable tacit understanding, they instantly concealed their auras and, in a flash, hid behind the shadow of a nearby boulder. Although they are from the same sect, the Yin Corpse Sect never talks about camaraderie. If they rashly intervene at this moment, not only will they not receive any gratitude, but the fleeing person will definitely use them as scapegoats without hesitation and take the opportunity to escape. 3 streaks of light whistled past, about to fly over their heads. Lin Yuan and the others held their breath, feeling a slight sense of relief. However, at that very moment, something unexpected happened. The fleeing Yin Corpse Sect disciple seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He deliberately drew a strange arc in the air, and a sinister glint of triumph flashed in his eyes. He then swooped straight down towards the valley where Lin Yuan and the others were hiding. "Brothers below, lend me a hand," the man shouted hoarsely. Wei He's face instantly turned so dark it seemed like it could drip water. Although he concealed his aura, the bronze-armored corpse was newly formed and its mind was too weak, so the strong stench and aura of corpses on its body could not be perfectly hidden. Clearly, this damned guy discovered the existence of the bronze-armored corpse and wanted to shift the blame. "Brother Lin, Qingyan, you retreat. I'll handle the enemy. Now that we've been exposed, there's no point in hiding anymore." Wei He made a decisive move and shouted in a deep voice. With a flick of his finger, the bronze-armored corpse hidden in the shadows let out a low growl. It pushed off the ground with both legs, and its huge body shot into the sky like a cannonball, heading straight for the male cultivator who was chasing after it. At the same time, Wei He raised his hand, and a broken sword magic weapon shrouded in black mist was summoned. With a piercing sound of air being cut, it also slashed towards the male cultivator. Seeing that someone had finally appeared, a sinister smile of triumph flashed across the black-robed man's face. He raised his hand, and a jet-black skull shot out, spinning rapidly, heading towards the female cultivator behind him. "You're courting death." Upon seeing this, the male cultivator from the misty immortal sect flashed a hint of contempt in his eyes and shouted coldly. With a flick of his wrist, a long, golden spear appeared out of thin air. Wisps of electricity crackled and danced on the spearhead, and a scorching aura filled the air. "Go!" With a low shout, he released his spear, which transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, whistling as it pierced towards the oncoming bronze-armored corpse. Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he thought to himself, "This is bad." Roar! The bronze-armored corpse roared, neither dodging nor avoiding, but crossed its hands, which were harder than refined steel, and fiercely met the long spear. Boom! With a deafening roar, at the center of the collision between the golden spear and the corpse's arm, blinding lightning exploded. Countless slender electric snakes instantly covered the bronze-armored corpse's entire body, emitting a terrifying, sizzling sound. The massive body of the bronze-armored corpse was blasted away, black smoke billowing from its body. The dense corpse aura was instantly dispersed by the power of lightning, and its body convulsed uncontrollably in midair. Wei He's broken black sword was also deflected by the remaining force of the spear and flew back with a mournful cry. One move. In just one move, his strongest weapon, the bronze-armored corpse, was already injured. Boom! On the other side, the skull released by the black-robed man also exploded, and the black mist rolled, temporarily blocking the female cultivator's steps. "Senior brother, please hold them off for me. I'll go back to the sect and get reinforcements for you." Upon seeing this, the man in black robes didn't hesitate to punch himself hard in the chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His essence and blood transformed into a cloud of blood mist in the air, enveloping his entire body. The next moment, he transformed into a blinding streak of blood-red light, flying away towards the distant horizon at several times the speed of before. Chapter 30. Fellow disciples? Better to die for a fellow Taoist than for myself. Seeing that person turn into a bloody light and escape, the female cultivator from the misty immortal sect had a frosty expression on her face. She quickly made hand seals, and her body shone with spiritual light. "Senior brother Lu, this person possesses the heavenly heart jade marrow. We absolutely cannot let him bring it back to the Yin Corpse Sect." Her voice was cold and tinged with urgency. "This place is now in your hands. Junior sister Zhou, be careful. This is already Zhao territory. Do not linger in battle." Then senior brother Lu solemnly instructed. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. Heavenly Heart Jadeite. This item is a legendary rare treasure, extremely rare. It is said that if a cultivator can obtain this item to help them break through the bottleneck of Foundation establishment, their chances of success will be greatly increased. In particular, it has an unimaginable effect on the Foundation establishment of Heavenly Tao. No wonder these two were so relentless in their pursuit. The thought had barely formed in her mind when junior sister Zhou transformed into a sharp sword light, tearing through the sky and chasing after the direction where the blood light had disappeared. For a moment, only senior brother Lu remained in the valley. His gaze swept slowly across the area, carrying a playful and scrutinizing quality, like a cat catching a mouse. 1 Qi refining level 7 corpse cultivator. 2 Qi refining level 5 trash. Before he finished speaking, he pointed his finger in the air. The golden spear, still crackling with electric arcs and hovering in midair, emitted a buzzing sound, its tip turning into a golden beam that pierced straight at Wei He's face. Before the gun even arrived, its unparalleled sharpness already made Wei He's scalp tingle. He rolled awkwardly to the side, his posture utterly unsightly. The golden spear grazed his scalp and pierced the ground. Boom! Rocks flew through the air, and a bottomless crater was blasted open in the ground. Wei He's face turned pale, and he hurriedly made hand seals, trying to summon his bronze-armored corpse. But the enormous molten corpse just lay on the ground convulsing violently, its charred skin still crackling with tiny electric snakes, completely unresponsive. "Brother Lin, please help me." Lin Yuan took a step forward, his expression calm and composed. He patted the storage bag at his waist, and a cold, clear light flashed, revealing a gleaming flying sword in front of him. On the other side, Su Qinghan gritted her teeth and took a step forward. She produced a snow-white handkerchief, which grew longer in the wind, floating in midair and emitting a faint spiritual light. It was just an ordinary low-grade magic weapon, which was better than nothing in a battle at this level. Even a grain of rice can shine. Upon seeing this, Senior Brother Lu's mocking expression deepened. He formed a profound hand seal with one hand and uttered a low shout. "Thunder Prison." The golden spear stuck in the ground flew back into the sky, its tip blazing with lightning, as bright as day. The next moment, countless violent electric snakes shot out from the tip of the spear, weaving into a huge net of lightning in the air, which descended upon the three of them. A pungent, acrid smell filled the air, and the destructive pressure made Wei He's breath catch in his throat. The shadow of death instantly loomed over his heart. His face twisted in extreme contortion at that moment. In a flash, a mad and ruthless glint appeared in his eyes. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Su Qingyan's arm beside him. That hand was like an iron clamp. "Oh!" Su Qinghan let out a short scream. Before she could react, she was pulled by a tremendous force and placed in front of Wei He. She became Wei He's human shield. Just as the lightning net was about to fall, Lin Yuan moved. With a flick of his wrist, a simple, ancient bronze shield appeared out of thin air. Buzz! The azure shield flashed with spiritual light and instantly expanded to the size of a door panel. Thick azure light flowed around it, like an insurmountable mountain wall, protecting the three of them behind it. Boom! A deafening roar exploded through the valley. The raging lightning bolts bombarded the azure shield. The bronze shield trembled violently, and the array patterns engraved on it flickered wildly, their light shimmering erratically. An unimaginable force surged through the shield, and Lin Yuan felt a tightness in his chest, his blood churning, and his feet carving two deep furrows in the ground. But he managed to block it in the end. When the lightning subsided, the ground was a mess. The mocking smile on Senior Brother Lu's face vanished, replaced by astonishment. A top-grade defensive artifact. His gaze was fixed on the azure shield. Then he looked at Lin Yuan, his eyes turning greedy. "You old codger, you've got quite a bit of wealth. You even have 2 top-grade magic artifacts." On the other side, Su Qinghan recovered from the shock of surviving the ordeal. She broke free from Wei He's hand, staggered back a few steps, and created some distance between them. Interesting. Senior Brother Lu licked his lips, his eyes burning with even greater greed. "However, even if you have a tortoise shell, you're doomed to die today." He pointed his finger again. The golden spear let out a sharp whistle like a dragon's roar, its shaft transforming into a solid golden bolt of lightning, carrying an all-piercing power as it fiercely stabbed towards the azure shield. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted, and he dared not be careless in the slightest. He frantically poured his spiritual power into the azure profound shield, and at the same time, with a thought, he controlled the frostbite sword, transforming it into a chilling sword light that slashed straight at Senior Brother Lu's true form. This sword strike was full of spiritual power, but it lacked the subtlety of many variations. Sure enough, Senior Brother Lu swayed and easily dodged Lin Yuan's sword light, his face full of a cold smile of ease. At that very moment, Wei He's figure silently blended into the shadow cast by the boulder, like a venomous snake lurking in wait. Clang! A deafening clang, loud enough to shatter eardrums, rang out. The golden spear and the azure shield collided with a deafening roar. Under the immense impact, the azure shield groaned as it was flung away, its light dimming. The golden spear was also bounced high into the air. Just as Senior Brother Lu steadied himself and prepared to strike again, a dark blade of light silently emerged from the shadows behind him, aiming straight for his heart. It was Wei He who had infiltrated the shadows. Court death. Senior Brother Lu snorted coldly, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Without turning his head, he flicked his wrist, and a palm-sized throwing blade whistled out from his sleeve. Clang! With a crisp sound, Wei Yi's short sword was deflected. The flying blade, however, continued its momentum, tracing a strange arc in the air. Uft! The flying blade pierced Wei Yi's chest, exiting through his back and bringing with it a spray of hot blood. Wei Yi's sinister smile froze instantly. He looked down in disbelief at the bloody hole in his chest. "Husband," Su Qinghan exclaimed instinctively, just as senior brother Lu struck successfully, piercing through Wei Yi. A terrifying glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Now, without the slightest hesitation, he suddenly raised his hand. A pill the size of a longan, entirely purplish-black in color, exuding an extremely cold and violent aura, was hurled with all his might towards senior brother Lu, who was standing right next to him. "What is that?" Senior brother Lu had just killed Wei Yi, and his old strength had been exhausted while new strength had not yet been generated. By the time he sensed the deadly danger, the Yin Sha pill was already in front of him. Boom! An unprecedentedly loud roar instantly swallowed up all other sounds in the valley. A purplish-black sun suddenly rose from the spot, its immense and unparalleled Yin energy, mixed with destructive shockwaves, sweeping wildly in all directions. The ground cracked inch by inch, and all the nearby boulders and trees were instantly reduced to dust. Dust! Lin Yuan was too close to the center of the explosion. In the instant the shockwave, powerful enough to tear steel apart, struck, he only had time to grab the horrified Su Qinghan beside him and hold her tightly in his arms, using his back to withstand the force. The next moment, the two of them were like fallen leaves in a storm, blown high into the air by that terrifying shockwave. Chapter 31 Yin Sha Pill, sending you to the Western Paradise. The smoke and dust in the valley, mixed with a pungent acrid smell and a sinister aura, slowly settled. The deafening roar still filled Lin Yuan's ears. It felt as if his limbs and bones had been repeatedly pounded by a giant hammer. Every muscle was protesting, and he felt like his whole body was about to fall apart. He knew the Yin Sha pill was incredibly powerful, but he hadn't expected it to be this terrifying. Fortunately, he was not at the very center of the explosion. He was merely thrown away by the violent aftershocks. Apart from his blood churning and his internal organs trembling, he did not suffer any fatal injuries. "It's all right now." Lin Yuan's voice was a little hoarse as he gently patted the still trembling body in his arms. Su Qinghan curled up in his arms, her long, slender, white fingers gripping his clothes tightly until the warmth of his palm came through, at which point her tense body slowly relaxed, and she gently let go. Lin Yuan helped her to her feet and looked around, feeling a sense of awe. The valley, once filled with scattered rocks, now contained a massive crater over 10 zhang in diameter, its bottom charred black, as if struck by a meteorite. The once arrogant senior brother Lu had been completely erased from this world, leaving not a trace whatsoever. Lin Yuan released his divine sense, sweeping across the ravaged battlefield inch by inch. He quickly darted to Wei Yi, who was half buried under a pile of charred wood and rubble. He checked Wei Yi's breathing. It was faint, but at least he was still clinging to life. This piece of trash still has some use. The whereabouts of the Netherfire are still in our hands. Lin Yuan expressionlessly took out a healing pill from his storage bag, pried open Wei Yi's mouth, and stuffed it into his mouth. Su Qinghan also staggered over, and when her gaze fell on Wei Yi's pale face, a deep-seated hatred flashed in her eyes. But that emotion was fleeting, quickly turning into a soft sigh, and his gaze softened and became complex again. She knelt down, tore off a corner of her skirt, and silently and meticulously cleaned and bandaged Wei Yi's wounds. Seeing that Wei Yi's breathing gradually stabilized under the power of the pill, Lin Yuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the huge pit and felt a pang of heartache. Damn it! Over 2,000 spirit stones just vanished like that. However, the next moment, his divine sense detected something, and the pain on his face was instantly replaced by a look of wild joy. He moved swiftly, and from a pile of dust and debris in the distance, he pulled out the gleaming golden spear and an intact storage bag. The spear came into his hand. It was incredibly heavy, and faint arcs of electricity still flickered across its surface. This was the very thing that had almost killed him. Add to that this storage bag. Lin Yuan weighed it in his hand and realized that this was not only not a loss, but a huge profit. He suppressed his excitement and searched the ruins carefully for a while longer, finding his dimly lit azure shield, Wei He's bronze-armored corpse, and the broken magic weapon, and carefully storing them all. We can't stay here any longer. We have to leave immediately. Su Qinghan nodded. Lin Yuan summoned the ebony shuttle and moved the unconscious Wei He onto the shuttle. The two then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the horizon. The night was as dark as ink. Lin Yuan found a secluded cave and lit a campfire. Wei He's injuries were extremely serious, but fortunately his life was not in danger. It was just unknown when he would wake up. The flames crackled, casting the shadows of the two figures onto the mottled stone wall, where they swayed and stretched. "Do you hate him?" Lin Yuan asked. Su Qinghan looked at the flickering flames, first nodding, then gently shaking her head, her eyes filled with an indescribable struggle. The Yin Corpse Sect is such a place. It's a dog-eat-dog world, where it's either you die or I die. If I hadn't chosen to marry him back then, I don't know which senior's Yin Soul banner I would be struggling in now. I thought I could keep putting up with it. Over the years, he has been beating and scolding me at the drop of a hat. I've gotten used to it. But today, the moment he grabbed me and pushed me out as a human shield. Su Qinghan raised her head and looked at Lin Yuan. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, reflecting the orange-red firelight and clearly showing Lin Yuan's figure. Lin Yuan's back, which stood in front of her without hesitation in the critical moment. The moment the Yin Sha pill exploded, the arms that had been tightly protecting her in their embrace. Scene after scene kept replaying in her mind. My initial attraction to you was indeed motivated by a desire for revenge against him. She suddenly loosened the belt of her outer garment. But now, just say what you want to say. What are you doing? Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment. A cruel smile appeared on Su Qingyan's face as she glanced at Wei He, who lay unconscious beside the stone wall. I want to take my revenge on him again, right in front of him. This is a bit perverted. Su Qingyan's gaze returned to Lin Yuan, carrying a hint of provocation and a hint of allure. Don't you like it? 1 hour later, moonlight streamed through the cave entrance and shone on Su Qingyan's face. The firelight inside the cave still flickered. The two practiced diligently face to face 3 times before slowly coming to an end. Lin Yuan had to admit that after reaching the 9th level of qi refining, his old body had indeed become much stronger, and at least at this moment he could not feel any soreness in his waist and knees. He fumbled among the clothes lying to the side for a moment and took out the exquisite storage bag that belonged to senior brother Lu. Lin Yuan turned the bag upside down, released a little spiritual energy, and gave it a gentle shake. Splash! In a flash of inspiration, a pile of miscellaneous items lay scattered on the ground. The most eye-catching items were more than a dozen women's bodices of various styles, which seemed to still retain a faint scent of perfume. This guy probably has some kind of unusual collecting hobby. Lin Yuan disgustedly swept the bibs aside before looking at the remaining items. A jade slip, a small pile of spirit stones, 3 jade bottles, an exquisite jade box, and 2 magic artifacts. The spirit stones, when counted, amounted to more than 2,300, which just made up for the loss of the Yin Sha pills, and even left a slight surplus. Lin Yuan picked up the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense. A cultivation technique called Purple Heaven Divine Thunder appeared in his mind. This technique is extremely powerful and effective against all evil spirits and ghosts. However, it has very strict requirements for cultivation, requiring the practitioner to possess a lightning spiritual root. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. Although he did not have a thunder spirit root, the jade slip contained several techniques for using thunder magic, such as the method of drawing the thunderclap talisman, the method of refining the evil-repelling divine thunder pill, and the blueprint for refining the thunder spear. These things are like trump cards for him, who is in the Yin Corpse Sect, to save his life and turn the tide. He put the jade slip away with satisfaction. The 3 jade bottles were opened one by one. One contained a mid-grade qi condensation pill, and the other contained a mid-grade qi gathering pill, both of which were needed for a cultivator's daily cultivation. The last jade bottle contained 3 healing pills called muscle regeneration and bone repair pills, which could quickly restore physical injuries. Lin Yuan had long wanted to refine this pill, but unfortunately he had never had the recipe. With this, Wei He's injuries would likely heal much faster. Finally, he picked up the exquisite jade box. The moment it was opened, a soft, ethereal light emanated from it. Inside the box lay a beautifully carved jade hairpin, its surface smooth and lustrous, radiating spiritual light, a rare and superior defensive magical artifact. Lin Yuan picked up the jade hairpin, walked to Su Qinghan, and personally placed it in her cloud-like hair bun. Yes, it suits you very well. Su Qinghan raised her hand and gently stroked the jade hairpin in her hair, feeling its warm touch and the spiritual power it contained. Her eyes instantly reddened, and her face was filled with indescribable emotion. She threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms, sobbing softly. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since anyone had been so kind to her. Chapter 32: Su Qinghan's Reason and Struggle. The firelight inside the cave still flickered. Su Qinghan nestled in Lin Yuan's arms, feeling a peace and warmth she had never experienced before. After a long while, Lin Yuan took out a bottle containing the muscle regeneration and bone healing pill, took out one pill, and handed it to Su Qinghan. Give him this medicine. With it, he should wake up soon. Su Qinghan looked at the pill, her outstretched hand pausing slightly. A flicker of barely concealed hesitation and struggle crossed her eyes. The image of that man using her as a human shield was branded into her mind. But eventually, the turmoil in her eyes subsided, turning into a cold numbness. She took the pill, walked to Wei He's side, and silently fed it to him. After doing all this, she didn't look at it again, but sat down against the mountain wall, her gaze fixed on the flickering flames, lost in thought. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight shone into the cave. Well, with a suppressed groan, Wei He's eyelids twitched violently, and he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were initially blank, then turned to alertness. Almost instinctively, he sat up, enduring the sharp pain in his chest, and warily scanned his surroundings. He breathed a heavy sigh of relief when he saw Lin Yuan, who looked perfectly normal, and Su Qinghan, who remained expressionless. We survived? Wei He's voice was hoarse as he stared intently at Lin Yuan. What about Lei Xiao? Dead. Lin Yuan uttered two words indifferently, then shook his head with a wry smile, his face showing a pained expression. One Yin Sha pill was used. Otherwise, with my old bones, how could I possibly be a match for such a master? Looking at Lin Yuan's expression, Wei He believed him to be about 70 to 80%. He had heard of the power of the Yin Sha pill. It could indeed kill with a single blow. So that's how it is. It was my corpse puppet that leaked its aura, which attracted such a powerful enemy. It was my fault. I'll remember this favor, and I'll find a way to make it up to you, Brother Lin, in the future. Lin Yuan waved his hand non-committally. No need for compensation. If we can successfully obtain the Earth Core Fire this time, then it will be worthwhile. Thanks to the miraculous effects of the bone-regenerating pill, and after 2 days of rest, Wei He's injuries had almost completely healed. Although his bronze-armored corpse's corpse energy was largely dispersed by the power of lightning, its foundation remained intact, and its strength was not significantly affected. We've wasted 2 days. Let's hurry up and get the nether fire from the Earth's core. Wei He stretched his body and, after confirming that he was all right, spoke in a deep voice. The three then left the cave. Led by Wei He, they soon arrived at what appeared to be an ordinary small hill. The hill was not high, with a few withered yellow cypress trees growing sparsely on it, making it inconspicuous in the wilderness. Wei He patted his waist and took out a palm-sized, blood-red token. Without hesitation, he bit his finger and dripped a drop of his blood onto the token. The token instantly absorbed the blood. He began rapidly making hand seals, chanting incantations, and uttering a series of obscure syllables. Imperial Edict. With a low shout, the token in his hand suddenly shone brightly with blood. At the same time, on the small hill ahead, the space fluctuated violently, and a blurry blood-red light also appeared. 2 beams of blood-red light echoed each other in the air and connected with one another. A blood-red portal, taller than a person, appeared out of thin air on the mountainside. This is the entrance. Follow me. Without the slightest hesitation, Wei He leaped into the portal of light. Lin Yuan and Su Qinghan exchanged a glance and followed him inside. The moment you pass through the portal, the scene before you changes drastically. The desolate hills have disappeared. Instead, there is a crater that is larger than anyone could imagine. They were halfway up the mountain, with charred rocks beneath their feet, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of sulfur and suffocating heat. At the center of the crater lies a bottomless, enormous crater from which wisps of scorching heat constantly emanate, distorting the air above. Let's go? Wei He took the lead, urging his spiritual power to fly towards the mountain pass below. Lin Yuan and Su Qinghan followed without saying a word. The three of them erected protective shields to keep out the intense heat that was almost scorching. The mountain pass resembles a giant, upside-down gourd, with a narrow entrance that widens as you descend. As they went deeper, the surrounding temperature increased exponentially. The stone walls had turned dark red, as if they might melt at any moment. After flying downwards for an unknown amount of time, a vast lava lake, seemingly without end, finally appeared before the three of them. Glug, glug. The viscous, crimson magma, like boiling blood, surged and bubbled, producing huge bubbles. The bubble burst, spewing out a scorching wave of air. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. He could clearly sense that in addition to the extremely dense fire elemental energy, there was also a trace of pure earth elemental energy mixed in. It is precisely the nourishment that the netherworld fire loves most. I had been lying in wait here for 7 days and witnessed the eerie fire from the earth's core flying out of the lake. Wei He pointed to the lava lake below and said with lingering fear. Just as I was about to collect it, the crimson flame lizard guarding the fire suddenly appeared. Caught off guard, I was ambushed and seriously injured by it. As he spoke, he patted the storage bag at his waist, and several array flags and an array plate appeared in his hand. The banner was entirely black, with intricate runes engraved on it. This is the earth-binding dragon formation that I specially rented. Once this formation is activated, it can temporarily seal off this space and prevent the crimson flame lizard from escaping back into the lava lake. As he spoke, he began to skillfully place the array flags and array plates at several key nodes around the lava lake. Soon, an invisible formation was set up. Afterward, the three of them each found a secluded crevice in the rocks, concealed their presence, and remained like 3 stubborn rocks, quietly waiting for their prey to take the bait. Time, amidst this oppressive stillness and scorching heat, slipped away bit by bit. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days. The lava lake remains unchanged, with no alterations except for the monotonous, gurgling sound. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan's patience was almost exhausted, and he even began to doubt whether the nether fire of the earth's core had already left this place. Just then, something unexpected happened. The churning lava lake suddenly became eerily calm. Immediately afterwards, the magma in the center of the lake suddenly sank downwards, and then a palm-sized ball of light, burning with a ghostly blue flame, slowly rose from the depths of the magma. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. Subterranean fire. This celestial fire seemed to possess its own life. It hovered over the surface of the lava lake, like a mischievous sprite, greedily devouring the free-floating earthly energy in the air as it flew. The nether fire appeared, but the crimson flame lizard that guarded it was nowhere to be seen. If we were to collect the nether fire from the earth's core now, it would surely alert that demonic beast. However, if we continue to wait until the earth core fire finishes consuming all the earthly fiend chi here and re-enters this bottomless lava lake, then finding it again will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. No one knows exactly how big this lava lake is. Brother Lin, Wei He lowered his voice and transmitted his thoughts through divine sense. You just focus on collecting this nether fire from the earth's core, and Qingyan and I will protect you. My bronze-armored corpse has thick skin and tough flesh. It might not be able to withstand the crimson flame lizard head-on, but it can still hold it off. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. He swiftly formed hand seals, and then grabbed at the flickering blue flame in the distance. An invisible, immense force surged forth, instantly engulfing the ghostly fire from the earth's core. The dark blue fireball struggled violently, emitting terrifyingly high temperatures, trying to break free of its restraints. However, Lin Yuan brought the level 2 fire control technique to its fullest potential. He mobilized all his spiritual power, firmly tightening the invisible force, and slowly dragged the earth core flame toward him. Chapter 33 Lava Crocodile, a ridiculous mistake. Lin Yuan's expression was solemn, and the collection process went more smoothly than he had expected. Success was within reach. But at that moment, the calm lava lake suddenly began to surge violently. Boom! A gigantic lizard-like monster covered in crimson scales burst forth from the lava lake. "They're here." Wei He, who had been waiting for a long time, gave a low shout and formed a hand seal. The bronze-armored corpse beside him roared, its massive body leaping up like a cannonball, slamming heavily onto the back of the crimson flame lizard. The bronze-armored corpse's hands, harder than refined steel and imbued with a dense aura of death, swung their claws downward with force. Sizzle! A large patch of scales was forcibly torn open, leaving a huge, deep gash that exposed the bone. The crimson flame lizard cried out in pain, its massive body churning violently in the lava as it tried to shake off the bronze-armored corpse on its back. But the bronze-armored corpse clung to its wound like a maggot, refusing to let go no matter how much it struggled. Wei He and Su Qinghan also made their moves at the same time. Wei He's black broken blade transformed into a streak of light, whistling as it slashed down. Su Qinghan also summoned her flying sword magic weapon. The two magical artifacts pierced the wounds inflicted by the bronze-armored corpse with pinpoint accuracy. The crimson lizard let out a mournful cry and instinctively tried to burrow back into the depths of the lava lake. But when it crashed into it, it was violently bounced back by an invisible barrier. It was the formation set up by Wei He. Roar! With nowhere to go, the crimson flame lizard let out a roar filled with violence and pain. On the other side, Lin Yuan was at the final stage of collecting the earth core flame. The pale blue flame was not far in front of him, and its light was rapidly dimming. His gaze was drawn to the roar and inadvertently fell on the so-called crimson flame lizard. He only glanced at it before his brows furrowed tightly. This thing has rough scales on its back and a long, narrow snout. It is clearly a crocodile-like monster, but it has lived in lava for many years, so it looks somewhat like a lizard. Moreover, judging from its size, it's at most a cub. An ominous thought instantly rose in Lin Yuan's mind. Boom! Before his thought had even settled, the entire underground cavern suddenly began to shake violently. The lava lake below was like boiling water, churning and roaring wildly. In the center of the lake, lava suddenly bulged upwards, forming a huge protrusion. An indescribable, terrifying pressure, like an ancient behemoth awakening, instantly enveloped the entire space. The next moment, a grotesque head, larger than a house, slowly rose from the lava lake. Lin Yuan's heart sank. What covered that ferocious head was not scales, but layers of rough keratin that looked like solidified lava. Lava. Its surface is crisscrossed with ravines, exuding a wild and ancient aura. Level 2 monster, lava crocodile. Information about this monster flashed through his mind instantly. Once these demonic beasts reach adulthood, they are comparable to Foundation establishment stage cultivators of the human race, and their skin is thick and their physical strength is terrifyingly powerful. What's more troublesome is that it is also extremely adept at a kind of domineering sonic attack. The giant crocodile in front of us is enormous and is clearly already an adult. Wei He's judgment was wildly wrong. The giant lava crocodile's enormous vertical pupils swept over its besieged cub, and its rage instantly boiled over. It opened its huge mouth wide, and a blinding light shone from deep within its throat. The next instant, a crimson beam of light, formed from highly condensed magma, and carrying a temperature high enough to melt gold and iron, shot out toward the location where Wei He and Su Qinghan were. Boom! The sound of dense explosions echoed throughout the underground cavern. The defensive magic artifacts that Wei He had set up shattered instantly. He himself was also swept away by the aftershock of the breath, and his whole body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. The protective spiritual light of his body dimmed instantly, his face turned as pale as paper, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Qingyan's hairpin suddenly shone brightly, and a green light screen instantly rose up, like a tough barrier, firmly protecting her and barely blocking the terrifying attack. A level 2 monster is invincible. Retreat. Wei He steadied himself, then transformed into a streak of light, flying back towards the entrance he had come from without looking back. Su Qinghan watched his hasty retreating figure, her eyes dimmed, and then she flew to Lin Yuan's side, her face full of anxiety. Quick! Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the increasingly terrifying lava crocodile, then glanced at the cave entrance, and slowly shook his head. It's too late. Cover your ears and calm your mind. Although Su Qinghan did not understand the meaning behind his words, she subconsciously did as he said out of trust, immediately using her spiritual power to seal her hearing and guarding her mind. Roar. A terrifying roar, beyond description, suddenly erupted from the gaping maw of the giant crocodile below. The roar wasn't just loud. It created visible ripples in the air, like waves on water, spreading wildly in all directions. The entire cave wall trembled violently under the sound waves, and large amounts of dust and gravel fell down. Lin Yuan had already covered his ears tightly with both hands and withdrawn all his divine sense into his body. Even so, he still felt as if his brain had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, and he felt dizzy and disoriented, almost losing his balance. Su Qinghan, who was beside him, let out a muffled groan. Her face was deathly pale, and her body swayed precariously. If Lin Yuan hadn't warned her beforehand, she probably would have lost her composure and fainted immediately. Wei He, who had already flown into the air and was only a few feet away from the cave entrance, was completely enveloped by this terrifying sound wave. His body suddenly stiffened in midair. His eyes instantly lost their luster and rolled back stiffly. He fell from the sky like a tattered sack with its bones removed. Thump! With a muffled thud, he fell directly into the churning lava lake below. Even his ferocious bronze-armored corpse fell straight into the lava. After a long while, the mind-racking sonic attack finally stopped. Lin Yuan leaned against the cold stone wall, panting heavily. Below, the giant lava crocodile's huge, fiery red vertical pupils slowly rotated, finally locking onto the two remaining living creatures on the rock wall. Its enormous tail twisted gently in the lava, and its massive body, as large as a small mountain, slowly emerged from the lava lake, carrying a surging heat wave. The viscous magma slid down its rough cuticle, making a sizzling sound. It approached Lin Yuan and Su Qinghan's location step by step. As Su Qinghan gazed at the approaching giant beast, all color drained from her beautiful face, leaving only endless despair. Faced with a monster of this level, she couldn't imagine any possibility of survival. She took a deep breath, a resolute glint in her eyes, and stood in front of Lin Yuan. I should be able to hold it off for a while if I fight to the death. You'd better get out of here. Chapter 34 Lady Miaoying, the Hehuan Legacy? Lin Yuan ignored her resolute attitude and slammed his hand on the storage bag at his waist. A talisman, gleaming with golden light and covered with mysterious runes, appeared in his hand. It is indeed the heaven-turning seal talisman treasure. This treasure is incredibly powerful, but activating it requires a massive amount of magical energy. With a formidable enemy before him and every breath a matter of life and death, he had no other choice. Use this shield to protect yourself. Lin Yuan then shoved the azure shield into Su Qinghan's hand. Without further hesitation, he focused his eyes, mobilized all the spiritual power in his dantian, and frantically poured it into the heaven-turning seal treasure in his hand. Just then, the giant lava crocodile drew near. Its enormous crocodile tail, thicker than a water bucket, swept across with a scorching wind powerful enough to tear the air apart. Its power can even break mountains. Su Qinghan bit her red lips tightly, a tragic and resolute look flashing in her eyes. Without hesitation, she poured all her magic power into the azure profound shield, like a moth drawn to a flame, desperately blocking Lin Yuan, who was activating the talisman. Bang! A deafening roar, as if the mountains had collapsed and the earth had split open. The crocodile tail struck the azure shield squarely. Su Qinghan felt an irresistible and terrifying force surging towards her, and the light of the azure profound shield was instantly suppressed to the extreme, emitting a mournful cry of unbearable pressure. She and her shield were violently blasted away by the force. A streak of crimson blood drew a poignant arc in midair. Her body, out of control, plummeted towards the churning lava lake below. Just as she was about to fall into the lava, the jade hairpin in her hair suddenly shone brightly, and a soft, bluish-green halo enveloped her entire body. With a plop, she disappeared into the crimson lava lake. You beast, die! Lin Yuan's eyes were bloodshot with rage. At that very moment, The heaven-turning seal talisman in his hand finally absorbed enough magic power and was fully activated. Simply activating this talisman drained nearly half of his magical power. A dazzling beam of light shot into the sky. A massive, ancient, and imposing square seal, inscribed with profound runes. Runes floated in midair, radiating a terrifying aura that could suppress all directions. For the first time, a hint of fear appeared in the fiery red vertical pupils of that giant lava crocodile, and it actually tried to turn around and run away. Fall. Lin Yuan used all his strength and let out a roar. Boom! The heaven-turning seal, suspended high in the sky, crashed down with unparalleled force, as if the heavens were collapsing. It crashed heavily onto the lava crocodile. The terrifying pressure instantly caused the lava lake below to sink several feet deep, and the lava splashed outwards like a tsunami. The seemingly indestructible head of the lava crocodile was as fragile as rubble under the heaven-turning seal. Half of his head, along with its lava-like keratin layer, was smashed to pieces. Blood, flesh, and brain matter burst and scattered. However, the vitality of this level 2 demon beast is stronger than imagined. Despite suffering such a severe blow, it was not quite dead yet. Its massive body writhed and struggled wildly in the lava, creating towering waves. Its remaining single eye was filled with endless violence and madness. Lin Yuan's face paled, and with a flick of his wrist, the frost sword appeared in his hand, emitting a clear and melodious sword cry. Take advantage of your weakness and kill you. Puff! He moved like lightning, transforming into a streak of cold light, dodging and weaving among the crocodile's frantically twisting body, and with unparalleled precision, plunged his long sword deep into the wound in its shattered skull. Sword energy erupted, stirring wildly. After a short while, the lava crocodile's mountain-sized body trembled violently, slowly stopped writhing, and fell completely silent. Lin Yuan gasped for breath as he landed on the giant crocodile's corpse, looking down at the lifeless lava lake. The azure shield still floated on the lava, but Su Qinghan and Wei he had vanished without a trace. That ghostly fire from the earth's core has vanished, and no one knows where it has gone. He swept his divine sense outwards, but the lava lake was extremely large and bottomless. The chaotic fire elemental energy in the magma severely hindered the exploration of his divine sense, and Lin Yuan did not find any signs of life. He leaped onto the mountain-like back of the lava crocodile, drew his frost sword, and began skillfully dismembering it. This is indeed a level 2 demon beast. Its crocodile skin is extremely tough, making it an excellent material for crafting defensive magical artifacts. In addition, Lin Yuan also extracted a thumb-sized, crimson pill from its shattered skull, the beast's demon core. A level 2 demon core contains immense spiritual energy, making it a top-grade material for refining pills and priceless. He didn't waste any of the monster's flesh and blood, collecting it all. Having done all this, Lin Yuan's gaze returned to the vast lava lake. Reason told him that ordinary cultivators who fell into this place had absolutely no chance of survival. But the image of that person who stood in front of him without hesitation at the last moment lingered in his mind. That was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that someone had risked their life for him. However, the temperature of the lava lake below is extremely high, and even with the defensive shield, it probably won't last long. Suddenly, Lin Yuan seemed to remember something and rummaged through the storage bag at his waist. A moment later, a long, shimmering dress appeared in his hand. The dress was clearly no ordinary item. This item was the spoils he obtained from Su Qinghan, a rare, top-grade defensive magic artifact capable of warding off water and fire. Looking at the women's long dress in his hand, Lin Yuan's old face twitched involuntarily. Forget it. Face is for the living, the dead don't need it. Lin Yuan consoled himself with a word and put the long dress on. An old man with white hair and beard was dressed in a gorgeous long dress. The scene was somewhat strange, but at this moment, there was no time to worry about that. Then Lin Yuan leaped into the lava lake. The moment she entered the lava lake, the scalding lava was repelled by an invisible force, kept out by the long dress, and not a single trace of its high temperature penetrated in. My darling, from now on I'll call you Glass Skirt. Lin Yuan exclaimed in admiration, then controlled his body to continue sinking down into the lava lake. The lava lake was deeper than anyone could imagine. It took Lin Yuan a full hour to dive to the bottom. Su Qinghan and Wei he couldn't find it, but Lin Yuan found the dark blue subterranean flame that had become calm again in a crevice in the rocks at the bottom of the lake. Lin Yuan formed a hand seal, and once again unleashed his fire control technique. At the same time, another abyss in the lava lake. The jade hairpin in Su Qingyan's hair was emitting a faint glow, and strands of green light completely enveloped her, separating her from the scalding lava around her. A melodious and gentle female voice drifted into her ear. "I am Lady Miaoyin, little girl. Would you be willing to accept my secret art of lovemaking?" Su Qingyan slowly opened her beautiful eyes, feeling as if an invisible hand was pulling her forward. Finally, the scenery suddenly changed. The endless crimson lava disappeared, replaced by a clean and tidy cave that emitted a soft pink light. A stunningly beautiful woman dressed in palace attire stood quietly in the middle of the cave, smiling at her. The woman was not only stunningly beautiful, but also exuded a myriad of charms with every smile and frown. Even Su Qingyan, being a woman, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion upon seeing this, and a sense of inferiority arose within her. Chapter 35: The Severely Injured Fairy? A lamb to the slaughter. Lin Yuan went to great lengths to finally put away the earth core flame. He stood at the bottom of this desolate lava lake, his divine sense spreading out. There was nothing around except the eternal crimson. A day and a night passed, and he had searched almost every inch of the area. Apart from finding a few fragments belonging to the bronze-armored corpse, nothing else was discovered. It seems they are ultimately. A complex emotion flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Even though he had lived 2 lives and his heart was as firm as a rock, Su Qingyan was still his neighbor for decades and had even risked her life for him at the critical moment of life and death. He shook his head, suppressing that emotion. The path of cultivation is inherently a solitary journey strewn with bones. Lin Yuan didn't linger. His figure shot out like an arrow, breaking through the viscous magma and heading straight upwards. After a long while, he returned to the crater. A wave of scorching heat hit us, carrying a strong smell of sulfur. Lin Yuan surveyed his surroundings. This place was isolated by a natural barrier, making it difficult for outsiders to break in. It was an excellent place for seclusion. Perfect, let's refine this netherworld flame first. He sat cross-legged, facing upwards, and began to adjust his state of mind. His magical power and his spirit slowly rose to their peak. Lin Yuan then opened his eyes, his gaze clear and bright. He patted his waist. An especially made jade box containing the nether fire from the earth's core appeared in his hand. Lin Yuan made a hand seal, and a beam of spiritual light struck the jade box, causing the lid to open. As soon as the dark blue flame broke free, it flashed with spiritual light and transformed into a streak of blue light, attempting to escape. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. He grabbed at the air with his hand, and an invisible force firmly imprisoned him in midair. The eerie fire in the Earth's core struggled violently, emitting temperatures high enough to incinerate gold and fossils. However, under Lin Yuan's fire control technique, it could not cause any damage. Then, Lin Yuan took out 2 more items. One piece was a pure ice blue crystal, exuding a bone-chilling cold. The other plant is the mysterious watergrass, whose leaves seem to have ripples flowing on them. The icy aura of the cold marrow crystal and the gentle water spirit of the mysterious watergrass, like 2 chains, tightly bound the restless, dark blue flame, forcibly neutralizing its violent fire nature. This process allows for no mistakes whatsoever. It took a full 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Yuan's forehead was covered in sweat, his face was pale, and his internal magical power was almost completely depleted. By dusk on the 3rd day, the once raging, dark blue flame had finally become docile. It stopped struggling and instead, like a docile elf, twirled and leaped around Lin Yuan's fingers, exuding a sense of intimacy and joy. It's done. A hint of joy appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. He opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. The earth core flame transformed into a blue stream of light, which obediently entered his stomach and settled peacefully within his dantian. Lin Yuan then stood up. He glanced again at the bottomless crater, which remained completely still. He shook his head helplessly. Then, he released the ebony shuttle, which transformed into a streak of black light and soared into the sky. However, just as Lin Yuan flew out of the volcano's range, a sharp beam of light rushed towards him, and the two nearly collided. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened as he recognized the newcomer, and a chill ran through him. It turned out to be Zhou, the junior sister from the Misty Immortal Sect, who had chased down the Yin Corpse Sect cultivators a few days ago. I never expected to run into this woman as soon as I came out. Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. That Lei Xiao was extremely powerful, so this junior sister Zhou must be no weakling either. In a one-on-one situation, I probably don't have much of a chance of winning. Lin Yuan's mind raced, but junior sister Zhou had already seen him. A fleeting, almost imperceptible panic flashed across her beautiful eyes, but it was quickly replaced by forced composure. I'm in a good mood today. If you don't want to die, get out of here right now. Junior sister Zhou let out a sharp cry, and her powerful aura, at the peak of the 9th level of qi refining, pressed down on Lin Yuan without reservation. Lin Yuan became even more vigilant. If this woman's strength is comparable to that of Lei Xiao, then in a head-on confrontation, I would have at most a 50% chance of winning. The only way to kill her in one blow right now is with the Heaven-Turning Seal Talisman. However, this talisman requires time to activate, and in the face of an expert of the same level, life and death can be decided in an instant. A sly glint flashed in Lin Yuan's old eyes. The Yin Corpse Sect and the Misty Immortal Sect are mortal enemies. This woman, instead of immediately attacking him upon meeting him, told him to get lost, which is very strange. What's even stranger is that she didn't mention her companion's whereabouts at all. Holy crap, is this girl trying to trick me? Lin Yuan made a judgment in an instant. His face remained impassive. Instead, he wore a fawning smile and said cheerfully, "Fairy, please don't be angry, please don't be angry. I wonder if you have managed to catch up with the Heavenly Heart Jade Marrow." Presumptuous. Junior sister Zhou's expression changed drastically, and she shouted sharply, "If you don't get out of here, don't blame me for being merciless with my sword." With a flick of her wrist, a gleaming flying sword appeared in her hand, its icy sharpness locking onto Lin Yuan from afar. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. This woman's blustering, yet cowardly demeanor only confirmed his suspicions. Heavenly Heart Jade Marrow is a treasure that can drive qi refining cultivators crazy, as it can greatly increase the chances of foundation establishment. He brought this up on purpose to test the other party's reaction. A top-tier cultivator at the 9th level of qi refining, facing someone she considered an ant at the 5th level of qi refining, didn't attack directly, but instead repeatedly warned her. This only proves one thing. She's very weak right now. We need to test the waters. Even if we guess wrong, we're both at the 9th level of qi refining. Even if we can't win, we can still run away. Lin Yuan had made up his mind and no longer hesitated. He flicked his finger, and 2 fireballs the size of human heads shot out with a whoosh. The fireball was fast and urgent, carrying a scorching wave of air, and arrived in front of junior sister Zhou in an instant. The seriousness that Zhou Shimi could no longer conceal was finally revealed in her beautiful big eyes. She let out a sharp cry, and the flying sword in her hand shone brightly. She managed to unleash 2 sword energies, shattering the fireball in midair, turning it into a sky full of sparks. Puff! However, her body trembled violently, and she uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood, staining her chest red. Her face instantly turned ashen, and her powerful aura receded like the tide, leaving her listless and dispirited. So he really was seriously injured. He was just bluffing earlier. A cold, killing intent flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Although junior sister was an absolutely stunning beauty who could captivate all, in Lin Yuan's eyes, the storage pouch at her waist was clearly more attractive. Moreover, it is highly likely that the legendary Heavenly Heart Jade Marrow is hidden inside. If this woman were at the peak of her cultivation today, she would definitely not let go of this demonic sorcerer. In the world of cultivation, it's either you die or I perish. Lin Yuan made no further hesitation. He immediately summoned the Azure Shield to protect himself, while simultaneously manipulating the Frost Sword, transforming it into a cold white line that shot towards his junior sister Zhou, whose face showed despair. Chapter 36: Ruthless Destruction of Flowers, Murder and Robbery. Lin Yuan controlled the Frost Sword. transforming it into a chilling white line that shot towards junior sister Zhou, whose face showed despair. Before the sword even arrived, the chilling sword energy had already sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Faced with this attack, junior sister Zhou forcibly suppressed her surging blood and qi, gritted her teeth, and poured all the remaining magic power in her body into her flying sword. Clang! A piercing metallic clang rang out. Junior sister Zhou's flying sword only collided with the frost sword for a moment before being bounced far away. Junior sister Zhou was struck dumb, her face turning even paler. She was weaker than Lin Yuan had imagined. With a thought, Lin Yuan gave her no chance to catch her breath. The frost sword drew a tricky arc in the air and stabbed straight at the woman's face. As she gazed at the cold sword tip rapidly magnifying in her pupils, a hint of madness finally flashed in junior sister Zhou's eyes. She slapped her storage bag, and a thumb-sized, blood-red pill with a strong, bloody smell appeared in her palm. Blood-burning pill. Lin Yuan frowned instantly. As an alchemist, he recognized the origin of this pill at a glance. This is a pill that forcibly stimulates potential and gains immense power in a short period of time by burning one's essence and blood. However, the cost is extremely high. After the effects of the medicine wear off, one will fall into a long period of weakness or even experience a decline in cultivation. Without the slightest hesitation, junior sister Zhou swallowed the blood-burning pill directly into her stomach. As the pill entered her stomach, it felt as if a raging fire had exploded within her body. Her already weak and feeble aura suddenly surged wildly at an alarming rate, and a strange flush appeared on her pale cheeks. That aura even showed a faint tendency to break through the foundation establishment barrier. Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine and immediately prepared to go all out and fight a tough battle. However, at that moment, puff! Just as junior sister Zhou's aura reached its peak, her body suddenly stiffened. She opened her mouth, but instead of spitting out a mouthful of blood, she spat out a large cloud of dark red blood mist. The madness and determination in her wide, beautiful eyes vanished instantly, replaced by astonishment and pain. She was badly injured. The body, already on the verge of collapse, simply could not withstand the overwhelming power of the blood-burning pill. The light in her eyes quickly faded, like a candle flickering in the wind. His eyes rolled back, his body went limp, and he plummeted straight down from midair. Lin Yuan stared at her falling body, his eyes flickering. Kill her and loot the spoils. That's the simplest and most direct approach. But a thought flashed through his mind. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan had already made his decision. He moved with the speed of a ghost, appearing instantly below and catching Zhou Shimi's soft body around the waist. The woman's body was light, and her breath was extremely weak. If it weren't for the faint heartbeat, she would be no different from a dead person. However, Lin Yuan showed no pity or tenderness whatsoever. Clutching his trophy, he quickly found a secluded cave and casually tossed it to the ground. Then, he stretched out his withered fingers and tapped the woman's body dozens of times. The tips of his fingers flashed with spiritual light, completely sealing off the major acupoints and pathways for the flow of spiritual energy in her body. Even after doing all this, he was still not at ease. Bring 2 fingers together and touch the center of the forehead. His magical power slowly seeped into the depths of junior sister Zhou's consciousness, flowing from his fingertips. Only after placing the restriction did Lin Yuan feel completely at ease. A little over half a day later, the woman on the ground let out a painful whimper. Her long eyelashes trembled a few times, and she finally slowly woke up. She rolled over, instinctively trying to get up, but found her whole body weak and powerless, her meridians empty, unable to muster any magical power. The excruciating pain from her injuries caused her to collapse back onto the cold ground. I advise you not to move around. An old and calm voice echoed in the cave. Your internal organs are all damaged, 70 or 80% of your meridians are broken, and your dantian has also developed cracks. Even if you survive by sheer luck, it would be good if your cultivation level didn't regress by 3 or 4 levels. In the future, it would be a pipe dream to expect any further progress. Junior sister Zhou suddenly looked up and saw the leisurely old demonic cultivator not far away. Her eyes were instantly filled with fear and hatred. Why don't you kill me? Her voice was hoarse and dry, filled with confusion. In her view, good and evil are irreconcilable, and falling into the other's hands means death is the only outcome. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan feigned surprise. Oh, so the fairy wants to die? He slowly stood up, flipped his hand, and the frost sword appeared in his palm, its blade humming and radiating a chilling aura. In that case, I'll see you off. As Lin Yuan spoke, he walked towards her step by step, unhurriedly. That undisguised, chilling killing intent pressed down on junior sister Zhou's heart like a mountain. She hugged her knees, curled up into a ball, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She could clearly sense that the other person genuinely wanted to kill her. That indifference, treating life as worthless, chilled her to the bone. In an instant, fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead, and even breathing became difficult. It is said that people from the demonic sect are fickle and their emotions are dictated by their moods. Today, she has experienced it firsthand. Lin Yuan walked up to her, raised his long sword high, and aimed it at her snow-white, slender neck. The cold glint of the sword stung her skin. The shadow of death has never been so clear. Just at the very last moment before the longsword was about to strike down, her mental defenses completely collapsed, and she screamed incoherently, "Don't kill me. I'll agree to anything you ask if you don't kill me." The moment she finished speaking, the deadly longsword that had been hanging above her head came to rest firmly on her neck. The sword's edge flickered, and it was just a hair's breadth away from killing her. Lin Yuan sheathed his longsword, then patted his waist and handed over a pill. "This is..." When junior sister Zhou saw the pill clearly, her beautiful eyes widened suddenly, filled with surprise. A bone-regenerating elixir? With this pill, most of her injuries can be healed, and she should not suffer any hidden injuries that would affect her future cultivation. There is no need to worry about her cultivation regressing. But then she thought of something. This is senior brother Lu's. Are you going to eat it or not?" Lin Yuan interrupted her, his tone indifferent. Junior sister Zhou took the pill, tilted her head back, and swallowed it. The elixir transformed into a warm current, rapidly repairing her injuries and significantly reducing the intense pain. She was increasingly confused as to why this old demon not only didn't kill her, but also gave her healing pills. What exactly do you want to do?" She looked up, her face showing confusion. Lin Yuan looked at her complexion, which had improved considerably, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. "As a demonic cultivator, what do you think I want to do?" Junior sister Zhou's face turned pale as terrifying rumors about demonic cultivators flashed through her mind. You want to use my body to create a corpse refinement?" Lin Yuan shook his head. Hearing this, junior sister Zhou felt a slight sense of relief. "That's trying to extract my soul to refine a soul banner?" Lin Yuan shook his head again. Junior sister Zhou breathed a sigh of relief again, but her doubts only deepened. As long as it's not one of those two most tragic endings, it seems, other outcomes aren't unacceptable either. She gritted her teeth and uttered the last possibility. "So, you want to use me as a furnace to absorb nutrients and improve your cultivation?" Lin Yuan nodded, his smile carrying a deeper meaning. "You finally guessed it." Chapter 37, Squeezing Dry? No, it's exploding attribute points. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, all color drained from Zhou Shimi's face. They were used as a vessel for sexual intercourse. That means all the hard work and cultivation one has put into practice will be wasted on someone else's benefit, and the best outcome would be to survive by clinging to one's life. Then be gentle. Okay, lie down, leave the rest to me. A day and a night later, inside the dimly lit cave, the campfire crackled, its orange glow reflecting off the cave walls. Lin Yuan lay on the ground in the shape of the character Voob, wood, with a thick black robe spread out beneath him. Junior sister Zhou huddled beside him, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and doubt. The anticipated pain of being forcibly drained of his mana, losing his magical power, and dissipating his essence did not come. She finally couldn't hold back and spoke in a hoarse voice. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his cloudy old eyes revealing no emotion. "I have never practiced any techniques like absorbing yin to replenish yang. I only practice dual cultivation." Junior sister Zhou was suddenly taken aback. She stared blankly at Lin Yuan, her mind completely blank. If it is not used as a furnace, then its cultivation will not be extracted. So, you mean my cultivation can be preserved? Lin Yuan nodded. Real. Zhou Shimi's eyes instantly lit up with wild joy, and then 2 lines of clear tears uncontrollably slid down her cheeks. Overwhelmed with joy, she cried, Thank you. Thank you. Lin Yuan looked at her tearful appearance, but his expression remained unchanged. However, preserving one's cultivation level is not so simple. His voice was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flame in Zhou Shimi's heart. What do you want? Heavenly Heart Jade Marrow. The injuries on your body must be from trying to steal this item, right? Lin Yuan said calmly. Junior sister Zhou felt a chill run down her spine, but remained silent, which was taken as tacit agreement. She was indeed chasing after that cultivator from the Yin Corpse Sect, trying to seize the Heavenly Heart Jade Marrow, when she was severely injured by his self-destruction before his death. She struggled to sit up, rummaged through her disheveled clothes, and pulled out her storage bag, then tossed it to Lin Yuan without hesitation. This contains Heavenly Heart Jade Essence and all my wealth. I only ask that you spare my life. Lin Yuan took the storage bag and probed it with his divine sense. A fist-sized, crystal-clear piece of chalcedony, radiating a soft, ethereal glow, lies quietly inside. This piece of Tianqing jasper is not only of extremely high quality, but also quite large. If taken during the foundation establishment stage, this amount is enough for at least 4 or 5 people. Besides the Heavenly Heart Jade Marrow, the storage bag also contained over 2,000 spirit stones, some jade bottles of pills, and several high-quality magical artifacts. As expected of an elite disciple of the Misty Immortal Sect, he is indeed very wealthy. Lin Yuan put the storage bag away with satisfaction. Don't worry, I keep my word and will spare your life. However, not now. Zhou Shimi's heart, which had just been at ease, instantly jumped into her throat again. What else do you want to do? Of course we'll continue working on what's still unfinished. 7 days later. Inside the cave, Lin Yuan let out a long breath. The small golden characters in the background blurred for a moment, then refreshed. Cultivation level. Qi refining level 9. 10/900 points can be added. Rank 7 alchemist. 4 out of 300 points can be added. Level 2 fire control. 3/200 points can be added. Illusion technique perfected. Available attribute points 500. A hint of barely suppressed joy flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He originally had less than 200 attribute points left. Over 7 days, he and his junior sister, or rather, Zhou Waner, trained face-to-face, and managed to gain over 300 attribute points. He turned to look at Zhou Waner in the corner. At this moment, her face was pale and her breath was weak, as if she had been seriously ill. Her eyes were filled with deep fear and confusion as she looked at Lin Yuan. She even suspected that this old devil had never seen a woman before. These 7 days were spent either resting or undergoing arduous, face-to-face practice. Although the process did not damage her cultivation, the mental strain nearly drove her to collapse. Lin Yuan stood up, took out Zhou Waner's bag, and took out the Heavenly Heart Jade Essence from it. Do you need this to build your foundation? Lin Yuan asked. Zhou Waner nodded. Lin Yuan cut off a small piece and handed it to her, saying, A day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. Consider this a reward for your hard work. As he spoke, he carefully examined the storage bag. Apart from some spirit stones, there was nothing inside that attracted him, so he simply tossed the storage bag to her as well. All right, you can go now. As he spoke, he made a hand seal and lightly pressed several acupoints on the woman's body, thus breaking the seal he had set. Really? Junior sister Zhou took the storage bag and felt the magic power flowing through her body again. Her face was full of disbelief. Lin Yuan nodded. He had already planted a divine suppressing technique in this woman's mind. With a single thought, he could instantly detonate the barrier, no matter how far apart they were, causing her soul to be scattered. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all about retaliation. Moreover, killing her would not do me any good. Junior sister Zhou dared not linger any longer. She hurriedly straightened her clothes and tightly gripped the storage bag. Despite the pain, he leaned against the cave wall and staggered out. Immediately, a disheveled streak of light vanished into the horizon. Lin Yuan watched her leave, and calculating the time, realized that almost half a month had passed since she came out. It's time to go back. If you really want to go to the Fallen Demon Valley, you need to make some preparations in advance, as time is tight. Then, Lin Yuan's gaze returned to the small golden characters at the bottom of his eyes. He added all 500 newly acquired attribute points to fire control and alchemy. Buzz. The small golden text in front of me refreshed instantly. Cultivation level. Qi refining level 9. 10/900 points can be added. Rank 6 alchemist. 0 to 400 points can be added. Level 3 fire control. 0/300 points can be added. Illusion technique, perfected. Available attribute points, 7. Almost the instant the panel refreshed, an immense torrent of information surged into Lin Yuan's mind. Countless exquisite methods of fire control, and countless techniques for refining 6th-grade pills and their pharmacological changes, were as if he had personally practiced them hundreds of times, deeply imprinted in his soul. His understanding of fire instantly rose to a whole new level. The alchemist's rank and the level of fire control technique are indeed complementary. Lin Yuan understood. If one only possesses the knowledge of a 6th-grade alchemist but lacks the fire control technique, attempting to refine high-level pills is nothing short of a pipe dream. The only outcome will be a furnace explosion. More importantly, he had just obtained the nether fire from the Earth's core. To truly unleash the power of this extraordinary fire, one must possess the corresponding level of fire control techniques. Now that his fire control technique has advanced to level 3, he is finally qualified to truly control the netherworld fire. This was Lin Yuan's true purpose in going to great lengths to spare junior sister Zhou's life. Feeling the new power surging within him, Lin Yuan stopped and released the ebony shuttle, which transformed into an inconspicuous blacklight and sped off towards the Yin Corpse Sect. Chapter 38. A top-grade pill appears. Qi refining perfection completed. 1 day later, the ebony shuttle tore through the gray miasma above the Yin Corpse Sect and landed silently in the courtyard of 100 Herbs Peak. Lin Yuan put away his magical artifact, and a familiar scent mixed with the smell of corpses and the stench of earth wafted towards him. In the courtyard, Han Shuang held a thick-backed broadsword and was practicing a set of sweeping sword techniques. The blade flashed, each strike carrying an indomitable and ferocious momentum. The aura emanating from her was considerably stronger than when Lin Yuan left. Her solid footsteps and steady breathing indicated that she had already entered the 3rd level of the Copperskin realm. The moment Lin Yuan stepped into the courtyard, the sharp wind from the blade abruptly stopped. Han Shuang suddenly stopped, her focused and cold face instantly melting with immense surprise. Clang! The large knife slipped from her hand and plunged straight into the ground. The next instant, she leaped forward and threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms without a care in the world. "Brother Yuan, you're finally back." Her words trembled uncontrollably, and warm tears quickly soaked the black robe on Lin Yuan's chest. According to the original plan, half a month was more than enough time. Who could have predicted that they would run into that woman surnamed Zhou from the Misty Immortal Sect? Who, in order to squeeze out, no, to maximize her usefulness, deliberately delayed them for 7 or 8 days. I had some things to take care of, which caused the delay. Lin Yuan gently patted her back, his voice as calm as ever. Han Shuang lifted her head from his embrace and nodded vigorously, tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes. I've already reached the 3rd layer of copper skin, and I'll soon be able to break through to the iron bone realm. Lin Yuan patted her head approvingly. Han Shuang's bright, beautiful eyes carefully examined Lin Yuan, only to find that his aged face carried an undeniable weariness. Her lips were a little pale, and there were 2 faint dark circles under her eyes. She looked several years older than when she left. Lin Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. This was naturally a side effect of 7 consecutive days of arduous training with that woman surnamed Zhou, during which he had gained over 300 attribute points. "Brother Yuan, you've worked hard. Shuanger has recently learned some massage techniques to help you relax." Han Shuang helped Lin Yuan into the house. Han Shuang's massage technique is indeed excellent. The pressure is just right. After a deep relaxation, Lin Yuan slept soundly for a while. When he woke up, the feeling of being completely drained was finally gone. "My spirits are higher than ever before." He didn't linger and went straight to Danbayoch. After completing the sect mission and earning some contribution points, He directly used spirit stones to purchase 30 sets of materials for refining the qi condensation pill. Back in his bedroom, Lin Yuan closed the door and set up a protective barrier. He sat cross-legged and placed the low-grade magic artifact, the alchemy furnace, in front of him. The next moment, he opened his mouth. Cull. A wisp of eerie blue flame, like a ghost awakening, drifted slowly from his mouth. It is the fire from the earth's core. The core of this flame was a dark color, almost like the depths of an abyss, while the outer flames were an eerie, ghostly blue. The eerie flames from the earth's core danced and swirled affectionately around Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stretched out his withered finger and gently touched the flame. The dark blue flame obediently fell into the cauldron, burning quietly and dyeing the entire furnace with an eerie blue hue. Everything is ready. Lin Yuan's expression became focused, his 10 fingers flew, his movements precise and swift, as he systematically threw one spiritual herb after another into the alchemy furnace. With the support of level 3 fire control technique, he could control the temperature of the earth core flame to an exquisite degree. The originally violent and conflicting medicinal properties were now forcibly blended and tamed under the guidance of his fingertips. The techniques for refining countless 6th-grade pills and their pharmacological changes were already deeply imprinted on his soul. About an hour later, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them, and uttered a single word. Open! Open! Buzz! The lid of the alchemy furnace popped open with a bang, and a tangible medicinal fragrance exploded out, instantly breaking through the restrictions in the room and spreading throughout the entire 100 Herbs Peak. 9 dazzling streams of light shot out from the alchemy furnace, like 9 tiny stars. Lin Yuan made a grabbing motion in the air, and an invisible force pulled the 9 pills to him, stringing them together and letting them float quietly in midair. Based on his previous experience, this batch would at most yield a few high-grade pills. But now, he stared intently at the pill in front of him, his breath catching in his throat. Of the 9 pills, 2 were noticeably larger than the other 7, perfectly round, with a shimmering aura of spiritual light emanating from them, and even a few mysterious pill patterns faintly visible. That's a symbol of the elixir reaching its pinnacle of quality. Top-grade pill. 4 mid-grade, 3 high-grade, and 2 top-grade. Lin Yuan's eyes finally erupted with uncontrollable ecstasy. This is the result he wanted. The realm of a 6th-grade alchemist, the exquisite control of a 3rd-level fire control technique, plus the earth core fire, a spiritual fire of heaven and earth. The combination of these 3 factors actually raised the quality of the pills he refined by a whole new level. Not only that, but the efficiency of alchemy has also greatly improved. At this rate, I can refine at least 8 or 9 batches a day. His gaze fell on the alchemy furnace in front of him. The surface of this low-grade magic artifact alchemy furnace had already shown fine cracks, clearly indicating that it could not withstand the power of the netherworld fire. It seems we need to get a better pill furnace as soon as possible, so that the chances of producing top-grade pills will be higher. Lin Yuan suppressed the thought for the time being, reached out, and took a top-grade qi condensation pill, and put it into his mouth without hesitation. The elixir melts instantly upon entering the mouth. Without the slightest hint of fire or impurity, it transformed into an incomparably pure and gentle torrent of spiritual energy, instantly rushing into his limbs and bones. Lin Yuan quickly circulated his cultivation technique to refine all of this enormous medicinal power. A moment later, he opened his eyes and checked his cultivation progress. 50 points have been added. His brows furrowed slightly. Previously, a single mid-grade qi condensation pill could increase cultivation points by 40. He thought that each of these top-grade qi condensation pills could increase one's qi by at least 100 points. But then he figured it out, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. I see. The total amount of spiritual energy contained in the condensing essence pill is limited. The improvement in quality does not mean increasing spiritual energy, but rather removing all impurities and toxins from it. No erysipelas or impurities. This means he can eat this pill as food. No more worrying about the accumulation of toxins in the body affecting the foundation of future cultivation. Having figured this out, Lin Yuan had no more doubts. Without hesitation, he swallowed another top-grade qi condensation pill and began refining it again. In the days that followed, Lin Yuan entered a semi-secluded state. Alchemy and drug use. Taking drugs and practicing alchemy. 7 days later, when Lin Yuan completely refined a qi condensation pill, an unprecedented feeling of fullness came from the depths of his dantian and instantly spread throughout his body. The magical power within him had reached an extreme level, as if it would overflow at any moment. The small golden characters under his eyes were also refreshed at this moment. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 9, 900/900, perfect. Rank 6 alchemist, 0 to 400 points can be added. Level 3 fire control, 0/300 points can be added. Illusion technique, perfected. Available attribute points, 42. Qi refining level 9, perfected. A look of understanding flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He tried to click on the word perfect after his cultivation level with his mind, but as expected, there was no response. It seems that even with these additional points, it's impossible to overcome the bottleneck of the higher realms within the laws of heaven and earth. Chapter 39 A deal? This is extortion. To advance to the foundation establishment stage, one must rely on their own strength to break through the bottleneck. Since I can't add any more points to my foundation establishment cultivation, it seems I have no choice but to go to the Fallen Demon Valley. Fallen Demon Valley is a perilous place within a perilous place, with spatial rifts everywhere and poisonous miasma formed from demonic energy that can corrode internal organs. To survive inside, one must take a pill called the miasma-voiding pill throughout the entire process. This pill is made from rare materials and is extremely difficult to refine. Most of the pills circulating in the market are of inferior quality, which not only have poor detoxification effects, but also pollute the foundation of cultivation. I need to go to Danbaoj and talk to Qinghan about in-depth cooperation. By the way, sell the pills you have and exchange them for spirit stones, and buy some life-saving treasures. Lin Yuan took stock of his inventory. 42 top-grade qi condensation pills, 90 high-grade pills, and 120 mid-grade pills. He smirked, put away the pills, and flew straight towards the pill treasure pavilion. Inside the Danbao pavilion, a faint wisp of sandalwood incense rose gently from a small bronze incense burner, calming the mind and spirit. Today, Qinghan changed into a long blue-green dress, which resembled a pool of rippling spring water, making her skin look even whiter than snow. She sat quietly behind the tea table, her delicate hands holding the teapot, brewing a pot of exquisite tea. Her posture was elegant, like a fairy in a painting. The aloofness that kept people at arm's length has faded considerably, replaced by a more ethereal and unfathomable charm. Hearing footsteps, she raised her eyes, and her gaze fell on Lin Yuan. A faint smile bloomed at the corner of her lips. Have you made a decision? Lin Yuan walked straight to her and sat down opposite her, his sharp gaze meeting hers. You asked me to go to the Valley of Fallen Demons. What do you want me to retrieve for you? Qinghan's smile deepened slightly as she poured Lin Yuan a full cup of tea. The tea was emerald green and filled with spiritual energy. When dealing with smart people, you should negotiate a smart deal. As she spoke, she took out a snow-white jade slip from her storage bag and pushed it in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan picked up the jade slip and immersed his consciousness into it. An incredibly detailed 3D map instantly unfolded in his mind. On it, a perfectly clear path is marked out, cleverly avoiding the red dots that represent deadly dangers. Along the path, the locations of the 3 medicinal herbs were clearly marked. Dragon blood vine, netherworld grass, purple sky monkey heart. These are the 3 main ingredients for refining the foundation establishment pill. Lin Yuan was deeply shaken, and his divine sense followed the route all the way to the destination. A pitch-black cave. Deep within the cave, a strange spiritual plant, shaped like a 9-petaled jade throne, bathed in brilliant spiritual light, is quietly growing. What is this? Lin Yuan withdrew his divine sense, his eyes becoming extremely solemn. Rejuvenating lotus, Qinghan uttered softly. This route was discovered by me when I ventured deep into the Fallen Demon Valley last time, and almost no one knows about it. By following the map, you can avoid more than 90% of the spatial rifts and perilous places. What I want is not the entire rejuvenating lotus. 1 lotus seed pod, 9 lotus seeds. I only want one of them. After the matter is accomplished, I will present you with the formula for the foundation establishment pill, along with all the auxiliary ingredients. Lin Yuan remained silent for a moment. Do you think I, Lin, am a 3-year-old child, or do you think this old man is tired of living and wants to die? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Tell me, what kind of traps are waiting for me to fall into there? Qinghan's smile froze for a moment, then she sighed. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Where the rejuvenating lotus grows, there is a guardian demon beast. She spoke casually. What kind of monster? Lin Yuan pressed. It's just a small snake that's been sleeping for years, a level 2 demonic beast. As long as you don't disturb it, take the lotus seeds and leave, there's nothing to worry about. A level 2 demonic beast. Lin Yuan suddenly stood up, a murderous aura bursting forth. A level 2 demonic beast equivalent to a foundation establishment cultivator. You're asking me, a chi refining cultivator, to pull teeth from a tiger's mouth, and you say it so easily. Is this a deal, or are you using someone else to do your dirty work? He raised his eyes, his gaze icy. If you want me to risk my life, you have to give me some decent protection. Qinghan's smile vanished completely. She flipped her hand over. A palm-sized, translucent green flying boat floated silently in the air between the two. The ship's hull was shimmering with light, and the oppressive aura it exuded made Lin Yuan's breath catch in his throat. Azure Feather Boat, a top-grade flying magic artifact. Once it is fully activated, its speed is so fast that even cultivators in the late foundation establishment stage can only watch in the dust. She gave Lin Yuan a deep look, her tone clearly showing her heartache. This is my most treasured life-saving item. Now, I'll lend it to you. You must return it after the deed is done. Lin Yuan didn't even look at her. He grabbed the azure feather boat, branded it with his divine sense, and put it away without any hesitation. Borrow. He sat back down and said slowly, this journey is fraught with peril. If I don't come back, your magical artifact will have been buried with me. It's not a loss. Qinghan was speechless with anger. In addition, Lin Yuan held up 2 fingers. The Fallen Demon Valley is full of poisonous miasma, and I need to refine miasma-voiding pills. You provide the materials for refining the pills. I won't ask for much, just 10 portions as a deposit. Qinghan looked at his shameless and self-righteous attitude, her beautiful eyes almost spitting fire. In the end, she took out the materials from her storage bag and threw them at him. It's a pleasure to work with you. Lin Yuan packed his things, got up and left without any hesitation, leaving Qinghan with only a dashing back view. At the same time, the Misty Immortal Sect is located tens of thousands of miles away from the Yin Corpse Sect. Towering peaks pierce the sky, the spiritual energy in the mountains condenses into tangible white mist, cranes flutter gracefully, and the sounds of Taoism drift faintly. In a stunning valley where waterfalls cascade like ribbons, lush bamboo stretches as far as the eye can see, and the water murmurs softly. Deep in the bamboo forest, a stunningly beautiful young woman dressed in white, with a cool and aloof demeanor, stood respectfully facing a delicate and beautiful little girl who looked to be about 6 or 7 years old. The little girl had her hair in 2 buns, but her eyes were deep and unfathomable, carrying a sense of vicissitude and majesty that were completely out of place for her age. Qinghan, the period of weakening of the miasma and Fallen Demon Valley is approaching. Is everything prepared? The little girl asked, her voice childish but her tone mature. Mother, everything is ready. My daughter has consulted the sect's secret scriptures and confirmed that the rejuvenating lotus does indeed grow in that secret place. As long as we obtain this substance and refine a nirvana pill for you, your injuries will be fully restored, and you may even be able to break through your bottleneck and reach the nascent soul stage. Where is the alchemist? Yu Qingyao asked again. To refine the nirvana pill, one needs at least a 7th-grade alchemist, but I have invited a 6th-grade alchemist from the sect to accompany us. That's right. The petals of the rejuvenating lotus must be used in medicine within 1 day of being picked, otherwise their medicinal properties will be greatly reduced. This cannot be neglected. A hint of satisfaction appeared on Yu Qingyao's youthful face, then she seemed to remember something. Has Wanner returned to the sect? Senior Sister Zhou returned yesterday, but the Heavenly Heart Jade Marrow was not retrieved, and she was severely injured. I'm afraid they won't be able to join us on this trip to the Fallen Demon Valley. Sigh. Yu Qingyao sighed softly, a complex look in her eyes. Wanner is a child with excellent talent and temperament, but she is too reckless. She abruptly changed the subject, her voice turning colder. Who injured Wanner and stole the jade marrow? Have you found out? Reporting to Mother, before senior sister Zhou fainted, she left a divine thought, saying that the person was an old man from the Yin Corpse Sect, whose methods were strange. Going to the Fallen Demon Valley will allow me to kill quite a few demon cubs. Chapter 40 The Alluring Mu Wanqing. On the other side, Lin Yuan left the Dambao Pavilion and turned into a quiet, deserted alley, his bones emitting a series of fine crackling sounds. His figure grew slightly taller, and his facial features changed accordingly, transforming him from an old man with a frail appearance into a middle-aged man with an ordinary face and a calm demeanor. After doing all this, he released the azure feather boat he had just acquired, which transformed into a barely perceptible stream of light and flew straight toward the Peak Master's residence on 100 Herbs Peak. Inside the elegant secret room of the Peak Master's mansion, the fragrance of sandalwood wafts gently, soothing the soul. Mu Wanqing still had that languid and charming look, wearing a dark red, tight-fitting cheongsam that perfectly outlined her mature and voluptuous curves. The cheongsam had a very high slit that extended all the way to the top of her thighs. As she sat casually, her long, shapely legs were partially visible, and her skin gleamed like ivory under the dim light. Her red lips were like fire, and her eyes were alluring as she looked at him. Even with Lin Yuan's calm and composed nature, his gaze couldn't help but linger on her for a moment longer. Fellow Taoist son, it's been a long time. What good stuff do you have to sell to me this time? Mu Wanqing's voice carried a hint of coquettishness, as if it had a hook that could easily steal a man's soul. Without wasting any words, Lin Yuan took out a heavy jade box and gently placed it on the mahogany table in front of him. Clatter! The crisp sound was exceptionally clear in the quiet, enclosed room. Mu Wanqing placed her slender fingers on the jade box and slowly opened it. The moment the box was opened, a rich, almost tangible medicinal aroma burst forth. The languid smile on her face froze instantly, and her captivating peach blossom eyes widened suddenly, filled with disbelief and shock. Inside the jade box, pills were neatly arranged, almost dazzling her eyes. The top-grade pill is perfectly round and full, with several mysterious pill patterns faintly visible on its surface. This symbolizes the ultimate perfection of medicinal properties. Top-grade Qi condensation pill. To refine a top-grade Qi condensation pill, one must be at least a 6th-grade alchemist, and also require the right timing, location, and people. Only through a series of coincidences can one possibly succeed in refining 1 or 2 pills. But right now, she carefully probed into it with her divine sense and meticulously counted the contents. 42 top-grade Qi condensation pills, 90 pieces of top quality, 120 medium-grade items. Mu Wanqing's heart began to pound uncontrollably. This number far exceeds the scope of coincidence. This clearly illustrates one thing. The fellow Taoist son before us, or rather the mysterious alchemist behind him, is capable of refining top-grade Qi condensation pills in large quantities. As far as she knew, there were 2 7th-grade alchemists on the surface at Baichao Peak, but there was indeed a 6th-grade alchemist hidden in secret. However, that senior was old and nearing the end of his life. His vital energy was declining, and his body was already decaying. In recent years, his pill production had greatly decreased, and he almost stopped making pills. This old alchemist is only consulted when refining certain urgently needed special elixirs. Oh dear, I was so blind. Mu Wanqing snapped out of her daze, her shock turning into an even more alluring smile, and her gaze towards Lin Yuan now held a genuine sense of awe and fervor. I never imagined that fellow Taoist son had such a hidden master of alchemy behind him. My apologies, my apologies. Lin Yuan waved his hand indifferently. Let's calculate the price. No problem, no problem. Mu Wanqing dared not delay and immediately began to calculate. A mid-grade Qi condensation pill costs 40 spirit stones. A high-grade pill costs 100 spirit stones. As for this top-grade pill. She paused, then looked at Lin Yuan with a charming smile. We'll buy them at 200 spirit stones each, for a total of 22,200 spirit stones. Even though Lin Yuan was already mentally prepared, his breathing still paused almost imperceptibly for a moment when he heard the number. More than 20,000 spirit stones. This huge sum of money is enough to make a foundation establishment cultivator envious, let alone a qi refining cultivator. Stay calm. I am a 6th grade alchemist. I cannot show weakness. Lin Yuan reminded himself in his heart, but his face remained calm and composed as he nodded slightly, which was considered as his acceptance of the price. Mu Wanqing put away the pills and handed over a storage bag full of spirit stones. Lin Yuan took it, scanned it with his divine sense, and after confirming that it was correct, he did not leave immediately. I'm planning a trip to Fallen Demon Valley to buy some self-defense items. Do you have any good recommendations, fellow Taoist Mu? Upon hearing the words, Fallen Demon Valley, Mu Wanqing's eyebrows furrowed slightly. She looked Lin Yuan over again, her eyes sparkling with allure, and whispered, "The Fallen Demon Valley is an extremely dangerous place. Countless cultivators have perished there each time. With a master alchemist behind you, why risk your life yourself? As long as you are willing to cooperate with my peak master's mansion in the long term, whatever you want, I can find a way to get it for you." In Mu Wanqing's view, a 6th grade alchemist who can consistently produce top-grade pills is of immeasurable value. If this master's agent were to perish in the Fallen Demon Valley, the loss would be enormous. Lin Yuan raised his eyelids slightly, his voice calm. "Oh, you can get me high-grade, or even top-grade, foundation establishment pills." Mu Wanqing's charming smile froze instantly, revealing a hint of helplessness. This, fellow Taoist, is joking. Although the foundation establishment pill is not a very high-grade pill, it can be refined by an 8th grade alchemist. However, its main ingredient is extremely rare, and the success rate of its completion is very low. Even if a 6th grade alchemist were to personally refine a high-grade product, it would depend on luck, let alone a top-grade one. Most importantly, those 3 main ingredients have almost disappeared from the outside world. If fellow Taoist Sun is truly after the 3 main ingredients of the foundation establishment pill, I have 2 methods that may allow you to achieve your wish without having to personally enter the Fallen Demon Valley. Oh, a hint of interest finally appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. If there were a truly safe way, he naturally wouldn't want to risk going to that godforsaken place. Every 30 years, the energy tide within Fallen Demon Valley reaches a trough, and the poisonous miasma surrounding the valley weakens accordingly. This period is the best time to enter the valley to collect spiritual herbs. At that time, cultivators from all sects and independent families in the 6 kingdoms of the eastern region will flock here, just like a grand hunt. The first method is to acquire them outside the valley. Mu Wanqing explained. Many independent cultivators or members of small families, after being lucky enough to find spiritual herbs in the valley, will choose to sell them on the spot in exchange for spirit stones or life-saving pills and magical artifacts. If I remember correctly, the 3 main medicinal herbs, dragon bloodvine, netherworld grass, and purple cloud ape heart flower, each cost between 3,000 and 10,000 spirit stones depending on their age and quality. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. Setting up a stall to buy things in that kind of chaotic place probably won't be that easy, will it? Fellow Taoist is a wise person. Mu Wanqing nodded approvingly. In the cultivation world, the strong prey on the weak. At that time, all the major sects of the 6 kingdoms of the eastern region will personally intervene, sending experts to set up purchasing points to compete with them for business, which is no different from snatching food from a tiger's mouth. At this point, she changed the subject, a hint of smugness appearing on her face. However, coincidentally, my father is in charge of one of our Yin Corpse Sect's purchasing points this year. The 3 spiritual herbs that you want, fellow Taoist, are not impossible to spare some of. She didn't say anything definitively, but the implication was all too clear. What do I need to give in return? Lin Yuan asked. Fellow Taoist, don't be hasty. Let me explain the second method before you make a decision. Mu Wanqing winked and continued. The sect has acquired a huge amount of spiritual herbs, so naturally they need to be refined into pills. My Yin Corpse Sect has many pill masters, but the number of pill masters of the 7th rank or above is insufficient. If the master behind you is willing to help, I can make the introduction. After the matter is accomplished, the alchemist can take 10% of the refined pills as a reward. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and alarm bells instantly went off in his mind. To expose one's identity as an alchemist? Especially within a demonic sect like the Yin Corpse Sect? Without sufficient strength to protect oneself, this would be tantamount to walking into a trap. He had no doubt that once he was exposed, he would be imprisoned and reduced to a tool for refining pills day and night until he was squeezed dry of his last bit of value. As for a 10% reward, that's a joke. It would be good enough if I could save my life. His mind raced, and he spoke, his tone tinged with a hint of probing. The second method sounds good, but that master has an eccentric temper and dislikes meeting people. As for the first method, what price would be required to acquire it through peak Master Mu? Hearing Lin Yuan directly rule out the riskiest option, a barely perceptible hint of regret flashed in Mu Wanqing's eyes, but her smile widened. Fellow Taoist is a straightforward person. I can transfer it to you at the sect's purchase price. However, the quantity of main medicinal herbs acquired depends on this year's harvest. If the total is too small, I'm afraid. Lin Yuan nodded, having already made up his mind. I understand. Chapter 41. It turns out they are two sisters. The trip to the Fallen Demon Valley is something I must eventually make. Placing all hopes on Mu Wanqing's acquisition is tantamount to handing over one's life to someone else. No one could guarantee that she would acquire all three kinds of elixirs and have enough to sell to him. He only had 10 years left to live. If he cannot reach the foundation establishment stage within 10 years, what awaits him is the exhaustion of his lifespan and the dissipation of his physical body and spiritual essence. Since fellow Taoist's son is still determined to go to the Fallen Demon Valley, then I will naturally do my best to help him. Seeing his resolute expression, Mu Wanqing's charming eyes flashed with regret, replaced by the shrewdness characteristic of a businessman. She clapped her hands gently. A maid quietly pushed open the door and entered, bowing respectfully as she stood at attention. Mu Wanqing leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. The maid obeyed and quietly withdrew. In a short while, the maid returned and respectfully handed a bulging storage bag to Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing took the storage bag, her captivating peach blossom eyes sweeping over Lin Yuan. Do you still have those treasures you purchased from me last time? Fellow Taoist, are you satisfied with the few items you purchased from me last time? The Yin shop hill has been used, but the others are still available. Lin Yuan's voice was devoid of any emotion. The Azure Shield's defensive power is indeed astonishing. It withstood the lava crocodile's tail whip attack, and only its spiritual light dimmed, without causing any fundamental damage. As for the heaven-turning seal treasure, he had used it once, and its spiritual power could still be activated 1 or 2 more times. Mu Wanqing gently swept her snow-white palm through the air. Buzz! 3 beams of spiritual light suddenly shot out from the storage bag, hovering silently between the two, emanating completely different, yet equally unsettling auras. One is a talisman, gleaming with a deep blue light. The runes on it seem to be alive, flowing on their own, with the faint sound of wind whistling through them. One is a pear, entirely black, the size of a palm, shaped like a small wooden figure, with blurred eyebrows and eyes, yet exuding a sinister chill that can freeze one's soul. One of them was a pill, its blood-red color crystal clear, like a drop of solidified true dragon blood. A strong, sweet, and pungent smell permeated the air, making people want to vomit and feel unsettled. Mu Wanqing first pointed her slender fingers at the blue talisman, her red lips parted slightly, and her voice was sweet and charming. This is the Swiftness Talisman, a top-grade talisman. Once activated, it can instantly increase your movement speed several times over. Whether for pursuit or escape, it is an unparalleled weapon. Then, her gaze fell on the strange puppet, and even she herself felt a hint of apprehension. This thing is called a substitute puppet. It is made primarily of 1,000-year-old submerged wood, and refined using a secret method over a period of 49 days. Once activated, it will connect with your energy within a month. During this time, no matter what fatal blow you suffer, this puppet will bear it for you. In other words, it can give you an extra life in the Valley of Fallen Demons. Finally, she looked at the blood-red pill, her expression more solemn than ever before. This blood transformation divine pill is neither a pill nor a medicine. It is an extremely vicious, one-time use magical artifact. Once crushed, An invisible blood mist will instantly envelop an area of 10 feet in radius. Even a cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage, once contaminated, will have all their spiritual power dissipate within 10 breaths, becoming a lamb to the slaughter. Fellow Taoist, please remember to be extremely careful when activating this technique, lest you injure yourself. Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Each of these three things is a life-saving trump card, especially that scapegoat puppet. It's practically an extra life. However, such a heaven-defying item comes at a price. Lin Yuan suppressed his surprise and looked up, calmly meeting Mu Wanqing's gaze. Name your price. Swiftness Talisman, 3,000 Spirit Stones. Blood Transformation Divine Pill, 2,500 Spirit Stones. Mu Wanqing announced the first two prices, then smiled charmingly, exuding a seductive aura. As for this most precious substitute puppet, she paused, then parted her red lips slightly. 50,000 Spirit Stones. Lin Yuan did not bargain, did not show any difficulty, and did not even reveal the slightest emotional fluctuation. It's a nice thing, but he can't afford it. His silence was his answer. Mu Wanqing took in his reaction, her smile growing even more alluring, like a spider about to reel in its web. Fellow Taoist seems quite interested in these items. She leaned forward slowly, her dark red cheongsam outlining a breathtaking curve, her voice carrying a subtle, alluring quality. How about we try a different way of collaborating? Explain. Lin Yuan's tone remained completely calm. To enter the Fallen Demon Valley, the miasma-voiding pill is indispensable. There are only 8 or 9 days left before the period of weakening of the poisonous miasma outside the valley. In the past few days, the price of the miasma-repelling pill has been rising daily, and it is already in short supply. A single high-grade miasma-repelling pill costs as much as 200 spirit stones, and the top-grade one is even more priceless. A businessman's cunning gleamed in Mu Wanqing's eyes. I will provide the materials, and the master behind you, fellow Taoist, will refine a batch of miasma-repelling pills for me. What do you say? The difficulty of refining the miasma-dispelling pill is far greater than that of the qi-condensing pill. Lin Yuan's mind raced. With the help of a top-grade alchemy furnace, he was confident that one furnace could produce at least 2 top-grade pills and several medium to low-grade pills. 3 substitute puppets, totaling 55,500 spirit stones. He still had over 20,000 yuan on him. The difference can be more than made up by alchemy. This deal is a success. Lin Yuan made a decision instantly, but a hint of difficulty appeared on his face at the right moment. After pondering for a moment, he slowly spoke. It's possible, but... He changed the subject, his tone becoming somewhat apologetic. That senior's alchemy furnace is damaged, which may affect the quality and quantity of the pills produced. That's easy. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing's eyes lit up with even more joy, and she immediately made the decision, fearing that he might change his mind. I happen to have a top-grade magic artifact alchemy furnace in my storeroom, so I'll give it to you, fellow Taoist, along with the materials for 20 batches of miasma-repelling pills. My father will set off in 5 days to guard the area outside Fallen Demon Valley. At that time, you only need to hand over the refined pills to me. The two then discussed and agreed on a few more details. Lin Yuan received the brand-new top-grade alchemy furnace and a storage bag filled with materials for the miasma-repelling pill before taking his leave. Watching Lin Yuan's figure disappear through the doorway, Mu Wanqing leaned back lazily in her chair, a calculating glint in her alluring eyes. If this person can really produce a top-grade miasma-repelling pill, then the person behind him is a genuine 6th-grade alchemist. A 6th-grade alchemist. If we can win them over, then the strength of my Mu family will be. She gently stroked her smooth chin, her thoughts drifting away. And my sister's chronic illness, perhaps. The thought of her sister caused all the shrewdness and charm in her eyes to vanish, replaced by a deep, unfathomable worry. As she was deep in thought, a voice suddenly came from outside the door of the secret room. Little sister, are you inside? Upon hearing the voice, Mu Wanqing trembled, and the calculation and charm on her face vanished instantly, replaced by pure surprise. She stood up from her chair. Sister, come in quickly. The door was pushed open, and a figure in cyan robes strode in. It was Qing Tan. When she saw Mu Wanqing, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Chapter 42, Preparing for the Fallen Demon Valley, the Little Maid's Special Reward. After leaving the Peak Master's residence, Lin Yuan did not return directly to his own courtyard. The journey to the Fallen Demon Valley is fraught with peril. The more preparation one makes, the greater the chance of survival. He turned into the market town at the foot of the mountain. The market was as bustling as ever, with shouts of vendors and the sounds of bargaining rising and falling. Lin Yuan weaved through the crowd with a clear objective and quickly purchased a batch of low-level talismans, such as Windblade talismans and Earth Escape talismans. Just as he was about to leave, a dilapidated stall in a corner caught his attention. The stall owner was a thin, bony old man. On his stall were several yellowed jade slips. One of the jade slips had 3 ancient characters on it: body tempering pill, which made him stop in his tracks. The elixirs specifically for body cultivation are exactly what Han Shuang needs right now. Han Shuang is now at the 3rd level of the Copper Skin realm, and every time I face her in arduous training, I gain 5 attribute points. This woman is exceptionally talented in physical cultivation, and spending some spirit stones to nurture her is a worthwhile investment for me. Boss, how much is this pill formula? The old man groggily lifted his eyelids. 100 spirit stones, no bargaining. Lin Yuan readily paid the spirit stones, and then purchased a batch of spiritual materials needed to refine the body tempering pill in the market before returning to his courtyard with satisfaction. Time is of the essence. Back in the courtyard. Shuanger, do you know needlework? Han Shuang nodded. I know a little, but not very well. That's enough. You sew me a banner, the kind made of long strips of cloth that can flutter wildly in the wind. Although Han Shuang didn't know what Lin Yuan wanted this for, she still nodded in agreement. Lin Yuan then entered the bedroom and began alchemy. A brand new, top-grade alchemy furnace was taken out. The furnace body has an ancient bronze color and is engraved with intricate and mysterious spiritual patterns. Wisps of spiritual energy flow around it, and even before it is activated, a heavy and solemn aura is already emanating from it. Compared to the previous low-grade alchemy furnace, it was worlds apart. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, opened his mouth and spat out a ghostly blue flame that fell precisely into the alchemy furnace. Boom! The flames surged, and the temperature inside the furnace rose sharply. With focused expression, he put the materials for refining the miasma-repelling pill into the furnace in order. The medicinal materials melt upon contact with fire, and their medicinal properties are rapidly extracted, fused, and condensed under the scorching of the dark blue flames. Under his divine control, the clumps of medicinal liquid gradually took shape, as if being kneaded by an invisible hand. About an hour later, Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and gently patted the scorching hot alchemy furnace with his withered palm. Open! With a soft hum, the alchemy furnace opened its lid, and a rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire room. 9 perfectly round pills emerged from the furnace one after another. 2 top grade, 3 high grade, and 4 medium grade. TSK, 1 batch of pills is worth 1,600 spirit stones. Alchemists really make money fast. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. If I had such alchemy skills 10 years earlier, I would probably already be a foundation establishment cultivator, or even have broken through to the golden core stage. He then cleared his mind of all distractions and immediately put the next batch of spiritual materials into it. And so, 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 4 days, Lin Yuan did not step out of his bedroom. He completed the refining of all 30 batches of miasma-dispelling pills given to him by Mu Wanqing and Qing Tan, as well as the 3 batches of body-tempering pills prepared for Han Shuang. When the last batch of pills was successfully refined, Lin Yuan let out a long breath before pushing open the door. A bright, clear moon hangs high in the night sky, its cool moonlight pouring down like mercury. Hearing the door open, Han Shuang immediately poked her head out of the west wing, her face full of concern. Brother Yuan, are you done with your work? You must be exhausted. Lin Yuan looked at her, and the fatigue of the past 4 days seemed to have dissipated somewhat. He beckoned to her. Come here. Han Shuang's pretty face instantly flushed red. Usually, Lin Yuan would call her over like this during breaks from refining pills, so they could have face-to-face intensive training. Brother Yuan, wait for me. Her eyes sparkled with a mixture of shyness and anticipation. I've sewn a new dress. I'll change into it, and come over. As she spoke, She quickly retreated back into the house. A moment later, when she reappeared, she had changed into a snow-white gauze dress. Under the moonlight, her thin gauze dress clung to her slender figure, her graceful curves appearing and disappearing. Lin Yuan coughed lightly, forcibly suppressing the burning desire in his heart. No rush. I have to go on a long trip tomorrow, and I probably won't be back for more than a month. Upon hearing this, Han Shuang's expectation dimmed slightly, replaced by deep worry. Then you must be careful. Shuang'er is waiting for you at home. Lin Yuan took out a jade bottle from his waist and handed it over. This is a body-tempering pill that I specially made for you. With this pill, your cultivation speed should be able to increase a lot. Han Shuang took the jade bottle, and after just one sniff of its domineering medicinal fragrance, her blood and qi began to surge uncontrollably within her body. She opened her mouth, but any words of gratitude seemed pale and powerless in the face of such a precious gift. Don't go out easily while I'm gone, Lin Yuan instructed. Oh, by the way, this is the lava crocodile, a level 2 demonic beast I hunted last time. Its flesh and blood have a very strong nourishing effect on body cultivators. You can take it too. Han Shuang took the storage bag, her eyes slightly reddening, her heart filled with a warm feeling. Brother Yuan, wait for me. She suddenly turned around and rushed into the kitchen. Before long, a table full of delicious and visually appealing dishes was placed on the table. Lin Yuan sat under the jujube tree in the courtyard, eating dishes and drinking spiritual wine, feeling completely at peace. Brother Yuan, Han Shuang suddenly spoke, her pretty face slightly flushed. When I was traveling the martial world, I learned a set of sword dances, and I want to dance it for you. Holy crap, this girl can do that too. A wave of emotion surged within Lin Yuan, and the hand holding the wine glass paused for a moment. Look, I must look, cough cough. I am a celestial master. I must remain composed and calm. His face remained calm and composed as he took a small sip of wine and uttered a single word. Good. Han Shuang took out her broadsword and took a deep breath. Dressed in a thin veil and wielding a domineering longsword, she created a breathtaking contrast under the cold moonlight. The blade flashed. The domineering blade in her hands became as soft as silk, sometimes like a dragon emerging from the sea, sometimes like a serpent spitting its tongue. Her figure danced with the flash of the sword, her thin gauze skirt drawing graceful arcs in the air. A somersault in midair, followed by a stunning split, her long, straight legs peeking out from under the thin gauze, exuding an ultimate allure that combines power and grace. Sweat soaked her temples, making her snow-white gauze dress cling even tighter, outlining her exquisite, curvaceous body. After the dance ended, Han Shuang leaned on her knife, her chest heaving violently, fine beads of sweat appearing on her snow-white forehead. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Yuan with a watery gaze and a hint of expectant anticipation, as if she were presenting a treasure. Lin Yuan put down his wine glass and stood up without saying a word. He walked up to her, ignoring the long sword that still carried a chilling aura, and swept her, who was panting heavily, into his arms, striding towards the bedroom. Brother Yuan, Han Shuang exclaimed in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her pretty face instantly turning as red as if it could bleed. The meal is finished, and the wine is finished, Lin Yuan said, looking down at the beauty in his arms, his voice hoarse. It's time to cultivate diligently. Chapter 43 Special Alchemy Method. Fellow Taoist, would you be willing to give it a try? After practicing diligently with Han Shuang face-to-face until dawn, Lin Yuan stretched his aching lower back. After Han Shuang advanced to the third level of the bronze skin realm, her physique underwent a qualitative leap. If it were any other time, she would probably still be fast asleep. Now, however, she has a rosy complexion and a radiant spirit. The youthful naivete between her brows has faded, replaced by a captivating charm. She carefully dressed Lin Yuan, her movements gentle and her eyes focused. Brother Yuan, please be careful on this trip. Her voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Shuang'er's life and fortune are all in your hands, so you must come back as soon as possible. Oh, right, the banners you asked me to sew. To sew. Lin Yuan took the banner, sewed the long strips of cloth together, and supported it with a long pole. He nodded in satisfaction. Good job. Keep an eye on the house and wait for me to come back." After saying that, he didn't linger and turned to walk out of the courtyard. With a series of faint cracking sounds from his bones, his figure grew taller, his face became ordinary, and in the blink of an eye, he became a middle-aged man with a calm and composed demeanor. The light feather boat transformed into a streak of light, carrying him straight towards the summit of 100 Herbs Peak. Today, the summit is bustling with activity, and a huge bone boat, 30 or 40 feet long, floats silently in midair. The hull was pieced together from the skeleton of an unknown behemoth. The stark white bones reflected a cold light in the sunlight, exuding a chilling aura. This is the unique flying artifact of the Yin Corpse Sect, the Sanluo Bone Boat. "Fellow Taoist son, this way." As soon as Lin Yuan landed, a clear and melodious voice came from the side of the bone boat. It was Mu Wanqing, dressed in a dark green, form-fitting long dress. Her skin was as white as snow, and standing on the stark white bone boat, she appeared even more radiant and dazzling. Lin Yuan lightly touched the ground with his feet and gracefully landed beside her. "My father has been in charge of the bone boat. I have arranged a private quiet room for you. Please come with me." Mu Wanqing smiled slightly. As far as Lin Yuan knew, ordinary disciples needed to pay black butterfly coins to board the Sanluo bone ship. Even so, most of the disciples could only stay on the deck. To have a private room, you must exchange spirit stones. The journey to Fallen Demon Valley is long and arduous. Having a quiet room to meditate and rest and maintain peak condition would undoubtedly increase one's chances of survival in the perilous valley. Mu Wanqing led him across the deck and into the cabin. The room wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. A soft bed, a wooden table, and 2 chairs. The furnishings were simple, yet the place was spotless. Soundproofing and dust-reducing arrays have been set up here, so you can rest assured. Mu Wanqing casually closed the door, sat down in the chair. Her slender waist could be encircled by one hand, yet her full curves filled the chair's surface completely, outlining an astonishing arc. Lin Yuan sat down opposite her, took out an exquisite jade box from his storage bag, and gently placed it on the table. Mu Wanqing reached out and picked it up, then opened the box. A rich medicinal aroma instantly filled the air, and neatly arranged inside were the miasma-avoiding pills refined by Lin Yuan. The number of pills was much greater than she had expected. That's because Lin Yuan also put in the 10 batches of mid-grade pills he later refined. After all, he later took another top-grade alchemy furnace from her, and he had to repay this favor. "With these spirit stones added, we should be even, and you won't lose money." Lin Yuan took out another storage bag and pushed it to the center of the table. Inside were 22,000 spirit stones. Mu Wanqing covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling. "I just love doing business with you, fellow Taoist Sunday. You're so efficient and decisive. By all accounts, I've actually gotten a better deal from you." As she spoke, she unceremoniously put away the pills and spirit stones, and then took out 3 items and placed them on the table. A substitute puppet, a shimmering talisman for speed, and a jade bottle containing the blood transformation divine pill. "I wish fellow Taoist son a fruitful journey to Fallen Demon Valley, with a bountiful harvest and boundless gains. Thank you for your kind words. Then I won't disturb fellow Taoist son's cultivation any longer." Mu Wanqing stood up, about to take her leave. She suddenly seemed to remember something, paused in her steps, and turned around. "By the way, if you return safely from this trip, could you please ask the alchemist behind you to help me refine a batch of pills? The reward will be very generous." "Oh." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, secretly making plans in his mind. "I wonder what kind of pill it is. The alchemist behind me has a rather eccentric temperament, so I need to ask his opinion beforehand." "Soul-nourishing pill." Mu Wanqing parted her lips slightly and uttered 3 words. A barely perceptible glint flashed in the depths of Lin Yuan's eyes. "Is it the soul-nourishing pill made primarily with rejuvenating lotus seeds? This is the very elixir. I wonder if any master could refine it." Mu Wanqing's tone revealed a hint of urgency and hope. "Qinghan invited me into the Fallen Demon Valley with the goal of obtaining the rejuvenating lotus seed. Now Mu Wanqing is asking for the refining soul pill. Is there some unknown connection between these 2 things?" Lin Yuan's mind raced, but his face remained impassive, revealing a thoughtful expression. "This elixir is difficult to obtain." Seeing this, Mu Wanqing took a step forward, instantly closing the distance between the two. A faint fragrance drifted into his nostrils, and Lin Yuan lowered his gaze slightly, his eyes landing precisely on the dark green collar, the snow-white fabric seemingly even more dazzling than before. I know that the soul-nourishing pill is extremely difficult to refine, and the success rate is also extremely low. Her voice was low and pleading. But this pill is of immense use to my younger sister. If that master can successfully refine it, my younger sister is willing to pay any price. The soul-nourishing pill is much more difficult to refine than the qi condensation pill, making it a supreme elixir for treating soul injuries. To be honest, with that master's alchemy skills, he would only have a 30% chance of succeeding with ordinary methods. Lin Yuan spoke slowly. He saw Mu Wanqing's eyes dim instantly. But he then changed the subject. But so what? Mu Wanqing immediately pressed for answers, her eyes rekindling with hope as she stared intently at Lin Yuan. However, all things in the world are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. The path of alchemy also has a distinction between righteous and evil, and strange and unorthodox methods. Lin Yuan's voice became deep and magnetic, full of allure. There is a forbidden alchemy technique that can greatly increase the success rate of pill formation, even approaching 100%. What kind of alchemy? Mu Wanqing's breathing became rapid. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over Mu Wanqing's exquisite body. His eyes didn't seem to be looking at a woman, but rather assessing a rare spiritual herb. I wonder what fellow Taoist Mu's true cultivation level is. He suddenly asked the question, which seemed somewhat abrupt. Mu Wanqing was taken aback, but for the sake of the pills, she answered honestly. I am already in the mid-foundation establishment stage. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He wondered how many attribute points he could gain from a face-to-face arduous training session with a foundation establishment cultivator. Thinking to himself, he said, mid-foundation establishment cultivation, not bad, barely enough. The alchemist behind me once learned a secret technique passed down from ancient times. This method requires finding a woman with excellent physique and cultivation to serve as the elixir guide. During the alchemy process, the yin and yang energies are harmonized through dual cultivation and poured into the alchemy furnace. This allows the energies to combine with the medicinal power, thereby stimulating the full potential of the main ingredient and greatly increasing the success rate of alchemy. Upon hearing the words dual cultivation, Mu Wanqing's cheeks flushed instantly, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears and then to her snow-white neck. Although she was a woman from the demonic sect, she was still a virgin and had never heard of such explicit alchemy methods. However, the Yin Corpse Sect had all sorts of strange cultivation methods, so she quickly felt relieved. You mean? Her voice trembled slightly. With your mid-foundation establishment cultivation level as the Dan catalyst, the success rate of refining this soul-nourishing pill can jump from 30% to 70%. 70%. This number shocked Mu Wanqing to her core. What if I didn't count the number of times? She asked, almost as if possessed. Lin Yuan gave her a deep look, a mysterious smile curving his lips. The path of alchemy is boundless. As long as the alchemy guide can withstand it, theoretically, it is not difficult to be 100% certain. Real? Lin Yuan nodded. However, we should wait until I return from the fallen demon valley before discussing this matter. This matter? I need to think about it. Mu Wanqing was in a state of turmoil, her eyes darting away, not daring to look at Lin Yuan again. Good. Chapter 44 Blood Jade. It's time to settle this score. Mu Wanqing swayed her hips as she left Lin Yuan's room. The corridor was dimly lit, yet her steps seemed somewhat light. Danin. Dual cultivation. Absolutely certain. The man's calm words echoed in her mind like a demonic whisper. That's a 100% sure thing. She simply couldn't resist this temptation. Buzz. A low rumble came from the Sanluo bone boat beneath their feet, and the massive hull began to slowly accelerate, breaking through the Yin energy in a predetermined direction. The journey to the fallen demon valley has officially begun. Mu Wanqing took a deep breath of the cold air, forcibly suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind. She was a witch from the Yin Corpse Sect, not some sentimental young girl. If you have something to ask for, you must be prepared to pay the price. She straightened her back, the trace of confusion and shyness on her face covered by an invisible layer of ice, replaced by her usual shrewdness and charm. She moved gracefully out of the dark cabin and onto the spacious deck of the bone ship. A dozen or so enormous Sunluo bone ships lined up in a row, sailing across the dim sky, resembling a fleet from the underworld, their imposing presence astonishing. On the deck, nearly 1,000 disciples of the Yin Corpse Sect gathered. Some were wiping their magical artifacts, while others were meditating with their eyes closed. Each of them wore an expression of anticipation, greed, and solemnity towards the fallen demon valley. Mu Wanqing moved swiftly and landed gracefully on a protruding bone at the highest point of the bone boat. A strong wind blew up her dark green dress, making it flutter and instantly making her the center of attention. Fellow disciples, her voice was clear and melodious, with just the right amount of allure. The journey to Fallen Demon Valley is fraught with danger. I wonder if everyone has prepared their miasma-avoiding pills. If you're not prepared or feel you don't have enough, you can come and take a look here. As she spoke, she flipped her wrist, and several crystal-clear jade bottles appeared in her palm. I not only have medium to high-grade miasma-avoiding pills here, but also the best-grade ones. Top-notch. A gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd, and countless eager eyes were fixed on the jade bottle in her hand. Every 30 years, the Fallen Demon Valley experiences an energy tide that temporarily dissipates the poisonous miasma in its outer areas. By consuming a miasma-avoiding pill, one can enter the valley to search for treasures. The lowest grade of the miasma-avoiding pill can only penetrate 20 li, while the highest grade can penetrate 50 li. However, if you want to venture 100 miles further, you need the highest quality miasma-avoiding pill. The deeper you go into the area, the greater your chances of obtaining high-grade spiritual materials. One pill can sustain you for 2 days and 2 nights. These 2 days and 2 nights might just change the fate of a cultivator. However, the highest quality miasma-avoiding pill is extremely difficult to refine, and its quantity is scarce, with limited channels for purchase. A burly disciple shouted at the top of his lungs, "Senior Sister Mu, how much are these pills?" Mu Wanqing raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a smile that could captivate all beings. "I went to great lengths to obtain these. A mid-grade miasma-avoiding pill costs 100 spirit stones. A high-grade one costs 280 spirit stones." She paused deliberately, her gaze sweeping over the anxious and nervous faces. As for the top-grade ones, they cost 500 spirit stones each, and there aren't many available. 500 spirit stones. The price silenced the excited crowd for a moment. This is comparable to a decent mid-grade magic weapon. No one can guarantee that entering the depths of the Fallen Demon Valley will ensure a profitable outcome. However, which of those who come here is a timid or hesitant person? Fortune favors the bold. I'll buy the best one. Give me 2 of the best quality ones. Senior Sister Mu, I need 3 medium-grade ones. Countless disciples swarmed forward, completely surrounding Mu Wanqing. In just 1 hour, all the miasma-avoiding pills obtained from Lin Yuan were sold out. Mu Wanqing counted the large pile of spirit stones that had appeared in her storage bag, her eyebrows curving into beautiful crescents, and the gloom in her heart dissipated considerably. "Oh, I made a small profit, but wasn't it a bit too cheap?" She had just finished muttering to herself and was about to find a quiet place to relax. A female cultivator dressed in black robes had silently appeared before her without her noticing. "Greetings, Senior Sister Mu." Mu Wanqing's gaze sharpened, and the smile on her face faded slightly. The newcomer was tall and slender, and even the wide black robe could not conceal her exquisite curves. Her face was as beautiful as if it had been sculpted from ice and snow, but her eyes were cold and devoid of any human warmth. "So it's junior sister Linglong from Green Bamboo Peak." "Senior sister," Shui Linglong said bluntly, "I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" "Refining a top-grade miasma-avoiding pill requires the assistance of a 6th-grade alchemist. I wonder if senior sister could introduce me to such an alchemist?" Mu Wanqing's heart stirred, and her eyes flickered. "You want to refine pills?" Refine a batch of rather uncommon pills." Shui Linglong's tone remained calm, but her cold eyes concealed a hint of anxiety that she herself was unaware of. She cultivated the Supreme Being's detachment from emotions, which should have severed all 7 emotions and 6 desires, leaving her heart as still as water. But on that very day, he became entangled with Lin Yuan, breaking the taboo of his Tao heart. She originally thought that once Lin Yuan's lifespan was exhausted, the backlash from this technique would naturally dissipate. Who would have thought that when they met again in the market, Lin Yuan's cultivation had greatly increased and his vitality was abundant. This made her feel like she had a thorn in her side and a fishbone stuck in her throat. Therefore, her purpose in going to Fallen Demon Valley was to find several key ingredients for refining this supreme forgetfulness pill. The medicinal materials are promising, but there is a lack of high-level alchemists capable of refining this elixir. This alchemist, Mu Wanqing sighed, has a rather eccentric personality, and I have never had any direct contact with him. Shui Linglong immediately said, as long as senior sister can help make the match, junior sister will definitely repay you handsomely. It's not that I don't want to help you. Mu Wanqing shook her head, her face full of regret. To be honest, I don't know that alchemist. I was able to purchase these miasma-avoiding pills through someone else's connections. Seeing the flame of hope that had just ignited in Shui Linglong's eyes dim instantly, she changed the subject. However, I can ask that middleman for you. Coincidentally, he's on this Sunluo bone ship. Thank you, senior sister. Shui Linglong's eyes lit up again, and she nodded slightly to Mu Wanqing. Come with me. Mu Wanqing swayed her slender waist as she led the way into the depths of the cabin. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knocking sound rang out. Inside the room, Lin Yuan was studying the substitute puppet when he heard the sound. Without making a sound, he put it into his storage bag. Please come in. The door opened, and Mu Wanqing, who had returned, entered. Fellow Taoist son, Mu Wanqing said with a charming smile. I was selling miasma-avoiding pills when I met a junior sister from Qingzhou Peak. She also wants to ask a pill refiner to make a batch of pills for her. I think this business is worth doing, so I took the liberty of introducing you to it. Lin Yuan frowned almost imperceptibly. He has now used the transformation technique to change his appearance, so he is not afraid of being recognized. However, the more people you come into contact with, the greater the risk of exposure. Besides, he could easily make a fortune by refining some pills available on the market, so why take this risk? Seeing Lin Yuan frown, Mu Wanqing's smile froze. Since fellow Taoist's son is not in a convenient position, then, I will decline junior sister Linglong's offer regarding this matter. Exquisite. Mu Wanqing paused, turned around, and said, That's right, it's Shui Linglong from Qingzhou Peak. She has exceptional talent and has a high chance of condensing her golden core in the future, so... Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Blood crystal. He was all too familiar with that name. This woman took advantage of his old age and frailty, forcibly abducted him, and married him to Su Qinghan, causing him to almost lose his life and his virginity. He's held a grudge about this for a long time. Since they've delivered themselves to our doorstep, then, it would be a gentleman not to avenge this wrong. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He looked at Mu Wanqing and spoke slowly. Since it's out of respect for fellow Taoist Mu, I'll help you with this. Let her in. Chapter 45. There's no escaping it. This debt of love must be repaid. The door was pushed open, and a slender figure walked in. What followed was a faint, cool fragrance, and a stunningly beautiful face that was both cold and familiar. Shui Linglong stepped into the room, her cold gaze, tinged with scrutiny, landing on the plain-looking middle-aged man. However, in the blink of an eye, a hint of panic, which she herself was unaware of, suddenly flashed through the depths of those calm, still eyes. Her delicate body stiffened almost imperceptibly for a moment. A throbbing sensation from the depths of her soul, like a venomous snake, coiled around her heart without warning, causing her blood to surge and giving rise to an absurd yet deadly sense of familiarity. You guys chat. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. Mu Wanqing tactfully spoke up, smiled sweetly, closed the door, and left the two of them alone. I wonder what kind of pill fellow Taoist Linglong wishes to refine. Lin Yuan's voice was calm and unremarkable, but a sharp glint was hidden deep in his eyes. Shui Linglong's mind sharpened. She had already planned everything in her mind before she came. She was about to say that she needed a pill called mind-calming and demon-exorcising pill to aid her cultivation and suppress her inner demons. The ingredients for this pill are not much different from those for the supreme forgetfulness pill. After all, She didn't want to expose any problems with her cultivation technique before things were settled. But as the words reached her lips, she opened her mouth, and a strange force seemed to choke her, forcing her to swallow back the lies she had prepared. In the end, however, she uttered a few different words. The supreme elixir of forgetfulness. As soon as the words left her mouth, Shui Linglong's mind went blank. She was stunned. What did I say? How could I possibly tell the truth outright? In an instant, all color drained from her already fair face, and for the first time, an intense and overwhelming sense of horror and fear appeared in her cold eyes. To utter the words supreme forgetfulness pill is tantamount to exposing one's greatest weakness, the fatal secret that one's Tao heart has been broken, nakedly to a complete stranger one has just met. Lin Yuan was also taken aback. His original intention was just to test the waters first, but it seems that Shui Linglong directly revealed the real name of the pill. Is this still the same cunning, ruthless, and heartless demonic witch? How did she become so straightforward? Lin Yuan was filled with doubts, but he remained outwardly calm. In a flash, he decided to continue probing. This is the first time I've heard of this pill. This pill. I wonder what its specific effects are. Shui Linglong bit her lower lip tightly, her pearly teeth almost tearing it apart, a hint of blood filling her mouth. I can't say it. I absolutely can't say any more. She screamed in her heart, trying to regain control of her body. But a strange force surged wildly within her body, causing her blood and qi to churn, as if it were about to tear her meridians apart and rush straight to her throat. A sweet, metallic taste surged up her throat. She forced the nausea back down, a burning pain shooting through her throat. Even if she was slow to understand, she finally realized it at this moment. The ordinary-looking, unfamiliar middle-aged man before me is Lin Yuan. He is Lin Yuan who has cultivated the illusionary transformation technique. She instantly understood why she had blurted out the truth uncontrollably, and she also understood where that inexplicable sense of familiarity came from. Thinking of this, Shui Linglong dared not stay a second longer. She knew that as long as she stayed in front of this man, she would have no secrets and would be like a naked doll, at his mercy. Fellow Taoist. She stood up abruptly, her movements hurried and awkward. I suddenly remembered that I have an urgent matter to attend to. This elixir. I suddenly don't want to refine it anymore. Farewell. Before she finished speaking, she had already turned around and rushed towards the door in a hurry, almost as if she were fleeing. Watching her frantic retreating figure, Lin Yuan's amusement deepened. Shui Linglong, a woman of unwavering resolve and ruthless decisiveness, has never before displayed such a loss of composure. This is illogical. Splash. Shui Linglong's hand was already on the door latch. She pulled hard, and the door opened with a click. The light streaming in from outside made her breathe a slight sigh of relief. Once you take this step, you'll be safe. However, just as she was about to step away, Lin Yuan's unhurried voice came from behind her. Fellow Taoist Linglong, please wait. That voice seemed to possess a magical power, as if its words could become law. Shui Linglong's jade foot, which she had just raised, froze in midair. Her entire body seemed to be bound by invisible chains, unable to move any further. Fellow Taoist, is there anything else? Her voice trembled slightly, almost uncontrollably. Fellow Taoist Linglong, you seem quite afraid of me. A faint hint of amusement finally crept into Lin Yuan's voice. Shui Linglong clenched her teeth. She didn't want to answer. She used all her strength to resist the urge to submit that came from the depths of her soul. But at this moment, the blood and qi in his body exploded with unprecedented ferocity. This time, she could no longer suppress it. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted from her mouth, splattering onto the floor in front of the door, like a tragically blooming red plum blossom. Her body swayed, and her face was ashen. Fellow Taoist, what is this? Shui Linglong leaned against the door frame, her breathing rapid. Don't say anything more, she almost begged. Seeing her like this, Lin Yuan's doubts deepened. What exactly was going on with Shui Linglong? Despite the excruciating pain and dizziness, Shui Linglong desperately wanted to leave this place that terrified her. Fellow Taoist Linglong, you haven't answered my question yet. Lin Yuan's voice rang out again, like a death knell. You're afraid of me, aren't you? This time, Shui Linglong could no longer resist. That power destroyed all her will. Yes, She almost screamed, her voice filled with despair and collapse. My cultivation technique has indeed malfunctioned. Lin Yuan. The technique I cultivate is special. After our last intimate encounter, I suffered a backlash from it. Whenever I get close to you, my blood rushes to my head, and I lose my composure. If I get too close, I will get injured. Hearing his name called out by her, Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. The pill I wanted to refine was to remove this backlash. Are you satisfied now? Shui Linglong said, half-jokingly. Lin Yuan was stunned, processing this astonishing information. He hadn't expected such a peculiar cultivation technique to exist in the world. No wonder she could see through his illusionary transformation technique. But he felt that things weren't that simple. Was the backlash merely an injury? What happened before was my fault, but I have already paid the price. Seeing his silence, Shui Linglong's voice trembled with a hint of tears, and she lowered her posture to an extremely humble level. If you want to make it up to me, I will definitely do so when I return from the Fallen Demon Valley. Right now, I just want to leave, to get as far away from you as possible. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. Leave? Fellow Taoist Linglong, you seem to have misunderstood something. Back then, you forcibly abducted me, you ruined my path, and you put me to death. Now you want to wipe the slate clean with a single word of compensation? He leaned close to her ear, his voice hoarse, like the whisper of a devil. Chapter 46. Are you satisfied with my punishment? Shui Linglong shuddered. What do you want? Turn around. Lin Yuan's tone was icy. Shui Linglong's body stiffened. Despite her inner resistance, her body was completely honest. She slowly turned around to face Lin Yuan, standing straight, but her eyes drifted to the side, not daring to meet his gaze. Seeing this, Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Something's wrong. Something's really wrong. In an instant, he connected all the details in his mind after Shui Linglong entered the house. From the moment she blurted out the supreme forgetfulness pill, to the fact that she would cough up blood and get injured if she refused to answer his questions, to the fact that his words could make her stop, and now a simple command is all it takes to make her obediently turn around. This is not a side effect of a cultivation technique backlash. It is clearly an absolute master-servant relationship. A bold guess, so daring it made his heart race, surfaced in his mind. Raise your head. Lin Yuan gave the order again, but it was like a thunderclap in Shui Linglong's ears. Shui Linglong was forced to raise her pale and beautiful face, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails almost dug into her flesh. It seems you listened to me very well, Lin Yuan said, enunciating each word clearly, his gaze fixed intently into her eyes. Shui Linglong froze on the spot, gritting her teeth, her face instantly turning bright red with shame and indignation. She wanted to deny it, to rebuke it, but her throat felt blocked, and she couldn't utter a single word. Immediately afterwards, she couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood, staining her chest red. Looks like I guessed right. Lin Yuan's lips slowly curved into a wide smile, a hint of amusement and a sense of complete control. He took a step forward, his imposing presence completely overwhelming his opponent. You were lying to me just now. The backlash from your technique isn't just about getting hurt if I get close. It's that you lied to me, that you must absolutely obey any of my orders, right? Shui Linglong's heart skipped a beat. It's over. It's all over. He knows everything. She knew she could no longer hide it. If she continued to resist, the backlash from her cultivation technique would intensify, and she might truly lose her foundation and die on the spot. She took a deep breath, a deathly despair flashing in her eyes. Since it can't be hidden, there's no need for further futile resistance. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, there was only deathly silence. Her voice was hoarse as she revealed the truth. The cultivation method I practice is called supreme forgetfulness of emotions. It requires severing the 7 emotions and 6 desires and having a heart as still as water in order to achieve great success. Once you break your Tao heart with someone, you will plant the seed of inner demons, which will grow over time. Once the seed of inner demons sprouts, I will fall deeply in love with you. In the end, I will be completely obedient to you, unable to refuse, unable to hide anything from you, and even less able to hurt you in the slightest. Lin Yuan finally realized what was going on. So that's how it is. He walked step by step to Shui Linglong, looked down at her, and said with a hint of mockery, "So, from that time on, you were no longer able to kill me. If it weren't for that, I'm afraid I would have died long ago without a burial place." He walked step by step to Shui Linglong and looked down at her. The demonic witch who once looked down on him as an ant is now like a lamb to the slaughter, powerless to resist him, her life and death entirely in his hands. The contrast filled him with an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Since that's the case, Lin Yuan reached out and gently lifted her chin with 2 fingers, forcing her to look him in the eye, feeling her body tremble slightly. "Then I've decided to punish you properly." "What? What do you want to do?" Shui Linglong's voice was filled with fear. "The first step in punishment is to remove this eyesore of a black robe." Her hand trembled slightly as she slowly raised it to touch the sash of her robe. The black robe slipped off. The candlelight flickered. A day and a night later, a strange, sweet fragrance filled the room. Lin Yuan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Shui Linglong curled up in a corner of the bed, wrapped herself up tightly in the quilt, revealing only her face, which was flushed and beautiful. Her eyes darted around, showing both shame and indignation, as well as a hint of confusion that she herself did not realize. The once powerful enchantress now resembles a frightened kitten. This day and night were earth-shattering for her. At first, she fiercely resisted, then gradually gave in under the influence of her cultivation techniques and instincts, and later, the backlash from her deep-rooted love completely erupted, causing her to succumb to it entirely. Her body was far more honest than her mouth, and she would even take the initiative to ask for things. Her once cold and beautiful eyes were now filled with a sense of bewilderment and longing that she herself was unaware of. Lin Yuan savored the punishment of the past day and night, finding it quite amusing. When the storm subsided, the small golden characters in his eyes clearly appeared and quickly refreshed. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 9, 900/900, perfect. Rank 6 alchemist, 0 to 400 points can be added. Level 3 fire control, 0/300 points can be added. Illusion technique, perfected. Available attribute points, 112. On this day and night, Lin Yuan and Shui Linglong practiced diligently face to face 3 times. Each time it ends, the available attribute points increase by 20 for a total of 60. This is clearly not something a Qi refining stage cultivator could provide. "You've reached the foundation establishment stage?" Lin Yuan turned his head and asked with great interest. Shui Linglong trembled, wrapped the blanket tighter around herself, and squeezed out a muffled word from her throat. Foundation building of the heavenly Tao." Her voice was slightly hoarse and also slightly bewildered. "How did you know?" Shui Linglong asked, coming back to her senses. Although she hadn't changed her appearance, she had also used the illusion technique to hide her cultivation aura. Logically speaking, Lin Yuan, a Qi refining cultivator, shouldn't have been able to see through her. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a wicked smile, his eyes brazenly scanning her. "As I delve deeper, I'll naturally discover that you're no longer the same as before. You shameless." Shui Linglong's cheeks instantly burned, and she abruptly turned her head away, her mind in turmoil. The backlash from her cultivation technique made her unable to resist Lin Yuan, and she even felt close to him. But she strangely discovered that, apart from the influence of the cultivation technique, deep down she didn't seem to reject this feeling, and even, in that extreme indulgence, she tasted a trace of longing she had never experienced before. "All right, the journey to Fallen Demon Valley is long, so you can stay here with me for now. When we have some free time, we can discuss the mysteries of the origin of life," Lin Yuan said slowly. Shui Linglong pursed her lips but did not speak. "I can't refuse, and it seems I don't want to refuse either." Seeing her so docile, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He then got up and slowly put on his clothes. "You're free to do whatever you want here. I won't restrict your freedom." As he spoke, he took out an ancient jade slip from his storage bag, probed it with his divine sense, and began to study it. Chapter 47. This woman completely submitted. Lin Yuan toyed with a jade slip wreathed in lightning between his fingers. It was a trophy he had recently acquired after killing a lightning cultivator. Behind her, Shui Linglong approached silently, her bare feet barely touching the ground. She was only wearing Lin Yuan's wide outer robe, the graceful curves of her body barely visible beneath it, her long black hair brushing against her cheeks, displaying an extremely docile demeanor. But deep within her lowered eyes lurked a venomous coldness. Once he lowers his guard, there are plenty of ways to make him die a horrible death. I'll use someone else to do my dirty work, or lure him into a dead end. Once he's dead, my backlash will be resolved. While Xue Linglong was plotting 1,000 ways to kill Lin Yuan, she spoke softly. Husband, what are you looking at? Lin Yuan didn't turn his head, but a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth, as if he were admiring a newly completed work of art that he was extremely satisfied with. A new toy I prepared for you. With a flick of his finger, the jade slip containing the purple heaven divine thunder transformed into a streak of light and hovered precisely in front of Xue Linglong. Xue Linglong hesitated before taking it and probing it with her divine sense. The opening few bold, flamboyant characters made her heart sink. Purple heaven divine thunder. Immediately afterwards, thunder talisman, evil repelling divine thunder pill, thunder spear. Each name transformed into an invisible hammer, slamming heavily onto her soul. These things are all specifically designed to counter demonic arts and ghostly techniques. This is not a cultivation method at all. It is clearly a death warrant tailor-made for her. Her face instantly drained of color, turning deathly pale. Where did this come from? Her voice trembled uncontrollably. A few days ago, I casually killed a foolish thunder cultivator disciple from the misty immortal sect, Lin Yuan said nonchalantly. He slowly rose to his feet, looking down at her with undisguised aggression in his eyes. I know what you're thinking, but I advise you to put away those inappropriate thoughts. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind making you disappear from this world completely. Before he could finish speaking, his cold fingertips had already pinched Xue Linglong's smooth chin, forcing her to raise her head and look directly into his indifferent eyes, devoid of any emotion. Now tell me, what should you do? Xue Linglong's body trembled uncontrollably. This man is a devil. How could he possibly understand people's hearts to such an extent? Wasn't my disguise enough? No, he must be bluffing me. But when she met those eyes, all her hopes were instantly shattered. After a long while, she finally lowered her eyes in humiliation, her voice barely audible. From now on, Linglong will obey her husband in everything. Very good. Lin Yuan smiled with satisfaction and released his hand. The Fallen Demon Valley is fraught with danger. You stay with me, and I will keep you safe. After this matter is over, if I am in a good mood, I may help you refine that so-called supreme forgetfulness pill. Really, a startling light flashed in Xue Linglong's eyes, the kind of desire a drowning person clinging to a piece of driftwood. Of course, Lin Yuan's smile was meaningful. However, you may have to work a little harder during this period. What does that mean? A sense of foreboding rose in Xue Linglong's heart. You'll find out soon enough. Several days later, on the speeding Sanluo Bone ship, Xue Linglong finally understood the meaning of the hardship Lin Yuan had mentioned. This person is an inexhaustible monster when it comes to face-to-face asceticism. From initial shame and indignation to numbness along the way, and now, her gaze towards Lin Yuan is filled with deep resentment and a trace of fear that she herself has not even noticed, a fear that has seeped into her very bones. Are you even human? She huddled in the corner of the airship, her voice hoarse and tearful, like a cat that had been completely broken. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing this, and glanced at her, saying in a calm tone, "It seems you've recovered quite well. We can continue." No more. Xue Linglong was so frightened that she shrank into a ball and waved her hands repeatedly. Her extremely frightened appearance finally made Lin Yuan's lips curl into a real smile. On the morning of the 6th day, the Sanluo Bone boat, which had been flying steadily, slowly came to a stop with a slight tremor. A clear, resonant voice echoed throughout the bone ship. "Fellow disciples, we have arrived at Fallen Demon Valley. We will be returning from here in 1 month. I wish you all a bountiful return." Lin Yuan was already dressed and led Xue Linglong, who had also changed into a black robe and covered her stunning face with a hood, onto the deck. Below lay a vast, bottomless chasm stretching across the land. Within, a yellowish-green poisonous miasma churned endlessly, like a gaping maw leading to the underworld, ready to devour anyone who dared to approach. Thousands of Yin Corpse Sect disciples transformed into countless black dots, like a swarm of locusts, rushing to plunge into that yellow-green curtain of death. In the chaos, the two disciples got too close and their bodies suddenly stiffened. They were then cut into several pieces by an invisible spatial rift. Before they could even scream, their remains were swallowed up by the poisonous miasma below. "Stay close to me." Lin Yuan summoned the light feather boat, his tone leaving no room for argument. Shui Linglong felt a chill run down her spine, nodded silently, and followed suit. Not only are there poisonous miasma and ubiquitous spatial rifts within the fallen demon valley, but nearly 10,000 cultivators from the 6 major sects of the eastern region are also lurking there. Add to that countless rogue cultivators and family members, and for the past month, this place has become a bloody hunting ground where tens of thousands of people have gathered. Murder and robbery are the only themes here. Moreover, because spatial rifts are extremely sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy, everyone must suppress their cultivation level below the foundation establishment stage. Otherwise, it will cause spatial collapse and mutual destruction. With a flash of inspiration, the light feather boat transformed into a streak of azure light, precisely plunging into the massive yellow-green, poisonous miasma below. Buzz! It was as if we had passed through a viscous curtain of water, and the world around us instantly became dark and eerie. As far as the eye could see, all was a chaotic yellow-green, and visibility plummeted to less than 3 zhang. Divine sense was also severely suppressed. What could originally cover a range of 50 or 60 zhang was now reduced by more than half. The air was filled with a nauseating, pungent smell of rotting earth mixed with the stench of decaying vegetation. Shui Linglong took out a low-grade miasma-voiding pill and swallowed it. Lin Yuan then took out a top-grade miasma-voiding pill that exuded a rich fragrance and swallowed it, causing Shui Linglong's lips to twitch slightly. This spendthrift son, this is only the outer edge of fallen demon valley. Why is he so extravagant? Lin Yuan, however, did not take it to heart. In his view, any investment that was beneficial to his own life could not be considered a waste. Under his skillful control, the light feather boat landed precisely at the starting position on the route map provided by Qinghan. According to the markings on the map, you only need to travel a short distance in this direction to reach the first target point. There grows the core ingredient for refining foundation establishment pills, dragon blood vine. To refine a foundation establishment pill, the medicinal material must be at least 30 years old. And in this secluded place, a new batch of dragon blood vines is born almost every 30 years. Chapter 48 Acting. Old Go is full of tricks. Tricks. Lin Yuan took out a simple banner he had prepared beforehand from his storage bag. The banner was made up of dozens of long strips of cloth, which he hung on the front of the flying boat. When the wind blew, the strips of cloth fluttered and danced wildly. What are you doing hanging these rags? They just add unnecessary resistance. Shui Linglong's voice carried a hint of impatience. The spatial rifts here are invisible and intangible. Hanging something on them can serve as an early warning. Lin Yuan's voice was calm and even. He had Han Shuang sew this thing for him. Although spatial rifts are rare, the route map given by Qinghan shows that one's life is one's own, and one can never be too careful. Shui Linglong frowned slightly, feeling that this person was deliberately being mysterious. However, this thought had just risen from the bottom of his heart. Laugh. A barely audible sound. The outermost strip of cloth broke in two without warning right before her eyes, the cut as smooth as a mirror, and fell silently. Shui Linglong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints, and a fine layer of cold sweat instantly soaked through her back. She knew very well that if the airship had been even a fraction faster or an inch off course, it wouldn't have been the strip of cloth that was cut, but the airship's protective aura, or even their physical bodies. Lin Yuan, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He simply steered the flying boat with ease, making minor adjustments to the direction, and calmly avoided that invisible death zone. Shui Linglong didn't say anything more, but in her heart, she felt a sense of inexplicable agreement with Lin Yuan's almost obsessive caution. Under Lin Yuan's control, the light feather boat slowed down, moving like a ghost through the layered canyons. Within the poisonous miasma, all sorts of strange and wonderful plants grew. Lin Yuan even saw several large, brightly colored poisonous spiders, each the size of a wash basin, lying quietly on a cliff face, blending into the rock. Finally, the airship hovered in front of a huge mountain wall. The mountain wall was split in two by a giant axe, forming a narrow crevice that only allows one person to pass through, like a sliver of sky. According to the roadmap, their target is most likely to grow behind the crevice. The two squeezed through the narrow entrance, and suddenly the view opened up before them. This is a secluded little paradise surrounded by mountain walls. Through the faint yellowish-green poisonous miasma, Lin Yuan's gaze was instantly captured by a dazzling crimson color. It was a vine as thick as a finger, entirely blood red, as if it were solidified flowing blood, clinging tightly to the stone wall in the distance. It is indeed dragon blood vine. A small section of vine is enough to be used as the main ingredient to refine a batch of foundation-building pills. The plant before him was winding and sprawling, with an astonishing length. Lin Yuan roughly estimated that it could be used to refine at least 20 or 30 batches of pills. Beneath the dragon blood vine, several other spiritual plants of various shapes and sizes were growing, clearly having been imbued with the spiritual energy of the dragon blood vine to grow. One particular plant, entirely white and resembling an ice crystal, stood out. Ice heartgrass. Shui Linglong's breath hitched. Is it the main ingredient for refining the supreme forgetfulness pill? Lin Yuan asked. Shui Linglong nodded vigorously, her beautiful face filled with barely suppressed joy. But a cold, sharp glint suddenly flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Something's not right. Everything went too smoothly. It's like someone has prepared a grand feast in advance, just waiting for the guests to arrive. Something's fishy, be careful. Lin Yuan's lips moved slightly, and a voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz reached Shui Linglong's ears precisely. The joy on Shui Linglong's face vanished instantly, replaced by a solemn expression. I'll go pick them. You guard the entrance. If there's any unusual activity, break out immediately, she replied telepathically. Lin Yuan nodded. Shui Linglong's figure flickered, transforming into a light black shadow, and she landed silently on the black stone below. She took out a warm jade box and a short jade dagger, and with gentle and precise movements, picked several companion spiritual plants one by one and carefully placed them into the box. Finally, she arrived at the dragon blood vine, left a 2-finger-width gap at the base, and decisively cut it down. Just as the dragon blood vine was severed, buzz! A faint, eerie aura suddenly erupted from the broken end of the dragon blood vine, spreading outwards at an astonishing speed and instantly enveloping the entire space. Shui Linglong's expression changed drastically. A cold, sticky, sluggish sensation surged up from the depths of her dantian without warning. The once warm and surging ocean of spiritual energy seemed to have been forcibly injected with mercury, making the circulation of every bit of magical power extremely heavy and difficult. She suddenly retreated, shouting sharply, "Dragon blood vine is bait. There's an ambush, it's poison." Lin Yuan's brows furrowed instantly into a deep frown. The moment the poisonous gas appeared, he sealed all the pores of his body and held his breath. His face contorted with panic, and he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. His aura weakened rapidly, and he looked utterly pathetic, as if his magical power had been completely destroyed. You two are a bit slow on the uptake, only realizing this now. A hoarse, chilling laugh suddenly rang out, full of undisguised mockery. Before he finished speaking, a shadow rippled at the entrance behind Lin Yuan, and a burly man with a thick beard, dressed in a dark red robe, slowly stepped out. His face wore a sinister grin, like a cat catching a mouse, and his massive body, like an iron tower, completely blocked their escape route. Immediately afterwards, a flash of light appeared in the yellowish-green poisonous miasma above, and a young man, also dressed in a dark red robe, but with a body as thin as a bamboo pole, quietly emerged. He crossed his arms and looked down at them, blocking their way upwards. The 5 Poisons Sect. A sickly pallor appeared on Shui Linglong's face, and Lin Yuan's expression was equally grim. The 5 Poisons Sect is an evil sect in the eastern region known for its expertise in goo poison. It is notorious for its ruthless methods. The bearded man grinned menacingly, his mouth full of yellow teeth, making him look particularly creepy. How does it feel? Does your spiritual energy feel as heavy, as if it were filled with lead. Hee hee, don't struggle anymore. Once you're in the trap we brothers have set, even a true dragon would have to obediently coil up. If you know what's good for you, hand over your storage bag and you'll suffer less. This spirit-transforming powder is colorless and odorless, and spreads extremely quickly. The miasma-avoiding pill is almost ineffective against this poison. Once you come into contact with it, the poison will act like a maggot clinging to your bone, rapidly eroding your meridians and turning your powerful magical energy into a stagnant pool. What should we do? Shui Linglong leaned against Lin Yuan, her voice trembling slightly without her even realizing it. My magical power is rapidly waning. In at most 20 breaths, I'm afraid I won't even be able to activate a single magical artifact. Fight your way out. Lin Yuan's voice was icy, but his eyes were sharp as knives. The other party was clearly going to use delaying tactics. Upon hearing this, Shui Linglong's pale face flashed with determination. She bit her tongue hard, the sharp pain jolting her spirits. She slammed her hand on the corpse bag at her waist, and a dense, impenetrable black light instantly surged out. Thump! A massive, black-robed corpse puppet appeared out of thin air and crashed heavily to the ground, causing the black stone floor to tremble. Its exposed skin was bluish-gray, with purplish-black blood vessels bulging out like twisted earthworms. A strong stench of corpse mixed with the smell of blood instantly filled the air, so pungent that it was nauseating even in this poisonous environment. Those empty eyes held no trace of life, only a primal, chilling killing intent towards all living beings. Chapter 49. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the old fox lurks behind. The aura of this bronze-armored corpse is far stronger than that of Wei He's newly formed one. But that wasn't all. Shui Linglong then took out a completely black soul-summoning banner from her storage bag. As soon as the banner was displayed, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and countless mournful wails emanated from its surface, as if hundreds of wronged souls were struggling and wailing within it. Wisps of visible black mist swirled around it, making it eerie and terrifying. Lin Yuan did not slack off either. With a thought, the azure shield instantly enlarged, transforming into a thick shield protecting the two of them. Above their heads, the frost sword quietly appeared, its blade emitting a 3-foot-long, chilling white aura, its sharp light poised to strike. Go! Shui Linglong shouted with all her might. The bronze-armored corpse let out a roar that was not human. With an agility completely disproportionate to its size, its massive body suddenly pushed off the ground, shattering the black stone and turning into a black afterimage, rushing straight towards the gaunt youth who was suspended in midair. At the same time, Shui Linglong suddenly shook the soul banner in her hand. Hundreds of Yin spirits shrieked and swarmed out from the soul banner, like a black raging tide, sweeping towards the gaunt youth. The Yin spirit devours the body. Although it is not good at physical attacks, it can directly attack the cultivator's soul. At best, it will cause mental confusion. At worst, it will damage the soul and turn the cultivator into an idiot. Lin Yuan's movements were equally swift. He pointed his finger forward, and the frost sword hanging above his head emitted a clear and melodious sword cry, transforming into a cold white rainbow that tore through the air, shooting towards the bearded man blocking the entrance with the force of thunder. Upon seeing that the two men, despite being poisoned, could still launch such a fierce attack, a look of surprise flashed across the faces of the two men from the Five Poisons sect. But soon, that look of shock was replaced by an even stronger sense of greed. Whether it's the bronze-armored corpse, the Yin Soul banner, or Lin Yuan's flying sword, they are all exquisite magical artifacts. These two are practically two mobile treasure troves. The bearded man grinned savagely as he faced the flying sword. He was prepared. With a flick of his wrist, a thick, black iron shield covered in runes appeared out of thin air and stood in front of him. Clang! A deafening clang of metal clashing echoed through the cave, the sharp sound waves causing rocks to tumble down from the mountain walls. The frost sword struck the black iron shield, sending up a long string of dazzling sparks. The terrifying cold air attached to the sword instantly condensed into a thick layer of white frost on the shield, which then spread rapidly. The bearded man's body trembled violently, and he was forced back half a step by the enormous force. The veins on his arm holding the shield bulged, but he grinned and endured it. He had no intention of retaliating at all. He simply shielded himself tightly behind his shield, clearly intending to wear them down. The same was true for the gaunt youth in midair. He summoned a dark green talisman, which spontaneously combusted without fire, transforming into a viscous, semi-transparent light shield that protected his entire body. The hundreds of vengeful spirits swarmed onto the light barrier, emitting a sizzling, corrosive sound. The barrier fluctuated violently, yet it was difficult to break through for the time being. At the same time, he manipulated several poisoned throwing knives, constantly fighting the bronze-armored corpse, only defending and not attacking, not seeking to harm the enemy, but only seeking to protect himself. Their intentions were all too obvious. The cave was already cramped, and they went up and down, guarding the passage and waiting for the poison of the spirit-dissolving powder to take full effect. Blood Crystal's heart sank to the bottom little by little. Large beads of sweat had already formed on her forehead. In just a short while, by activating the bronze-armored corpse and the soul banner, she could clearly feel that more than 70% of the magical power in her body had become as heavy as iron and was almost impossible to mobilize. If this continues, she will be reduced to a mortal with no magical power in less than 10 breaths. A bloodthirsty ruthlessness flashed wildly in her eyes. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fist, and slammed it hard into the Tanzhong acupoint on her chest. Puff! She forced out a mouthful of her own life essence. The essence blood did not fall to the ground, but instead transformed into a strange blood mist, spraying it all onto the Yin Soul banner. Blood sacrifice technique. By burning one's own life essence, the strongest main soul sleeping within the banner is forcibly awakened. Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. This woman is ruthless. This move is incredibly powerful, but it has endless consequences, especially in her current state. If she is not careful, she will suffer a backlash from her main soul, resulting in the destruction of her soul and body. The Yin Soul banner, having absorbed the essence of blood, completely withdrew its black light, replacing it with a soaring crimson light, as if a blood-red sun were rising in the cave. Above the banner, the figure of a woman dressed in a red palace dress with an indistinct face slowly floated out. And a terrifying pressure far exceeding that of all the previous ghosts descended with a roar. Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. This Shui Linglong truly deserves to be called a leading figure among the younger generation of the Yin Corpse Sect. The main soul summoned by the essence blood within this soul banner possesses an aura so powerful that it faintly reaches the level of the early foundation establishment stage. Upon seeing the red-clad ghost, the two people opposite each other changed color, and the composure on their faces, like cats playing with mice, was instantly replaced by fear. Junior brother, this is bad. It's a foundation establishment level ghost. Hold on. The burly man with a bushy beard held the frost sword tightly, while shouting a warning at the top of his lungs. As long as we can withstand this final blow, they'll be sitting ducks. As soon as the red-clad ghost appeared, it opened its mouth and howled silently, then inhaled sharply. The hundreds of vengeful spirits that had been attacking the gaunt youth in vain suddenly seemed to receive an imperial edict, turning into black smoke and rushing to flow into its body with shrill cries. With each additional Yin spirit it absorbed, its aura grew stronger, and its form became more solid. On its previously blurred face, a pair of eyes filled with resentment and pain even appeared. In the blink of an eye, its aura had reached its peak. Then, the red-clad ghost swayed, its body gathering a monstrous aura of bloodlust, which transformed into a blood-red tidal wave mixed with countless wails and distorted faces, surging towards the gaunt youth. This bloodthirsty impact was extremely domineering. Wherever it passed, even the air hissed as it was corroded. If one were hit head-on, not only would the physical body be dissolved and corroded, but the soul would also suffer severe damage. Faced with this attack, the composure on the gaunt young man's face vanished, replaced by deep solemnity and shock. He dared not be negligent in the slightest, frantically slapping several high-level defensive talismans onto his body, while simultaneously holding a heavy black iron shield firmly in front of him. Boom! The crimson tide crashed violently against the gaunt youth's entire defenses. The defensive auras that had formed around him shattered one after another, like bubbles in the sunlight, before they could last even a moment. The bloodthirsty energy finally struck the black iron shield, producing a tooth-grinding, corrosive sound. The shield's spiritual light dimmed instantly, and the sturdy shield surface was corroded and pitted, almost rendering it unusable on the spot. The gaunt youth was struck as if by a mountain. He was sent flying like a tattered sack, crashing heavily into the stone wall above him with a muffled groan as gravel rained down. However, despite his all-out defense, the power of the bloodthirsty aura was reduced by 80 or 90%. Although his face was ashen and blood was trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating he had suffered serious internal injuries, he ultimately survived. On the other side, after unleashing this ultimate attack, Shui Linglong's face was completely drained of color, and her delicate body swayed precariously in midair. The red-clad ghost in midair, having received no further command to attack, slowly turned its head, its eyes burning with madness and resentment, staring intently at its master, Shui Linglong. A ferocious aura, capable of devouring its master, emanated from it without any attempt at concealment. Chapter 50 Healing, Intimacy as a Detoxifying Agent. Healing wounds, warming, and detoxifying. If Shui Linglong weakens even a little more, it will not hesitate to retaliate. Shui Linglong was terrified. She quickly endured the tearing pain in her soul and used a magic spell to forcefully pull the out-of-control red-clothed ghost back into the Yin Soul banner. After doing all this, she could no longer hold on. The last bit of magical power in his body was exhausted. The spell that had sustained his flight dissipated, and he fell helplessly from midair. At the same time, Lin Yuan's condition also seemed to have reached its limit. His aura grew increasingly weak, and the spiritual light on the frost sword faded further. Finally, with a crisp clang, he could no longer maintain his sword control technique, and the frost sword let out a mournful cry before falling to the ground. He and Shui Linglong stood back to back, panting heavily, having been driven to a truly desperate situation. A deep sense of despair and resentment surfaced in Shui Linglong's eyes. Unexpectedly, having just entered this fallen demon valley, and not even having begun to search for any real opportunities, I was about to lose my life here. He. The bearded man grinned and walked step by step from the entrance, his eyes greedily sweeping over the frost sword on the ground and the soul banner in Shui Linglong's hand. Senior brother, things could get complicated if we wait any longer. Kill these two. The gaunt young man, clutching his aching chest, darted forward and stood before him. The bearded man grinned maliciously, his eyes filled with undisguised greed and cruelty. With a flick of his wrist, a throwing knife as thin as a cicada's wing, gleaming with a chilling light, appeared in his palm. They're doomed. Only these two words remained in Shui Linglong's mind. Despair overwhelmed her like a tidal wave, and she slowly closed her eyes. Gentlemen, don't blame us brothers for being ruthless on our journey to the underworld. The bearded man gave a low shout, and the throwing knife in his hand emitted a slight hum as it was about to fly out. At this critical moment, Lin Yuan, who had been kneeling on the ground, suddenly erupted with spiritual energy like a volcano, his aura becoming incredibly strong. Then, he suddenly opened his lips and gently blew in the direction of the bearded man. A ball of eerie blue flame, like a deadly ghost lotus, quietly bloomed and instantly traversed several meters. Before the bearded man could react, the sudden change occurred, and the ghostly blue flames gently landed on him. Oh! A blood-curdling scream, so shrill it was almost inhuman, suddenly burst from the bearded man's throat, and his movements came to an abrupt halt. The throwing knife, about to be launched, lost its magic and slipped helplessly from his fingers, falling to the ground with a clatter. The eerie blue flames, as if they possessed a life of their own, spread wildly across his body, instantly transforming him into a blue fireman. In a short while, the bearded man was burned to ashes by the earth's core fire, leaving not even a wisp of ashes. However, under Lin Yuan's deliberate control, the storage bag at his waist remained intact. At the same moment the flames erupted. Clang! A clear and resonant sword cry rang out from the ground. The ground. The frost sword, which had fallen to the ground, suddenly shone with a surge of spiritual light, transforming into countless sharp, incomparably silvery white sword energies that shot into the sky. They headed straight for the skinny young man who was already dumbfounded. No. The look of horror that had just appeared on the gaunt young man's face was frozen in time. Uft. The sword energy swept across his neck. A thin line of blood slowly bloomed on his neck. His expression was a mixture of extreme shock, deep confusion, and endless fear of death. He died unable to understand how Lin Yuan had regained his fighting strength in an instant. The enormous head rolled helplessly to the ground, its eyes still wide open. The headless corpse stood stiffly for a moment before collapsing with a thud, kicking up a cloud of cold dust. Shu Linglong was shocked by what she saw. She slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and looked at the man standing in front of her, her mind churning with thoughts. Wasn't he also poisoned? How did he manage to do that? With a slight sway, Lin Yuan skillfully collected the 2 storage bags and the flying knife magic weapon on the ground, and also put the dragon blood vine into his pocket. After doing all this, he turned around and walked back to Shu Linglong's side. Lin Yuan didn't say much. He bent down, put one hand under her knees, and put the other hand around her back, lifting her up by the waist. Ah! Shu Linglong gasped softly, instinctively wrapping her arms around Lin Yuan's neck. Looking at his calm and composed face, she slowly rested her head against Lin Yuan's chest, which was not particularly broad but exceptionally firm, feeling his steady and powerful heartbeat. The faint scent of blood and his unique masculine aroma emanating from him gave her an unprecedented sense of security that quietly rose and spread within her heart. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Lin Yuan stopped in a very secluded mountain stream. He gently placed Shu Linglong down, letting her lean against a boulder. He then released the frost sword, aiming it at the mountain wall to one side. The sword energy surged, silver light flashed, and pebbles flew out. In a short while, a simple cave that could be used by the 2 of them to hide was created. Once inside the cave and confirming it was temporarily safe, Shu Linglong leaned against the cold stone wall and finally asked the question that had been nagging at her. How? How did you do that? Or were you not poisoned in the first place? Lin Yuan was indeed poisoned, but because he sealed his acupoints, he was less exposed to the poison. However, as the poison entered his body, his magical power began to stagnate. If he were to fight head-on, even if he managed to take down those 2, he might get injured, so he had no choice but to continue acting. Of course I was poisoned too. However, I had taken the highest grade of the miasma-voiding pill, which was much more potent. So, when you noticed the poison was spreading, the toxins in my body were spreading much more slowly than in yours, which bought me precious time. Moreover, as you have witnessed before, I possess the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. It was with this fire that I forcibly burned and refined the toxins that had invaded my meridians. Upon hearing this, Shu Linglong's eyes finally revealed an expression of disbelief and shock. It's reasonable that a top-grade miasma-voiding pill can resist some poisons. But what about burning away the toxins within one's own body with flames? A cultivator's meridians are extremely fragile. If one is not careful, the meridians will be completely destroyed, the dantian will be burned, and one's cultivation will be completely ruined. Lin Yuan was naturally aware of the dangers involved. However, Wei had previously asked him to remove the corpse poison from his body and gave him a secret technique called the Fire Refining Bone Chapter. This technique can draw upon the spiritual fire of heaven and earth to burn away the corpse poison in the body. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have dared to try it lightly. Then the poison in my body. A glimmer of hope ignited in Shu Linglong's eyes. Lin Yuan nodded, his gaze falling on her curvaceous figure, and calmly said, "It can be resolved." But, Shu Linglong pressed on urgently, "But what? How exactly do we solve this? You must remove this black robe first before I can give you the antidote. Why do you need to take off your clothes to detoxify? This method is called intimacy detoxification.